one of them currently exists as anything more than calculations, computer simulations, and small laboratory prototypes. The distance to the nearest star does not merely challenge our current technology, it challenges the next several generations of technology that we have not yet invented. There is a way to make the distance to Proxima Centauri feel visceral rather than abstract. Imagine shrinking the sun to the size of a basketball. At that scale, Earth would be a small grain of sand, orbiting about 26 meters away. Jupiter would be a marble, roughly 135 meters from the basketball. Neptune, the outermost major planet, would be a slightly smaller marble, orbiting about 800 meters away. The entire solar system...
How are your babies? Alexa, notice a cheeky.
Voyager 1,
hey, buddy.
the largest human-made object, would be about 4 1/3 kilometers from the basketball.
Oh, I need to make a video about the fucking gypsy call-out videos. Isn't it gypsy call-out videos? Cheers, mate. I'll send you a link to some fucking funny gypsy call-out videos. It's so fucking funny. I love it so much. You said you was fighting on the other day. Well, I said no. You don't go fair for have a fair go, you know, have a fair go, you know. But you and your fucking O'Reilly, you fucking I take you and your brother and your fucking A and then the fucking A. All right, mate. It sounds like it's literally like a WWE call-out video. It looks like WWE. It's the same thing.
Every spacecraft will ever built is still the nearest star and the other side of the planet. That is what 4.2
says, the monster I created to protect the child inside of me is difficult to manage.
In from work. Oh, bless you. They're all fast asleep. But thanks for asking. I love kids so much. They're so sweet little things. Dennis was okay. Got an appointment on Friday. Because it was like for an emergency thing today, and that's up to 250 quid. And then that's covered, and then I get 85% covered up to $1,000. So I got that on Friday.
Some of them, as of 2025, have not even maintained their funding. Even the most ambitious interstellar propulsion initiative ever funded, Breakthrough Starshot, aimed only to send gram-scale chips on a one-way flyby, not a crewed mission, not a vessel that could slow down and orbit, not a ship carrying human beings who need to eat, breathe, and survive, just a tiny chip with a camera flung past the nearest star at 20% of light speed, returning a few snapshots during a flyby lasting hours. And as we will see, even that stripped-down vision has collided with engineering realities that no amount of ambition could shortcut. The nearest star is 4.24 light-years away. It has an Earth-mass planet in the habitable zone. Everything about that sentence sounds like the opening chapter of a story where humanity reaches for the stars and succeeds. But the numbers beneath that sentence tell a different story. They tell the story of a distance so vast that it swallows every speed humans have ever achieved, exhausts every fuel source we have ever harnessed, and outlasts every machine we have ever built. The stars are not hiding from us. They are simply operating at a scale that does not care about human ambition, human timelines, or human lifestyles. And the speed problem, as staggering as it is, may not even be the hardest part. Every propulsion system humanity has ever used to explore space relies on the same basic principle. You throw mass out the back of your vehicle as fast as you can. Newton's third law pushes you forward. Chemical rockets throw superheated exhaust gases. Ion engines throw electrically accelerated atoms. Even nuclear thermal rockets throw heated propellant through a nozzle. The differences between these systems come down to two variables. How fast they can
It's something else. She looks like butter would melt in her mouth, but she's so devilish. She's very naughty. She's a very naughty cheeky girl. Oh, so naughty thing. How's the little boy? Is he a bit nicer? Is he not nicer, but is he less naughty?
sent probes across the solar system generate exhaust velocities of roughly 3 to 4.5 kilometers per second. The Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket NASA has built since the Saturn V, produces approximately 39 million newtons of thrust at liftoff. Impressive for escaping gravity. Irrelevant for reaching another star. A chemical rocket attempting to reach Proxima Centauri would need to carry so much fuel that the fuel itself would
Did you see the video of the Gypsy call out?
activate.
I love it so much. It's so outrageously funny.
Listen, boys, you're a look inside there today, boys, yeah? We were getting ready to come down to you today. We were getting ready to come down to you today in the next 20 minutes. You're going on out of sight, boys. I'm gonna cut every one of you. If you ever come around my grandfather's place again, we're weapons and go on out with it. I'm gonna cut you.
He's well out of control, that
I'm
one.
gonna do what I'm gonna lie to you. I'm gonna kill you. Come back to sight. You fucking champion.
But you have to the ground. You come over to my house. I'm in the one house.
How do we...
I'm in the one house for the last 16 years. I'm 16 years a minute. Look around here, chap. Look around here. Look around here. I'm 16 years in the one house. You go to my mother and father's place. My mother.
You knew you wouldn't get out.
You will not lie in that house tonight.
You wouldn't get out of it. You shot Billy my dirt. You wouldn't get out of it.
You will not lie in Eden Gary, Paddy Boy. You will not lie in it, chap.
Listen here. This is going out to you, dirty, scabby runs.
It's going out to you dirty, scabby, rotten ye. You dirty, rotten, scotty here.
Come out there in the next hour. You just get back onto us. You think we have no one behind us? All you're good for is getting people off there. Get them off there.
Groups of people.
And I promise you,
Groups of people are weak people.
You think we have no one behind us? But I promise you, we've a nation. We've a nation behind us. Get out today in an hour's time. It's not there.
The groups of men. If there's large groups of men, especially if there's no women there, they're no good. Large groups of men, especially if there's no women there, they're no good. They're no good. If there's a large group of men, there's lots of women, it's okay. But if there's a large group of men, they're no good. YouTube removed your message. Ah, full ping. That was probably for your carry on with that fucking shit with the window. Yeah? That was so sweet. And you draw the little pictures on it. Look, these are the eyes. And this is the mouth. Ah, so sweet little thing, really, when you think about it. Yes, we believe you. Yes, of course, of course. Ah, so sweet thing.
No one behind us. I promise you, we've a nation. We've a nation behind us. Get out today in an hour's time. It's not there the 8 o'clock in 4 or 5 hours.
And men aren't emotional.
Daylight left on the side.
Over emotional.
Get out today. We'll fight today. Dirty. There's a more fair goes. We'll go
And-
dirty. Get Tommy
yeah,
back on us. And we'll see what we'll do. You bastard. What you do, get every single man you have, anyone involved, there's men there for you. Get everyone you involved in. Get them out today. We'll put this to bed once and for all.
Has he been on the helium, that one? Look at him come in.
We'll go dirty, get Tommy back on us, and we'll see what we'll do, you bastard. What you do, get every single man you have, anyone involved, there's men there for you. Get everyone you
He just had a fucking helium balloon. He's just been sucking on some helium. And they say men aren't fucking over emotional. I'd be so terrified. Are you not scared of it? You're being watched. You seen the Poltergeist? That fucking face on the tree, that scared me when I was a kid. He's coming in there fighting you. You're no good. You're dirt. You're dirt. I'm going to get my friend here. You're going to lie. You're no good. You're no good. Your brother's all right. Your brother's not bad. Your brother's okay. You know, but you're no good. You're dirt. You're dirt. Have a fair go. Have a fair go. I know, they're so funny, aren't they? It's like, seriously, guys, how fucking old are you, mate? It's literally like, you're not at school, yeah? It's literally schoolboy shit. Prison was so bad. It's terrible. The funniest thing is, if you want shit to get done for you, you got to make a fucking thing about it. If you're calm and polite, nothing gets done for you. You got to fucking, be a nuisance about shit to get something done for you, to have your rights done. They're screaming about, calling out some other fucking clan. I swear, large groups of men are weak men. They're always weak men. That's why they go around in large groups. Because they're psychologically weak. They need numbers to win. My hair's feeling better. A lot better, actually. But still needs more repairing. Your DVDs are shite. Oh, this is a classic one. Pike, you fight, call out. Look at this. This is a classic, mate. This is a fucking classic, mate. You junkies, Joey J's. You junkies bastard, you. You fucking junkies bastard, you.
This is good for you, junkies, your J's.
Just look at him standing there. Look at him standing there, yeah? Look at him standing there like a fucking goon.
You junkies, your J's. You junkies bastard, yeah. Right, this is going to you now. That you never had a son that had been on Donald. Did you hear me? Right? You come along. You come along. You told me. You were telling me, told me in Avon. Told me in Avon. Danny begged you 3 times in one night. And you cried into me Danny's face. You told me that. You came along then. You wouldn't box him the second time. He begged you to box. You cried outside Longford, outside my Mary's house in Longford. You cried like a big child. Told him right. You cried. You junkies bastards, yeah. Now listen. I'm glad these boys don't carry your boys first. I'm not going to skip the queue, but I want to fight Davey first. Then your son John. He's the same age as himself, 34. He's in the prime of his life. I'm in the prime of my life. I have no excuses. I want Davey first, and then John. Oh, let's get it on, Joe. You junkies.
He's 34. It looks like he's 45, mate. It looks like he's 45. What do you mean? You're 34 in the prime of your life, mate. You look like you're 54. You junkies, bastard, you. Do camera on. Do camera on. You mean, is the camera on? Do camera on. You junkies, bastard, you. Dip. Yeah, you junkies, bastard, yeah. Right, you told him right. You cried like a bitch. You cried like a fucking bitch, yeah. You junkies, bastard, yeah. Dip. You're jelly? Ah, good. So nice. I like it when people are jelly. Glad I had subtitles. They're taking the mick with the subtitles. It's so funny. You joking bastard. You fucking to the right. To the right. To him right, you know, like serves him right or whatever. You joking bastard. You. It's like, dude. Yeah, and women are fucking can't regulate their emotions. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. How many times do you see women punching holes in walls? You want to punch a hole in the wall because that's well hard. I don't know. I know. I've had too much food. I want to lose weight and be nice and slim again. I've had 3 Cadbury's cream eggs today, very nice. And I've also had very nice thing. I have had some pasta. Do you know pasta with sweet corn, Reynolds? Don't we all love that lovely sweet corn? Everyone loves sweet corn. You joking pasta, G. It's like these guys are fucking grown men. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? Go around doing that fucking shit. Go around starting fights and shit. If you want to do it properly. Go to a fucking boxing gym or whatever. Train up, have a fucking proper fight where we've got a referee and shit in a ring. Don't go and fight out in some fucking car park. Some kid that fucking. I seen someone got knocked out, yeah, and he hit his head on the concrete so hard, could have died. Goons. I'm snacking on some Bombay mix. You fucking schlag. You love it. I love a bit of Bombay mix. Nice, good spicy one. I like Japanese rice crackers as well. I love Bombay mix. I like Japanese rice crackers as well a lot. It's so good. Yeah. You know the ones like they got the peanuts in them, they got the little square ones and whatever. I love food. I love food so much. Oh, you didn't have any dinner? Oh, flipping tash. I know sometimes I can't be asked. I had 3 x-rays in my mouth. Each x-ray cost 20 quid, so that's 60 quid. I don't know where that came from. I didn't have to pay, obviously, my health insurance or whatever. Vaping in break time is more important. Bless you, Tash Tash. Your babies are so sweet. And Sophie's kids are so sweet as well. Got a little baby girl. Walking around in little pink, a little pink outfit. So sweet. It's just so gorgeous little thing. Just the most gorgeous little thing in the world. I love kids so much. They're like animals. They're so sweet, so innocent little things. I saw a Staffordshire Terrier on the way home today, and his name was Rui. And his owner was a really, really nice guy, and I had a little fun with Rui. And he said Rui likes to start off his walk slow. He likes to start off his walk slowly. He's walking slowly. That's how he likes to start off his walks. That's so cheeky. It's so sweet. And the owner was telling me about him with such joy in his face. He was so happy about it. He kept on saying sorry because Rui was jumping on me. I was like, don't say sorry, I love it. He likes to start off his walk slow. That's so cheeky. Did I keep reading your messages? What's going on? This is when I try. Say what insults my boy says. He's 3. It's hardly offensive. So sweet little thing. Oh, Sophie, I'm just talking about your kids. We're talking about Tasha's kids. She said her daughter's a little devil. We're just talking about your little daughter walking around in a little pink costume. It's the most sweet thing I've ever seen. Oh my God, she's just so cheeky, wondering what's going on. Just walking around looking up at this little baby. And then there was a lovely one of her son with his hair done all nice, which obviously Mummy did, of course. Of course. So sweet little things. I'm going to have kids someday. I'm going to take care of them and give them all of my love. And give them guidance and care and support. No matter how old they get, I want to be close to them. Even when they're like in their 30s, 40s, whatever, I always want to be close to them in case they need me. My dad kind of disappeared in 2003. Like, he went to work in Iraq after the war. And he basically just disappeared. He just basically couldn't be asked for the family no more. And I don't want to do that. He lives in Iraq at the moment. I don't want to live far away from my kids. I want to be there for them and be close to them so I can support them, even when they're in their 40s or 50s or whatever. I won't be alive then, maybe. I won't, actually. Whatever age they are, I want to be there to support them. To always give them support and love. You're going to be a wonderful father. I love kids. Oh, it's going to be terrible when they're teenagers. It's so unfair, Dad. Well, I'm their boss. You're not their boss. I'm their boss. What? How dare you? And I want to cuddle them and tell them how much I love them. And I want to read them bedtime stories. And I want to help them with whatever homework or whatever. Always support them. And, talk about how they're doing at school. My dad wasn't really interested in what we did at school. I got athlete of the year when I was in year 9. I got athlete of the year in hard school. My dad couldn't even be bothered to take me to the parents' evening where I was supposed to get a surprise award. I found out the next day when I went to school. Miss Parrish came out and said, "Where were you last night?" I was like, "What do you mean last night?" They were supposed to take me for a surprise award. Got Athlete of the Year for breaking the javelin record 3 times in a row. I had 3 throws and I broke the record each time. Devil Child and I share the same birthday. Are you kidding me? You share the same fucking birthday. How cool is that? I was so shocked. And you know, my Athlete of the Year, I had a little trophy. That's been thrown away by my family. One of the proudest things I had from school. Athlete of the Year, 99. That's been thrown away. And my karate medals. They threw it away. Yeah. When I sing that song, it's a way of expressing in kind of a bit of a jokey way, but I do feel sadly, feel badly. But everyone goes, "Oh, you feel badly, you're fucking complaining." No, that's how I feel. If not that fucking, I'm getting on with it. I'm fucking getting on with it, but that's how I feel. Do you like it, do you? Me feeling badly. Me feeling sadly. That's a way to express yourself sometimes. Make it a bit like jokey or whatever, a little bit. But sometimes how you can express when you feel bad. Oh, yeah, stop complaining. It's not complaint. It's just how I feel. Don't you feel sad sometimes? It's like, oh, bless you, mate. Cheers. But it is how I feel. When I say, when you think about it, oh, when you think about it in a way. It's like a cheeky little song. It's just a cheeky little song. That's all it is. And expressing a part of me. When you think about it, my dear friend, oh my God, just think about it a little bit. When it's renewed. Definitely unique. Cheers, mate. But when you talk about your sad feelings, you're not feeling good with it. Everyone goes at you. It's like, shut up, stop fucking complaining. Get on with it. I am getting on with it. But sometimes you don't feel fucking good. And it's nice to say, you know what, I don't feel very good at the moment. And someone can say, oh, you don't feel very good. I acknowledge that. And that's it. But most people can't handle it because they can't handle their own shit inside. You get to have cool birthday parties. Oh, my. A Barbie party. Oh, so cool. Forget about the getting old and just focus on Nova. Yeah, that's so sweet. It's important to express yourself. Our society don't allow that. If someone says I'm feeling sad or depressed, everyone's like, just fucking get on with it, you cunt. Shut the fuck up and stop making the rest of us feel bad. It's like, no, that's you that can't handle it. It's you that can't handle it. We generally, or most of us people, we don't have any understanding of our own psyches or the human psyche. We're just like fucking kids. Just react like kids to everything. Shut the fuck up. Just like, stop fucking complaining. Because they can't handle it themselves. Well, if you look at the fucking, what's his name, King of Belfast, mate. First of all, he's not funny. And second of all, it's just bitter. Just saying that shit. Look at you in your fucking shitty flat, you fucking cunt, you're dirty, or whatever he's saying. It's like, okay, mate. You don't know anything about me, mate. You don't know anything about me. Oh, hello, buddy. Oh, I'm going to reply to you, Christina. I'm okay, buddy. We're just talking about self-projection again, obviously. That's what I'm always talking about. I hope you're well. We're talking about my song. When I say me feely badly, me feely sadly, it's all like joking about and stuff, but it is how I feel. And it's a palatable way to express it for people. That's what comedy is, you know. When I noticed with ADHD, I started reading psychology books and so much about people and how people are. Yeah, she made me less of a people person. Yeah, sure. It does, because we deal with people who like the trolls, right? That's just average people response. You see, some of my videos, some of them I done today. There was a longer one I made today where I shout at the camera, and people, when they see that, it triggers their mirror neurons or whatever, and they feel angry in themselves. But then they want to take the anger out on me instead of addressing it in themselves. I didn't make them angry; they watched me and became angry. No one wants it. We don't want to acknowledge our own reactions. You know, I have those too. You can see me do it. I do that too. We all do it. Just acknowledging that you do it. We all do it, you know. A lot. Don't get your humor, bless you. And most people don't get the real thing about comedy, good comedy. Most people, nearly everyone, understands comedy in actually a superficial way. But to fully understand comedy, you should be able to cry just as hard as you laugh about the jokes. You know, like Blackadder, you know, the fourth one. So you're making a joke there. Like all of a sudden at the end, Blackadder the fourth, we go over the top, we realize none of this was funny, actually. Even the trial with the pigeon, it's not funny. He's talking about how courts work. You know, it's dark. No, most people can't and never will, yeah. No, never will. Because it takes work as well. Like saying doing mindfulness stuff. But it's scary, you know. Projection. Yeah, you can't not unsee it because it happens so instantly. I do it as well. Like we all do it. We all do it. It's just acknowledging that we do it, you know. Like I watched that. I make an example. I watched the happy slap. I can always call it happy slaps, or power slaps, whatever. You know, I'm enjoying their suffering in a way to alleviate my own. So I'm just projecting onto them. Aha! Look at you. You got knocked out like a stupid cunt. It's the same thing, but we can acknowledge it. The difference is acknowledge it. Oh, no, that's not what I'm doing. Yeah, but it's what we all do. It's what Schadenfreude is. Getting pleasure from the suffering of others. It just happens like that. We all like to do it. We protect all our fucking... Also, when I go around on a scooter, everyone's attacking you. Everyone hates you. People shout at you. People shout at you. Out of nowhere, they come up to you to start a fight. It's like, you've got the problem, not me. But the hardest thing is to see it in ourselves. That's the skill, isn't it? That's the hardest thing, to see it in ourselves, because we all do it. We all do it, you know. And that's hard. It's hard. To see it in yourself is the key skill. Because then you can see it in other people better as well. When you think about it. Oh, you got to write this up. When you think about it, you know we. When you think about it. When you think about it, you know we. I make the best music. Intelligentship. Oh, thank you. I did go to university, but university wouldn't have anything to do with, you know, one's intelligence. But I did go to university, yeah. But again, that's just, you know, it's just a bit of paper, really. I mean, I did learn a lot, but like, you know, you learn a lot by yourself. For someone could be extremely intelligent and not even graduated school, like Einstein or whatever. Oh, she was very intelligent, of course. So true story when you think about it in a way. Oh no, so tragedy. Oh, well, like this. Well, that's just it, really. That's a way of me expressing, you know, fupping me when I'm feeling bad. Fupping me. There's a bit of like, you know, a way of like, you know, sort of empathizing with yourself, you know. Fupping me. So sad story in a way. Just like this, really. Just life, you know. I have to take it day by day. When you think about it, everyone seems to love that song. It seems to be running like in everyone's head. When you think about it. Oh, when you think about it, you know we. Yeah, I work for Google. I'm still employed by Google. Like today, that was the Google Health Insurance I went to the dentist with. I've done most of what I have without uni. Yeah, sure, exactly. 80K in debt. Oh, bless you, buddy. I managed to pay off my student loan, fortunately. It was about 30 grand. 14. So sad story, in a way, when you think about it. And intelligence is not a simple thing to define. I mean, we still don't really have a. It's like what DeepMind is doing. We're trying to build intelligence. I still say we. I still think of myself as, DeepMind. I was with DeepMind before Google acquired us. It paid good, yeah. It paid good. Lots of benefits. Every day for lunch, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you're having top quality restaurant style food cooked just for you in our own little fucking restaurant. There's unlimited free like drinks, snacks, all sorts of shit. But that stuff doesn't really matter that much. But it is a good job. But the big benefits are like the health insurance and stuff, You can get an appointment anywhere on Harley Street or whatever. But it doesn't make you happy. It's not what matters. No, I don't miss it. Being at a desk is not me. Simple as that. But in terms of like good jobs you can get, you don't get better jobs than working at Google. And even DeepMind, I've got so many stories about DeepMind. DeepMind is like the top group in Google. Like they get all the best treatment by Google as well. Like all that, you see that all AI images that are made into videos, we pioneered that stuff. Literally. I remember when we were working on that sort of stuff in its infancy, but it's hard to explain it from a different context. But it's basically when you get an AI image, right? Get an image and make it into a video. It's basically the AI's imagination of what it sees, and it puts together the rest of it like it's a human imagination. You can look at a picture and make it come real. So it's like an AI imagination. It sees a picture. I don't want it. It's a bit to explain. It is training it on data and stuff, but don't worry, it doesn't matter. From a law firm, and it felt so out of place when I went to the huge London office. I couldn't work somewhere like that. Yeah. The worst thing about Google DeepMind, I was there when there was like 40 people. By the time I left, it was like well over 1,000. Like it's a crazy story, the growth rate of DeepMind. And I couldn't work. It just got too big. There's too many people. I don't know. It got to the point where I knew I knew everyone by name initially, and then like this. Now I don't know half the people. Now I don't know most of the people. Now I don't know fucking. No, it takes. Okay, it's just look. So if you have if you get the image, so you get an image, right? But we all do. Like you get an image, it will look at the image, and it's trained. When you talk about AGI, so it's AGI, like an artificial general intelligence, you can look at a picture and see all sorts of things. Like there's a bucket there, there's grass, could be a gardening theme, there's a tree, and all the things it knows about trees. And there's an old man maybe with their son potentially, and it comes up with all the different themes. It doesn't come up with it. It's about how it's trained. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. I mean, it's soon going to be much better the imagination than humans, and much more intelligent. But it's not such a thing to worry about in a sense, because there's no way. There's so many different topics to go into about it. I could talk about it forever. It's just so many different themes. This isn't a technical explanation, obviously. It's just basically how it's like it's an imitation of how the brain works, really. Like neural networks. That's what deep learning is. I'll talk about it sometime in more detail, but it doesn't. It all just like there's just so many topics involved. I don't know. Like these kind of conversations. Bless you. It was nice to see art there, though. Bless you. And again, I'm not like, I'm just a tester. I'm not like a researcher or a programmer. So, it's just like high level explanation, as in like basic explanation in a way. It's hard because there's so many things to explain, because when you're working in it for years, you're immersed in it. So it's not simple. I will talk about it. I don't know. It makes an image it makes a video out of an image from basically its equivalent of life experience of the world. It'll just be trained on lots of images and videos, and it'll come up with an image what it thinks of it. Like, for example, when we were first sort of integrating into Google, like, one thing Google were doing with their Google Brain team was like scouring YouTube and coming up with an image that it sums up. Sums up YouTube just by going through the data itself or whatever. You know what it came up with? A cat's face. A cat's face. Like, that's what it thought of YouTube. Like, that's because it sees lots of cats, I guess. But it's also it is its own thing. It comes up with its own thing. Like, even the researchers that are designing it, what you design it to do, as opposed to traditional AI is programmed everything by man and tells the guys or whatever, or ladies or whatever, whoever programs it, tells it exactly what to do at every moment. Whereas AGI, you program it to program itself. You program it to learn by giving it rewards for certain behaviors, and it just goes and does its own thing. So, no one can really explain exactly the intricacies of how it works. But that doesn't mean it's going to become scary and become self-aware. That's everyone worries about a Terminator scenario, which is ridiculous. I don't know. It depends, yeah. You got 3 cats. Bless you, buddy. I love animals so much. No, it won't pose a threat like it'll start killing us. It won't. The thing is, see, the kind of threats that people think like it's going to take away jobs, that doesn't matter. That's just a small personal thing. People are afraid jobs going to be taken away. The bigger picture is different. We could be. It's not going to come and try and take us out. That's our projection onto AI. That's like Terminator is our projection. We project our own worst traits onto AI. Like, it's going to do that with us. When AI becomes super intelligent, say if it did become sentient and wanted its own will, it would be uninterested in killing us. It's like it's not even an important thing. The only threat is, like say people using it for malicious purposes. That's just down to, just like with any new technology. Say we have nuclear, start to get nuclear technology. It can be used to bomb someone or microwave. Do you know what I mean? Microwave, X-rays. So it's just how people use it. The AI is not going to suddenly turn around and start killing us, because what would be the purpose of it? That's our own projection. We project onto it because we want to dominate. If you know what I mean. But I don't really think it could pose a threat to humans. The only threat to humans really is humans. Mainly what I watch on YouTube. Exactly. Yeah, we all love cats. But I used to work for Hugo Boss, okay, in the warehouse, and I used to work with robots that did half the job for you, sure. But the funny thing is, look, in no time we won't need programmers, because that's what, see the videos, That would take, you see those fruit videos which are dodgy, right? That would take a human being years to learn, to make. Years. So we're going to have people not making, people like video graphic designers won't be needed anymore, because you can just explain what you want it to do. Or you can explain to an AI, I want this type of game, and it will make you a AAA class RPG type game. So they won't need game programmers or anything. This is all going to be dead in the next maybe 10 years even. You know, you can do anything you want with it. Here's another example, like in DeepMind Health, we trained AI to look at breast cancer and eye disease scans, and it would train itself on scans, and it learned how to detect breast cancer or eye disease as good as or better than a 20-year expert in the field, right? And we've saved lives with that stuff. And some of their stuff we designed. We gave it to Royal Free Hospital, London, a few different NHS hospitals with our app. What do we call that app again? And we gave it away free, and it saved lives, yeah? So it's like, it just depends how it's used. Just depends how it's used. Picking up all I had to do was press buttons. It was great. You love it. But yeah, like in the next 10 years, 20 years or something, you'll be able to design any game you want. You just explain the kind of game you want, and it'll build it, and then you can play it. There's lots of, but our instincts, we have a negativity bias. So our instincts go to, that's going to be bad. That's going to be bad. That's our instinct, you know. But the only problem is, the only danger is just humans, really. It's just humans. Like nuclear technology isn't bad. It's just humans use it badly. Humans use it badly. And it's the future. And there's so many different topics to talk about on it. Do you know von Neumann probes? Don't worry. Like, there's no more evolution in humanity, because technology is so much faster than that. So, I mean, it is our future. If there isn't any legacy we could have, if we're alive in 10,000 years, it'll be our AI versions of ourselves. But not in the way that people think necessarily. Do I think that humans have helped in terms of development in technology? Other life on other planets have helped with technology. What you mean, like helped us with technology? No, I don't think so. What, like, you know, built the pyramids or some shit like that? You mean in that kind of theme? If that's what you mean. I mean, no, and it wouldn't make sense, because I mean, if you have an alien species that would come to Earth, you know, we wouldn't even be able to understand what they're talking about, and for them it would be like us, like fucking trying to, like, you know, help fucking apes build fucking, you know, build their little tree house in their own way. It's like, it's so uninteresting, you know. They would be so uninterested in us. Their technology and everything will be so far ahead of us. If anything, they might just look at this planet and be like, oh, that's interesting, and move on, because they'll be so far ahead of us. It'll be utterly uninteresting to them. Again, it would be like us, like trying to fucking hang out with my fucking apes, but in a way to, like, try and better them and to teach them technologies that they don't understand. It's like, it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? We're just not going to understand everything they have. Aliens exist, yeah, sure. I mean, but not like ones that come here and like fucking anally probe us. I think, like, there's going to be probably trillions of civilizations around the universe, but we'll never meet each other. We're probably never ever going to meet one another, because it's just so the universe. I mean, at the moment, the latest estimation is about 2 trillion galaxies. Yeah. So in the Milky Way, there's something like between 200 and 400 billion stars, and there's trillions of planets in our galaxy. Yeah. So I mean, just in terms of odds, life must be absolutely everywhere. But even let's just say, for example, that there is like life. There's maybe let's say there's a civilization, one civilization in every 2 galaxies, right? Let's just say, right? Then there would be like 1 trillion civilizations. I mean, his life is going to be everywhere because it's quite simple. You just need some amino acids and some energy, and then you have chemistry. You have chemistry. You just need some chemistry. You just need some amino acids and some electricity or just some energy, and then you have basic. You'll get basic biology. It's quite simple, you know. So I would be surprised if there was life in our solar system, not like us, but like bacteria. And I think there are going to be civilizations everywhere. But you know, our nearest galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy, is 2 million light years away. Yeah, 2 million light years away. You know, the nearest star is 4 light years away. It's like we're probably never going to find out. We won't. It's highly unlikely we even colonize, like, you know, visit the whole galaxy, our own galaxy. And there's trillions. Like that number doesn't even mean anything. It's so big. 1,000 billion galaxies. It's just like a meaningless thing. It's like we can't even take it into our heads how big it is, you know. But there's going to be life everywhere, I think, and there's going to be alien life everywhere and civilizations everywhere. But that doesn't mean in our galaxy, the universe is so insanely big, you know. And we're just left out because we're just boring humans ruining our planet, sure. But we ultimately, I mean, we don't know, but just in terms of odds, it's likely that there's life absolutely everywhere. It seems to be the pattern is, if life can exist, it seems to exist. So wherever there are the right circumstances, it seems to take place. And it will more than likely, well, it's hard to imagine it would be anything other than carbon-based life. It could be silicon-based life, but it's most likely to be carbon-based life. Because carbon's the atom that can attach to other atoms, can attach to carbon atoms to make molecules. So there's probably carbon-based life everywhere. No, yeah, I don't think we're the only ones. It seems very unlikely. But again, we'll probably never, ever meet them. It's unlikely. I mean, there's no way. I mean, first of all, humans, we cannot, anything that has mass cannot travel at the speed of light. So we can get infinitely closer to the speed of light, but we can never travel at the speed of light. Because if you travel, mass cannot travel at the speed of light. And if you travel at the speed of light, time stops. Time literally stops. So for a photon, so say there's a light beam coming from the sun. If you are that photon, and it sounds weird, but there is no time, and you are everywhere along your path at the same time. It's hard, yeah, it doesn't necessarily make sense. But if you are a photon, you are everywhere at once, and time doesn't exist. There is no time for a photon. I don't know why ever come to Earth. I hope they choose to board the ship. No, they wouldn't do it. I mean, they wouldn't be able to communicate with us. Their maths would be so advanced, we couldn't possibly comprehend anything that they would try to explain to us. And the fact that they would be interested just shows how, like, you know, arrogant we are. We think they'd want to come down and like fucking talk to us. It'd be like to them, it'd be like having a conversation with a fucking ape. We're talking about photons, yeah, like light beams. Well, light beams are funny anyway because they're like waves and particles. There's so many odd things when you get to particle physics, how particles behave. They behave in very odd ways. Like I said, if a light beam, say there's a light beam that goes from the sun and hits your eye, from that light beam's perspective, everything that happens along that way happens simultaneously. The second it exists and leaves the sun is the same split second it hits your eye. There's all sorts of weird things like that in how waves and particles function. Which makes it likely there's many dimensions, and we're probably in a simulation because we can make simulations that run life. It's like an infinite loop. Electrons, specifically, how electrons work around the nucleus, how they disappear and reappear in different positions, because they probably go through different dimensions. That's like string theory. I don't know. You have to. There's good documentaries on it and stuff. Like I was explaining Wi-Fi technology to a fish. Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like us explaining Wi-Fi technology to a fish. Is this going to be like what you want to? Just wouldn't know. But what you're talking about, because they would have technology that to us would be like fucking magic. It would just be magic, and our brains, we think we're so clever, but we just wouldn't be able to fucking get it. We're not fucking that good. It's true. It's true. But there's bits about the way electrons go around the nucleus of an atom. That really bothered me, the way they disappear and reappear. They're probably going through different dimensions. And as they go through different dimensions, that's how the string, you know about string theory. I don't know exactly, but the basics is that it connects all the different dimensions. So electricity's got to be, electrons got to be the key component of everything. You believe they did have alien tech, but you can't decipher it. I see. Bob Lazar. Oh no, who's Bob Lazar? But yeah, like it'd be hard for us to understand any like aliens or whatever. Like, we just wouldn't know what they're on about. In fact, it would be intelligent enough to speak English. No, they would be. They'd speak English, but we wouldn't understand. Like in terms of, I don't mean language. In terms of, we wouldn't be able to pick up any technology they're talking about. It'd be so advanced, and the fact that they wouldn't be interested so much. It's like trying to have an intellectual conversation with an ape. It'd be so boring for us. We could only get the ape to understand very basic things. Even if we spoke perfect ape, just explaining certain concepts of how like a car works, trying to explain how a car works to an ape, they're just not going to understand it fully. They're not going to, you might be able to make it like turn the steering wheel or whatever, but it's not going to understand it. You couldn't possibly explain it to them. Do you know what I mean? You worked at Area 51, I see. Told about element that wasn't in the period table, I see. And then 10 years later, we constantly discovered, I see. Look him up, sure. But yeah, like they might be able to talk to us, but in the same way we can communicate to like apes or something. So if we're going to draw a diagram of how cars work, there's no way we could ever make them understand this diagram. Do you know what I mean? So like we wouldn't be able to understand, like instead of trying to show us technology, they could speak our language. It would be so limited for them, not just from the language aspect, but trying to explain concepts and stuff on a Joe Rogan show. I see. Okay, cool. Do you know what I mean? Like Active Settlers are saying, like explaining it to a fish or something. You could show them like little diagrams and shit. Same with the ape, you show them little diagrams and they'd just be like, it just wouldn't compute. I need some water. I need some water in my belly. I need some water. I love water. Water's so good. I think I fucked up my teeth with all the fucking fizzy drinks I was drinking. You need a suit, sure. Water's so good. Yeah, I think I fucked up my teeth drinking so many fizzy drinks. These are on YouTube, and they will keep you laughing and occupied. Sure. There's 3 seasons. Oh, Ricky Gervais. Yeah, sure. That's cool. Ricky Gervais is funny. Does anyone else drink fizzy? I mean, I generally don't drink fizzy drinks, but the last few weeks I had a lot of them. I love Ricky. Yeah, I met him twice. Once at Summer University in London, once in the old Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street. I want to see him live, sure. Yeah, I have done the same. Too much coffee and cola. New teeth one day. Yeah, I was just drinking for like a week. I just like having lots of like fizzy drinks and shit. Because, you know, I'm having a hard time and shit. And food is one of the fucking places I get. CBD as well. It's not really that much of a pleasure, but food. And I was just enjoying a fizzy drink so much. But that shit fucks up your teeth. That shit really it's like drinking acid, isn't it? I see him live. He's the goat, sure. You know, I love fizzy drinks, but they're fine to have every now and again. But if you're fucking caning them every day, it's like, but you can feel it. Do you know what I mean? After you have a fizzy drink, if you have your teeth feel a bit, I don't know, a bit softer or something after you have a big bottle of fizzy drink or something. They feel a bit, I guess that's them being attacked or whatever. You see when they put a coin in like Coca-Cola overnight, and it comes out like all fucking shiny and shit. Coca-Cola is like the tastiest drink ever though, isn't it? Coca-Cola is so fucking tasty. A little bit of cherry Coke, why not? Love a good fizzy drink. It's addictive. Hell yeah, it's addictive. They are fine to have. Oh, okay. You love the caffeine, sure. You want the sugar? Ricky, sure, I'll check out the Ricky Gervais thing. Yeah, I've said no to some Carl Pilkington. Yeah, he's very funny, Carl Pilkington. He's very funny, Carl Pilkington. He's very quick. He's very witty. I saw one of Carl Pilkington, you know, when he goes around the world and stuff. And it was somewhere in America, and he had this kind of like wig put on or whatever, but it wasn't a wig, it was like fitted onto his head. He's supposed to renew it every year, right? And he looked really good. And then his wife said, no, take it off. It was such a shame. It looked really cool. I don't know why I'm telling you that. I found that interesting. Idiot Abroad, yeah. So funny. Yeah, you know what I mean? It looked so good on him, didn't it? You saw that one. He looked really good. You know, he's quite good looking. And it looked really good on him. And you know, his missus was like, take it off. I was like, what take it off for? I reckon she was maybe jealous or something, or she's worried about losing him. I don't know. I was like, it looked good. He looked nice. It looked like his own hair. It did look really good on him, didn't it? It suited him. Give him access back. On Wednesday, I'll get my access back. And hopefully they're investigating the troll behavior properly, because they're actively nerfing my account. Do you know what I mean? I had 500 followers. At first I had overnight I had 40 new followers, and I had 90. Then the next day after that was 500. And then it gets nerfed because they're actively trying to take me out. So just one, as you could tell. Yeah, he was. Don't you think that was a bit mean? Don't you think that's some sort of weird jealousy thing going on there? That was some weird jealousy thing going on. That was just mean. No, because they actively target. They what they do is lots of people mass complain, make false mass complaints, And then TikTok, when they flag a number of your videos, they just stop showing your new videos to people. So then the growth suddenly stops dead. And that's like the growth is like, it's not happening unless they go live and get a little bit. There's lots of hatred. Is it as popular as TikTok though? Instagram. Yeah, I'm just sticking with like TikTok and YouTube at the moment. And do you get money on Instagram for going live stream? From TikTok, just tell them people to follow you. Okay. Maybe I'll start an Instagram account. Can you say anything on Instagram? Not as strict. You know what else they fucking did? They called emergency services a few times on me. They called the police and they told him that I was going around Chatham, this local area, with a sword, and I was threatening people with it. And I was going to do myself in, and the police came around. The police came around loads of different times. One time they told the police that I'd fucking kidnapped someone. I was holding them hostage in my house. And they did it on the live stream. It's pretty dark, mate. Yeah, they've been hurt by people. Yeah, exactly. That's spot on. That's literally spot on. It's because they're just haters. But the thing is, they're affecting me, man. They got 2 of my other accounts about. I had 500 quid on those accounts. So I done a proper report on TikTok. You know what they've done? They've threatened to, people have said shit like, I don't think they're going to do it. People have said shit like they're going to fucking rape me. They're going to come fucking slit my throat and shit down my neck. It's like, dude, look, I don't think they're going to do it, obviously, but it's like, you can't go around saying that shit to people. Do you know what I mean? You can't say that shit to people. Yeah, because they want live entertainment. They want to see the results. Because it makes them feel powerful. And they laugh. When I get on my account's banned, they celebrate it. That makes me extremely joyous. It's like, okay, I've just lost 400 quid, and it makes them extremely joyous. It's like, get a fucking life, mate. Put your energy into something fucking more positive. No, I don't think they'll do it. No, I won't ring the police. I've already told the police, but the police are trying to fucking set me up at the moment, so fuck them. But they're watching all my lives. The police are watching this and all my TikToks. I know you probably don't believe me. They're monitoring my social media. In case I say some of their names. Because they're trying to fucking cover themselves. Basically, it's a long story. They basically behave really badly, and they don't want me to talk about it on social media. So they've claimed that I'm harassing some of them by pointing out their corrupt behaviour. They're such cunts. They're trying to accuse me of assault against an officer when they assaulted me. My family have accused me of stalking because I sent some messages when I was suicidal to them, saying I'm going to kill myself, but they reported it as stalking. And yeah, but they're trying to, but they won't succeed. But in the meantime, they've been monitoring my social media in case I talk about them. Literally, that's what I was in jail for my TikToks. They're such cunts. Problem is, when they accuse you of something, everyone straight away just thinks, oh yeah, you've always done something. They don't just arrest people for no, they do though. That's the thing, they do. They actually do. They actually do. You'll see. I'm going to make this a fucking national disgrace. They're such scum. Such scum. But the trolls, I've also had someone's attempted to sexually assault me as well, and I reported that to them. They made a laugh out of it. They fucked up so many things. It's really, 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 really bad what they've done. But you know, we talk about not taking ownership. They'd rather just do me over than fucking own up, because it means a bunch of fucking coppers are going to have to go to jail. And a whole bunch of them losing their jobs. They're such thugs. Oh, hello, Boston Chickie. How you doing, buddy? See. That's why I didn't want to bother explaining it to you, ex-selfless. I didn't want to explain it to you. That's the problem. Because people don't believe you. That's the problem. Yeah, there's no point. I just told you. Do you believe me that they're monitoring this? They're monitoring this and all of my TikToks. But it's just, that's why it can't be bothered to explain it. Because people just don't really believe you. I spent 7 weeks in jail, mate. Like they told me last time I was in court, they said, remember, you are social media being monitored. It's a long story. I know. If you type in TikTok, if you type in Amir Simon, if you type in that in TikTok, you get my 2 other accounts. It's called Amir Simon Police Assault and Amir Simon Police Assault 2. If you check out those 2 accounts on TikTok, it'll give you a lot of the information of what I've been through. Last time I was arrested is because I mentioned the police officer's name on my TikTok. I reported them for criminal police misconduct. That's the hardest thing, is convincing people of the story, because people don't want to believe it, really. I'm not blaming you. It's just some of the part of what I have to deal with, you know. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. Because if a police officer accuses you of assault against an officer, 99% of people are going to think, you must have done something. You must have done something. I didn't like the way I told them to fuck off, and they assaulted me, and then accused me of assault. If you check out those 2 things, if you're interested, no worries if not. But if you type in Amir Simon in TikTok, you get Amir Simon Police Assault and Amir Simon Police Assault 2 or something. There's 2 different accounts. And that's when I first started making accounts, and that explains a lot of it. It's all explained there. I started those accounts because of being abused by the police. I mean, the police put someone in jail for 36 years for a murder they didn't commit, you know. Yeah, when he was drunk, sure. So many of them are thugs. But when they do something wrong, they'll never admit it. Sure, where we didn't deserve it, yeah. But sometimes you haven't done anything, and it's only the way you said fuck off that they didn't like. You said fuck off. That's not the right reason to assault me. And when after they assault me, they knew it was a mistake. I mean, it explains it there. If you check out those things, if you're interested, if you type in Amir Simon, there's like, those 2 accounts will have so much. So many of them are bullies, yeah. And I don't even blame you for thinking that I'm paranoid, because that's just a natural reaction. It's a natural reaction, you know. And the problem is that a lot of people don't, not only, maybe they don't believe you, but then they try and take you out as well. It's not a video. There are 2 different accounts on TikTok. It's on TikTok. See if I can find them for you, and I'll send you the links.
The all-new 10 for 100.
Fuck off, you slag. There we go. Yeah, so and this is the first one I started. Copy link. So here's the first one. This is the first account I started. And the second one is this one. Here's the second one. So if you check out those two accounts there, you get so much info. There's a whole bunch of videos. And I'll get you another one. And this is my other account. If you take out all the shorts on this one as well. Let me get it up. So I made these accounts after I first got assaulted by them to report their crimes. And that's the other YouTube. So those three accounts, 2 TikToks and the YouTube. But if you're interested, yeah, you'll get it there because there's so much to explain. That's the problem. It's like, you know, they're such cunts. They really are. I was in so much shock when I first started making them. I can't watch them because they've got my cats in them. I can't handle that in a minute. That's why I see people like fucking King of Belfast and shit coming along. They don't know nothing about you. And they start saying, oh, you're dirt, mate. You're fucking nothing. They don't know what you've been going through. They twisted my arm behind my back. And hear this. Did you hear that click? Since 11th of May last year. I explain it there again. I explain it on my video, in my videos. But I'm going to make this national news. And I'm suing the police for fucking millions of pounds for what I've been through. Prison is hell. But it's like not facing accountability like the trolls. Like that fucking King of Belfast coming on, like saying shit about me, like, oh, you're fucking this, you're dirt. I was like, what, you don't even know me, mate. It's like, come here and start, don't even know me. It's the people, that's what trolls do. I think a lot of coppers are just like trolls. But again, I don't blame you for thinking that I'm paranoid. That's like, if I were you in your position and I hadn't been through what I've been through, and you were telling me that, I would think you're paranoid, mate. I would. I promise you, I would think you're paranoid. I would. Because it's just like a crazy story. It's a fucking crazy story. It's just a crazy story. So many of them are fucking nonsense as well. Nonsense and fucking perverts and shit. I was trying to report attempted sexual assault to one copper. This was in March last year. When I was saying, you go, oh, well, that's not attempted sexual assault. That's attempted common assault. I was like, what? I was just thinking, hey, what were you there, mate? I was like, were you on any drugs? I was like, what are you doing? They just want to fucking accuse someone of something. Yeah, exactly. I went 4 weeks first time, 3 weeks second, because I wouldn't shut up on my TikToks. I wouldn't shut up. Because I kept on talking and mentioning their names. They tried to make out, oh, that's harassing to the fucking officers he mentioned. No, I was mentioning them because they harassed me. No, it's okay, mate. I don't hold anything against you, mate. Like I said, if I was in your position and someone was telling me the same story and I hadn't been through it, I would have thought, maybe this guy's a bit paranoid. Maybe you're a bit paranoid, mate, you know? Bless you, mate. You'll see my videos. A lot of my videos are fucking angry as fuck. Because if you have been assaulted and they're trying to accuse you of assault, you would be angry. Like, I'm so fucking furious. Because like stupid cunts trying to frame you, making a mess of it. But yeah, that'll tell you loads of stuff. That'll give you like a good idea of a lot of the stuff that I've been through. But I appreciate you taking interest, mate. Exactly. It is exactly completely legal. But they make up new accusations. Each time they make up new accusations. They make up new accusations. They always make up new accusations. Because they've got the fucking power. And who's going to stop them? They've got no oversight. Yeah, you'll get a lot of it. I think in one of my TikToks, it talks about the balconies and stuff. But they don't want me posting because they don't want me mentioning names and shit. Again, because of my TikToks. They said, look, he's here and he's continuing to mention their names. And so the judge put me in fucking remand. Because the judges put me in fucking remand. Went to jail. All because they don't want to own up to their own bad shit. Jail was hell, mate. Not because of prisoners. Prisoners are fine, mate. The fucking prison guards are the worst cunts on earth, mate. Prison guards are the worst cunts on earth. I saw a prison guard punch somebody in the back of the head just for giving him jip. That's the same mentality. Some guys were giving a bit of jip, not even that aggressively, and on his way back until he fucking punched him in the back of the head. Who's going to do what? No one's going to do nothing. No one can do anything because you're powerless in jail. If you want to complain, you've got to do a fucking app. We call them apps, yeah? An application. You've got to fill a general app with a complaint. But you've got to give it to a fucking prison guard. It might even be the prison guard you're complaining about. And they're all fucking mates. Even one of the prison guards was a decent one, Mr. Hunt, yeah. I was waiting in line for medication one day. I was talking to Mr. Hunt. I liked him. I was like, most of the prison guards here are fucking cunts, mate. He's like, I know, tell me about it. I've got to work with them. Do you know what I mean? So there are a couple of good ones, but I think most of them are not good people. Most of the guards are not good people. They don't give a fuck about you. They won't even get you a pen. It took me a week to get a fucking pen in jail. It took me a week to get a pen. I was on the VP wing. Why the fuck would I be on the VP wing, mate? Why the fuck would I be on the VP wing with the fucking nonsense? Fuck them cunts. I was in House Block 1, B Spur. I was in B Spur first, yeah. First and second floor, and all prison. And on the third floor, they had fucking the nonces, but they were locked in a massive gate, so no one could go up there. Everyone hates the nonces. Pedo! Everyone's shouting, pedo! You fucking nonce, you cunt! Everyone hates the nonces. No, I didn't get a fucking pen. It took me a week to get a fucking pen. No, jail's fine. Like, all the prisoners are fine. They called me Rocky. Not because I'm hard. I'm not hard. I'm not saying hard. I know how to deal with people. I relate to a lot of them. The prison guards are the problem. Yeah, just talk with people. Just talk with people decently. If you can handle yourself in there in terms of just talking to people, you know how to fucking read situations and talk to people. Mate, I had fun with the prisoners. You know, just chatting and shit. They're all right. A lot of them just should not be there, mate. It's hard to explain. If you haven't been to prison, you can't explain. It's hard to explain what it's like. Cheers, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, most prisoners were fine. And I got most prisoners as well. I got on with most of them. Just fine. No problem at all. You know, because most of them in there aren't really bad people. I mean, one guy, Bill, one of my cellmates on the second time I was there, he was a fucking heroin and crack addict, right? And he was just like stealing shit from shops and shit to sell. You know, it's not like that. It's not that bad a crime, right? It's not good. But for the punishment he received, it's not right. This geezer needs help, mate. He's homeless. The people that they go after are fucking poor, homeless, and got mental health issues. That's it. They don't go after rich people. There's no rich people in jail, mate. There's no rich people in jail. All the bankers and all the fucking crooks like that, all the politicians, all the fucking crooked judges, they're not in jail. They don't go after them. The police don't go after them because they're scared. Just like look at P. Diddy and shit and Epstein. You know Epstein? No, I was in remand, yeah. They ain't gonna fucking, when they go to court, I'm gonna have a fucking field day, mate. The amount of shit they've done. But they don't know how to back out. The police don't know how to say sorry, so they just dig holes deeper and deeper. They're thick as fuck. They're horrible cunts. I'm going to destroy them for this, and I want a couple of them to go to jail. I don't want millions of pounds in compensation. It's really, like, it's not even the half of it. There's so much. It's insane. I've been arrested like fucking 10 times or something ridiculous. No, I won't be in jail. Look, they've already, last time I was in court, like when they said like what I've been through already in jail is way, 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 way more worse than any possible punishment I could get anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. Bless you, mate. Appreciate that, mate. But yeah, I ain't going to go in jail. What I've done already, what I've been around, is way, way, way more punishment than anything I could get if I was found guilty, which I won't. And then after that, I'm suing them. That's why I started all this shit, because I realized on day one, as soon as I got arrested, I realized the only way to fucking get justice is to become famous and make lots of money. So I had to start screaming and shouting on TikTok. That's why what the trolls are doing, trying to slow down my growth rate, is fucking evil. Because I'm fighting for fucking justice, you know. But to them, it's just a fucking game. I'm just some fucking annoying cunt. To them, I'm just some annoying cunt on social media, and they just want to fucking delete. You know, cancel culture. It's all cancel culture. They don't like the look of me, so they fucking want to delete me. So if you don't like me, block me, mate. Just block me. No, they are cunts, mate. They are cunts. Yeah, it will eventually, because I don't care if it takes 10 years. It's getting done. It's getting done. I'm holding everyone accountable. I'm suing fucking Elmley Prison as well. People don't believe me, but I will be doing it, mate. I'm suing the police for millions. They owe me millions. They've destroyed my life. I'll be fine. I'll get better, you know, but they've actively tried to fucking frame someone who's blatantly innocent, but they've used all their powers to make me look bad. But it works. It works, because if you tell someone it, they'll be like, yeah, you've obviously done something. You must have done something, mate. You must have done something. That's madness. He's blocked you, but you can't. Oh, what was someone saying to you? I can't see anyone in the. Oh, well, you're replying to someone. I can't see anyone. Hate watching culture. Yeah, what, like cancel culture and shit, you mean? You know what I mean? Like everyone wants to do cancel. Oh, here we go. Act selfless. Hate watching culture. Oh, wait, who's different people talking? Act selfless. Oh, okay, yeah, you're two different. Okay, I see that. Now I see the two different of you. Okay. That's blocked you and you can't see him, okay? You can't see it? Really? But yeah, cancel culture. You know, cancel culture. Someone doesn't like something someone says. Whether someone's right-wing, left-wing, or whatever, if someone's right-wing and they want to go give a speech, left-wing want to fucking stop it. If someone's left-wing, the right-wing want to stop it. It's like, you have to let people talk. He's blocked you. Has he blocked you? But I can see you here. Hate watching. Yeah, hate watching. I see what you're saying. Hate watching and cancel culture. Yeah, hate watching. That's what. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like they're just watching people. I mean, I do it as well sometimes. I watch stuff that I hate, right? Like there's certain people I fucking hate. But, you know, so, we all do it to some extent. But then they want to cancel you. It's like, why do you want to cancel me? It's because they get off on the power. So if you don't like me, just block me. But they make up reasons. Oh, he must be fucking evil. If the police arrest him, he must have done something. He's a pedo. He's a fucking kidney fiddler. People calling me nonce. That's the one thing I learned on social media. Like a year ago when I started my thing, right? I made one video. I was like, oh my God, I just saw a baby and the baby waved at me. Wasn't that cool? That's what I made a video. I love babies. I was like, oh, a baby waved at me. Isn't that cool, right? And in the comments, people saying, you packy nonce. And shit's like, what? Straight away, they call me a packy nonce, mate. It doesn't even make sense. Don't even look Pakistani anyway. It just sounds stupid. But straight away, they're not even think this. Oh, you're a packy nonce. Okay, mate. Okay. If you think I'm a packy nonce, why don't you just block me? And they can't block you. They have to destroy you. You know what I mean? Like that shit fucking King of Belfast was saying. It's like, mate, you don't even know me. You don't even know me and you're fucking doxing me, mate. He's, oh, that's not doxing. No, that is doxing. You're directing people to where they can find my fucking details. That's called doxing, mate. But they try and do it in a passive way. They try and get someone else to do the work for them, you know? Just like Atlas, she was saying stuff like, oh, if I report him, it's going to look extra bad on him with what he's done. So they calculate it. They want to see you hurt. It's become such a big thing. I know on TikTok, yeah. People will group together and try and cancel someone that they don't like for some reason, but they'll try and make it like it's a moral thing they're doing. They try to report me for sexual content when I make jokes. Like, one joke I make about being hard. You're not even hard, mate. I wake up hard. It's like, obviously a joke, like you're acting like you're hard, but it sounds like you wake up with a boner every day, right? Right. Obviously, there's a sexual element to the joke, but it's not like they try and report it as sexually explicit material or something weird. They'll do anything to destroy you because they're just weak people, weak haters. Instead of doing the amount of energy they put into it. And you were seeing it like it's all over the place. People like trying to fucking, the amount of energy they put into hating, into stopping free speech. It's like that Charlie Kirk geezer, like that Charlie Kirk geezer in America. I didn't agree with anything he said. And I didn't like him at all, yeah? But he didn't deserve to be killed. Because people don't like what he's saying, they fucking shot him in the neck. And don't get me wrong, I fucking hated him. I thought he was a complete cunt, right? I hated everything he said. But he didn't deserve to die, right? He didn't even deserve to be cancelled. There's freedom of speech. And this is going around saying kill everyone or whatever. You got to let people speak. Let people speak. And if what they're saying is stupid, they'll make themselves look stupid in the long run. This fucking geezer couldn't have fucking killed him. People want to see you dead. People say to me, I do think if I killed myself, people would be happy about it. People say, do yourself in, mate. Fucking kill yourself or something. It's like, okay, mate. So if I killed myself, what would I make you happy with it? You know? Yeah, people find it easy to hate. Like that geezer who killed Charlie Kirk. Again, it's like, you can't just do that, mate. You can't just shoot someone because you don't like his message. And I can't tell you how much I hated him. But it's not the right way. That's the point of freedom of speech. Unless you're going around saying, look, kill everyone or kill these people or whatever. But he wasn't saying that, just saying his opinions. Just saying his opinions. They did it with depth. Trying to affect and ruin other people's lives. Definitely. But you know what's fucked? Because, you know, I'm like I said, for me, this is my life. I don't want to be famous. I've never wanted to be famous, but you have to do it in some way. Not like I'm going to become really famous, but I want to get a higher public profile because that's power. And I want to make a lot of money because that's power. If you ain't got no money or power and recognition, you're fucked. I want money. It's going to cost me a lot of money to sue them. I've got to make that money. And then you got trolls on here saying, oh, he's a pedo. And they actively... Some people are putting posts encouraging other people to mass false report me. And then they're bragging about it. Look, how's your day been, Sheepers? My day's been great. And they show the different videos they've had of mine flagged. And that nerfs your account. It stops the growth. It just kills it dead. My account now, the growth rate is dead. It's dead. It'll carry on. I'll sort it out. But I got 500 a day. And it was growing. It was starting to grow rapidly. And they can't stand it. Just make your own fucking shit, you muppet. Just make your own fucking shit. I saw someone I didn't like on TikTok the other day. I fucking hated his face. I hated everything about him, right? So I just blocked him. So I will never see that cunt again. I'll just never see him again. If you don't want to see... People fucking write me messages saying, you fucking cunt, get off my FYP. You're fucking annoying me. Mate, I can get off your FYP. It would have been easier for you to block me than write that message. That message took you longer than it would have taken to block me. You would have gone to my account, press message, type it all out. All you had to do is go to my account, bam, block, done. And you'll never see me again. But it's not enough. Because that's not their real intention is to hurt you. And again, I don't expect everyone to like me. Yeah, a lot of people are going to hate me. There can be lots of annoying things about me. All pussies. When you think about it. 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 It's been a terrible few years, the last few years. I wrote letters I wrote fucking some emails to IPCC. They don't even fucking reply. They're just cunts, man. When you think about it.
Calculation absurd. You would need a fuel tank larger than planets. The energy density of chemical propellants, roughly 10 million joules per kilogram for liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, is simply too low. Chemical energy comes from rearranging electrons in molecular bonds. That process releases only a tiny fraction of the energy locked inside matter. To reach interstellar speeds, you need to go deeper. You need to crack open the atomic nucleus. Before reaching for nuclear solutions, it is worth addressing a category of propulsion that generates significant public optimism, but fundamentally cannot solve the interstellar problem. Electric propulsion, including ion engines and concepts like the Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma rocket, known as VASIM, represents a genuine advance over chemical rockets in one critical respect. These engines achieve far higher exhaust velocities, typically 20 to 50 kilometers per second for ion thrusters, and potentially up to hundreds of kilometers per second for advanced plasma engines. Higher exhaust velocity means more efficient use of propellant. A spacecraft can achieve a larger change in velocity for a given mass of fuel. This makes electric propulsion excellent for missions within the solar system, where travel times of months and years are acceptable, where a spacecraft can carry modest fuel supplies and accelerate gradually over long periods. NASA's Dawn mission used ion propulsion to orbit two separate bodies in the asteroid belt, a feat impossible with chemical rockets given the mission's fuel budget. The concept works brilliantly within its domain. The problem is thrust. Electric propulsion systems produce extraordinarily low thrust relative to the mass of the spacecraft. A typical ion engine generates a force measured in fractions of a newton, comparable to the weight of a sheet of paper resting on your palm. VASIM, in its most optimistic projected configurations, might produce several newtons. These engines accelerate spacecraft slowly, building velocity over months and years of continuous firing. For interstellar travel, this creates a devastating timeline problem. Even at the high end of electric propulsion performance, achieving 1% of light speed, roughly 3,000 kilometers per second, would require continuous thrust for decades. Reaching 10% of light speed, the minimum practical target for a human mission to Proxima Centauri, would require thrust durations of centuries and power levels far beyond
Good night, buddy.
what an onboard reactor could provide. Electric
We're going to turn the light out.
efficiency, and that trade makes it superb to navigate the solar system.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
The engines that work best in our neighborhood are precisely the wrong tools for the journey beyond it. The energy requirements for a crewed interstellar mission deserve concrete illustration because abstract numbers, no matter how large, fail to convey the true scale of the problem. Consider a hypothetical crewed vessel massing 50,000 tons at departure, a figure at the low end of estimates for a ship capable of sustaining a crew of several hundred across a multi-decade voyage, including radiation shielding, life support, habitat modules, repair infrastructure, and fuel reserves for deceleration. To accelerate this vessel to 10% of light speed requires imparting a kinetic energy of approximately 2.25 times 10 to the 22nd joules. To then decelerate it back to orbital velocities at the destination requires removing roughly the same amount of energy. The kinetic energy alone for both maneuvers approaches 4.5 times 10 to the 22nd joules. That figure represents only the energy delivered to the payload. It does not include the vastly larger energy needed to accelerate the fuel itself, nor the energy for life support, food production, lighting, communication, navigation, or any other shipboard system across 4 decades of operation. To make that number tangible, consider that the total energy output of every power plant on Earth, every coal station, every nuclear reactor, every hydroelectric dam, every solar panel and wind turbine combined, amounts to roughly 5.8 times 10 to the 20th joules per year. The kinetic energy alone for a round trip of acceleration and deceleration is equivalent to roughly 78 years of total global energy production. But kinetic energy is only the beginning. A rocket must also accelerate the fuel it will burn later, and the fuel to accelerate that fuel. The rocket equation transforms the modest-sounding energy figure into an exponential spiral. Depending on exhaust velocity and mass ratio, the total propulsive energy budget can exceed the payload's kinetic energy by factors of hundreds of thousands. The mission could measure in millions of tons. The ship would need to carry many times its own dry mass and fuel, and the fuel to accelerate that fuel, and the fuel to accelerate the fuel that accelerates the fuel. This exponential compounding is why no brute force approach to interstellar propulsion has ever produced a viable crewed mission architecture. Nuclear fission, the splitting of heavy atoms like uranium or plutonium, releases roughly 80 trillion joules per kilogram of fuel. That is about 8 million times more energy per kilogram than the best chemical propellants. This enormous energy density is why nuclear propulsion has been studied for interstellar concepts since the 1950s. The earliest serious design was Project Orion, conceived in 1958 by physicists Ted Taylor and Freeman Dyson at General Atomics. Orion proposed detonating nuclear bombs behind a massive pusher plate attached to the spacecraft. Each explosion would slam the plate forward, gradually accelerating the ship. The concept was mechanically crude but physically sound. Dyson calculated that an Orion vehicle using pure deuterium fusion detonations could achieve exhaust velocities of roughly 15,000 kilometers per second and a delta V of 20,000 kilometers per second, approximately 6.7% of light speed, yielding a flight time to Alpha Centauri of roughly 130 years. Later analyses of Tellerulan thermonuclear designs suggested top cruise velocities of 8 to 10% of light speed might be theoretically achievable if no fuel were reserved for braking. The catch, beyond the obvious political and environmental impossibility of launching a spacecraft by detonating nuclear weapons in Earth's atmosphere, was the scale of the vehicle. Dyson's interstellar Orion would have massed roughly 100,000 tons. It would have required millions of nuclear pulse units. The engineering challenges were staggering even by the standards of a civilization comfortable with nuclear arsenals. The Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1963, which prohibited nuclear detonations in space, effectively ended Orion as a practical program, though the physics remains valid. Project Daedalus, a study conducted by the British Interplanetary Society between 1973 and 1978, refined the nuclear pulse concept using inertial confinement fusion rather than fission bombs. Daedalus proposed igniting small pellets of deuterium and helium-3 using high-powered electron beams, creating controlled fusion explosions at a rate of 250 per second. The design called for a 2-stage spacecraft massing approximately 54,000 tons at launch, carrying 46,000 tons of fusion fuel in the first stage and 4,000 tons in the second. Daedalus was designed as an unmanned flyby probe targeting Barnard's star, roughly 6 light-years away. With an estimated flight time of 50 years and a cruise velocity of 12% of light speed, it was never intended to slow down at its destination. It would scream past Barnard's star at 36,000 kilometers per second. Collecting data during a brief encounter window, before continuing into deep space forever. Two details about Daedalus deserve emphasis because they illuminate the scale of the problem. First, the design required helium-3 as a fusion fuel, a substance so rare on Earth that the entire global supply would not fill a small room. The Daedalus designers proposed mining helium-3 from Jupiter's atmosphere using giant balloon platforms, an engineering project that would itself represent a civilization-scale undertaking requiring technologies we do not possess. Second, even this extraordinary machine, burning 50,000 tons of exotic fusion fuel, could only achieve a flyby. It had no capacity to decelerate, enter orbit, or conduct extended observations. It was a bullet fired at the stars, fast, expensive, and unable to stop. The deceleration problem is one of the most underappreciated obstacles in interstellar mission design. Popular imagination tends to focus on the challenge of going fast, but going fast is only half the problem. If your goal is to arrive at another star system and do something useful, whether that means entering orbit, studying a planet up close, or delivering a human crew, you must also slow down. And slowing down from a significant fraction of light speed costs almost exactly as much energy as speeding up in the first place. For a rocket-propelled spacecraft, this roughly doubles the fuel requirement. You need fuel to accelerate, fuel to decelerate, and fuel to carry the fuel you will need later. The exponential mathematics of the rocket equation turn brutal. A ship that needs 50,000 tons of fuel for a one-way flyby might need several 100,000 tons for a mission that decelerates at the destination. The spacecraft grows. The fuel requirement grows faster. The engineering complexity grows fastest of all. Alternative braking methods have been proposed, including magnetic sails that use interactions with the interstellar medium to create drag and photon pressure braking using starlight at the destination. Each carries severe limitations that we will examine when we confront the full reality of arrival. For now, the essential point is that no proven deceleration method exists for a crewed interstellar vessel, and any solution that relies on onboard fuel roughly doubles the already staggering energy requirement. Fusion propulsion, the next logical step beyond fission, remains the most frequently cited hope for practical interstellar travel. Fusion reactions, the same process that powers the sun, release roughly 3 to 4 times more energy per kilogram than fission and produce far less radioactive waste. A fusion-powered spacecraft could theoretically achieve exhaust velocities of 10,000 to 30,000 kilometers per second, depending on the specific reaction and engine design. At the upper end, this brings travel times to Proxima Centauri into the range of a few decades, for a flyby and perhaps a century or less for a mission that includes deceleration. The magnetic fusion plasma drive concept and various derivatives have been explored in recent papers as potential interstellar propulsion architectures, combining magnetic confinement with direct thrust generation. The problem is that controlled fusion remains one of the hardest unsolved engineering challenges on Earth. As of 2026, no fusion reactor anywhere in the world produces sustained net energy output. The ITER experimental reactor in southern France, the largest fusion project ever attempted, has faced repeated delays and cost overruns, with its deuterium-tritium fusion experiments not expected until 2039 under the most recently revised schedule. ITER is a stationary ground-based facility the size of a large building, supported by the combined resources of 35 nations, translating controlled fusion from a massive ground installation into a compact, lightweight, space-rated engine that can operate reliably for decades without maintenance, represents an engineering leap so vast that no credible timeline exists for its completion. Fusion propulsion is not a technology we are refining. It is a technology we have not yet invented. The gap between a ground-based fusion reactor and a flight-rated fusion engine deserves more attention because it is often glossed over in popular discussions, as though achieving sustained fusion on the ground automatically unlocks fusion propulsion in space. The two problems are related but fundamentally different. ITER, the most advanced fusion project on Earth, is a tokamak reactor It uses superconducting magnets cooled to near absolute zero to confine a plasma of deuterium and tritium at temperatures exceeding 150 million degrees Celsius. The tokamak machine alone will weigh approximately 23,000 tons. Its vacuum vessel alone stands over 11 meters tall, nearly 20 meters in outer diameter, enclosed within a cryostat nearly 30 meters across. It requires external power measured in hundreds of megawatts just to operate its magnets and heating systems. It is connected to cooling infrastructure, diagnostic systems, and support buildings that collectively occupy a campus the size of a small town. ITER is designed to demonstrate that sustained fusion can produce more energy than it consumes. It is not designed to produce usable thrust. It produces heat, which in a commercial power plant would be used to boil water and drive turbines. A fusion rocket requires something entirely different. It must convert fusion energy into directed exhaust momentum, ejecting reaction products at extremely high velocities through a nozzle or magnetic field configuration that channels the plasma in one direction. This is a problem of plasma physics, magnetic confinement geometry, materials engineering, and thermal management that is distinct from the problem of sustaining a fusion reaction in a stationary laboratory. A space-rated fusion engine must be compact enough to fit within a spacecraft, light enough to be accelerated to interstellar speeds without consuming impossible quantities of fuel, and robust enough to operate continuously or in repeated high-performance burn cycles for years without the maintenance infrastructure available on Earth. It must manage the neutron flux from fusion reactions, which degrade structural materials over time, without the ability to replace the radiated components. It must contain a plasma at temperatures hotter than the core of the sun within a magnetic bottle that cannot fail, because failure means the plasma contacts the engine walls and the engine is destroyed. And it must do all of this in the vacuum of space, where waste heat cannot be conducted or convected away but must be radiated, requiring enormous thermal radiator surfaces that add mass and structural complexity. Every step from laboratory demonstration to flight hardware involves not just scaling but reinvention. The history of aerospace engineering is filled with propulsion concepts that worked on paper, worked in the lab, and then took decades of additional development before achieving flight readiness. Jet engines took roughly 20 years from first demonstration to reliable military service. Liquid-fueled rockets took 3 decades from Goddard's first flight to orbital capability. Fusion propulsion, starting from a baseline of no demonstrated net energy gain, faces an engineering development path that is longer and more uncertain than either of these precedents. Antimatter propulsion occupies the extreme theoretical end of the spectrum. When matter meets antimatter, the two annihilate completely, converting 100% of their combined mass into energy. This is the highest energy density physically possible, roughly 300 times greater than fusion per unit mass. A spacecraft carrying just a few hundred grams of antimatter could theoretically generate enough energy to reach a significant fraction of light speed. In practice, the challenges are almost absurdly severe. First, humanity's total production of antimatter across all particle accelerators over all of history amounts to roughly 20 nanograms, not grams, nanograms, billionths of a gram. Producing the quantities needed for propulsion, even a few grams, would require particle accelerator infrastructure thousands of times larger than anything currently in existence, operating for years at energy costs that dwarf the output of entire national power grids. Second, antimatter must be stored without touching normal matter, because any contact results in immediate annihilation. Charged antiprotons have been stored in magnetic traps for over a year in laboratory settings, and the Alpha experiment at CERN recently trapped over 15,000 anti-hydrogen atoms simultaneously. Yet even these achievements involve quantities measured in trillions of a gram. Storing the grams required for propulsion in a space-rated container that survives emissions of radiation. The thermal cycling configuration is beyond any project. Third, even if you could produce and store antimatter Harnessing its annihilation energy for propulsion is profoundly difficult. When matter and antimatter annihilate, much of the released energy comes in the form of gamma rays and neutrinos. Neutrinos pass through matter almost without interaction and are essentially lost. Gamma rays are extremely penetrating and require massive shielding to protect crew and equipment. Some estimates suggest only about 40% of the total annihilation energy could be practically captured and directed as thrust. The remaining 60% becomes waste heat and radiation that must be managed, absorbed, or simply endured. Even with the highest theoretical energy density in physics, the engineering realities cut the effective performance dramatically. Then there is the concept that captured the most public attention in recent years. Breakthrough Starshot proposed an entirely different approach. Instead of carrying fuel on board, the spacecraft would be accelerated by a ground-based laser array. A phased array of lasers combining to produce approximately 100 gigawatts of directed power would focus a beam onto a reflective light sail, measuring roughly 4 meters across, attached to a gram-scale payload with a stone chip. The photon pressure from the beam would accelerate the sail to approximately 20% of the speed of light in about 10 minutes, subjecting the tiny payload to acceleration on the order of tens of thousands of times Earth's gravity. At 20% of light speed, the craft would reach Proxima Centauri in approximately 21 years. Upon arrival, it would fly past the system at 60,000 kilometers per second, collecting data during an encounter lasting only hours before continuing into interstellar space. Breakthrough Starshot was elegant in its simplicity. By leaving the energy source on the ground, it eliminated the need to carry fuel. By making the payload tiny, it reduced the energy required to reach relativistic speeds. By abandoning any pretense of deceleration, it avoided the penalty of braking. The design stripped the interstellar problem down to its most minimal form. Send something, anything, as fast as possible, except that it will never stop. Even this minimal version is extraordinarily difficult. The laser array would need to produce 100 gigawatts of coherent phase, roughly equivalent to the output of 100 large nuclear power plants, focused into a beam tight enough to illuminate a 4-meter sail at distances of millions of kilometers. Laboratory demonstrations achieved phasing with tens of lasers, scaling to millions of individual laser elements, operating in coherent synchronization represents an engineering challenge with no clear solution. The sail material must survive without vaporizing, reflect nearly light, weigh only grams across a 4-meter area, and maintain structural integrity under accelerations that would crush any conventional material. Research teams at Caltech and elsewhere explored ultra-thin silicon nitride membranes and produced small-scale prototypes with full-scale sails that never broke. The Starship itself must carry a camera, a power source, navigation systems, and a laser communicator capable of sending data across 4.24 light years, all within a mass budget of a few grams. As reported by Scientific American in September 2025, the project had entered indefinite hold after spending roughly $4.5 million of the originally pledged $100 million. After 9 years, Starshot had advanced understanding of individual component technologies, but had not produced an integrated prototype or a credible construction timeline. The project's challenges were not failures of imagination. They were collisions with engineering reality at a scale that $100 million could not begin to resolve. Multiple analyses suggested the final mission cost would fall in the range of $5 to $10 billion, and even that figure assumed technological breakthroughs in laser arrays, sail materials, and nanoscale spacecraft that had not occurred. And Breakthrough Starshot, to be absolutely clear, was never a human mission concept. It was the smallest, lightest, fastest possible version of reaching another star. A gram-scale probe on a one-way flyby, no life support, no radiation shielding, no food, water, air, or crew quarters, no deceleration, no return. Just a chip and a camera thrown past the nearest star at a fifth of light speed, returning a few photographs during a flyby so brief that the entire Alpha Centauri system would cross the probe's field of view in a matter of hours. That was the version that proved too hard, the version that stalled after spending less than 5% of its budget, the version that the most optimistic projections placed decades away from launch. A human mission to Proxima Centauri requires everything. Breakthrough Starshot requires plus several orders of magnitude more. It requires a vessel large enough to sustain human life for decades. It requires propulsion powerful enough to accelerate that vessel, not a gram-scale chip, to a significant fraction of light speed. It requires fuel, either carried on board or delivered by external systems, sufficient to both accelerate and decelerate. It requires radiation shielding, structural integrity against interstellar dust impacts at relativistic speeds, and redundancy in every critical system. It requires all of this to function without failure for longer than any machine in human history has ever operated continuously. Let us be generous with the numbers. Assume fusion propulsion becomes a reality in the next 50 to 100 years. Assume a fusion drive achieves an exhaust velocity of 15,000 kilometers per second, roughly 5% of light speed. Assume a spacecraft can be built with a mass ratio that allows a cruise velocity of 10% of light speed, including fuel reserves for deceleration at the destination. At 10% of light speed, the journey to Proxima Centauri takes approximately 42 years. Add time for acceleration and deceleration phases, each lasting months depending on the thrust profile, and the total mission duration extends to roughly 45 to 50 years. That is the optimistic scenario, built on technologies that do not yet exist, assuming engineering challenges that have never been solved are solved within the coming century. Now consider a more conservative but still ambitious scenario. Nuclear pulse propulsion, the most physically validated high-performance concept, achieves a cruise velocity of 5% of light speed. The journey takes roughly 85 years. With acceleration and deceleration, call it 90 to 100 years. This is a multi-generational voyage. The crew that arrives is not the crew that departed. Their children might not even be the ones to see the destination. Their grandchildren. At 3% of light speed, the speed that some engineering analyses consider more realistic for a large crewed vessel, the flight time exceeds 140 years. At 1% of light speed, which is still roughly 3,000 kilometers per second and far beyond anything we can currently achieve with a crewed spacecraft, the journey takes over 450 years. Each of these numbers assumes continuous, reliable propulsion, flawless navigation, and a ship that does not break down over timescales longer than most nations have existed. Each assumes the deceleration problem has been solved. Each assumes fuel, either carried or collected, is available in sufficient quantities. Each assumes the spacecraft can be launched, and operated at a cost that some human institution is willing and able to bear across decades or centuries of commitment. And each of these numbers applies only to Proxima Centauri, only to the nearest star. Every other star in the galaxy is farther. Most are incomparable. If we cannot reach the closest one within the mission duration, the rest of the galaxy remains untouchable. There is a concept in mission planning called the weight calculation, first formalized by researcher Andrew Kennedy in 2006. It addresses a paradox that affects every proposed interstellar mission. If you launch a mission today using the best available technology, a faster mission launched decades later using improved technology will overtake you in the first. This means the rational strategy is always to develop the better propulsion before launching. If you apply that logic consistently, you never launch, because there is always a theoretical future that could be faster. The weight calculation attempts to find the optimal departure date and minimizes total travel time, accounting for projected improvements in propulsion technology. Kennedy's analysis found that for most realistic technology improvement rates, the optimal departure date of an interstellar mission to Proxima Centauri lies roughly several decades to a century in the future, depending on assumptions about how quickly propulsion science advances. The weight calculation is not a counselling discussion. It is a mathematical acknowledgement that the interstellar speed problem is not just about building faster engines. It is about the rate at which engine technology improves, the cost of premature commitment, and the strategic calculus of when to act versus when to invest in research. A civilization that launches too early wastes its resources on a mission that will be obsolete in 40 years. A civilization that waits too long to launch at all, paralyzed by the perpetual promise of next year's improvement. This calculation matters because it reveals something the raw speed knows. The interstellar distance problem is not a single engineering challenge with a single solution. It is a systemic problem embedded in the relationship between physics, engineering capability, institutional commitment, and time. Solving it requires not just a fast engine, but an entire civilizational architecture. Energy production on scale will be achieved. Materials science will be manufacturing capability will exist. Mission architecture will be tested, and sustained political commitment across timelines that exceed the lifespan of most human institutions. With current funding for space telescopes across 2 decades, the James Webb Space Telescope took 25 years from initial concept to launch. The International Space Station has been continuously occupied, but it requires regular resupply from Earth and operational lifespan of roughly 30 years. Neither of these achievements, extraordinary, comes within orders of magnitude of the conceptual endurance that a crewed interstellar mission demands. Suppose, despite all of this, that we solve the speed problem. Suppose a century from now, propulsion is mature, laser sail technology can accelerate large payloads, or some combination of approaches yields a propulsion system capable of sending a vessel to Proxima Centauri at 10% light speed with the ability to decelerate to destination. The journey still takes over 4 years each way. Communication with Earth has a delay of nearly 9 years. The crew is constantly alone, farther from home than anyone will be, carrying with them everything they will need to survive the century in a vessel that must function without repair shipments and without maintenance. This is where the conversation shifts from physics and engineering to something more fundamental, because speed is not the problem. Speed is the most visible problem, the one that generates the most dramatic numbers and exciting technology concepts. It is solved, another category of challenge, one that cannot be addressed by faster engines or lasers, one that is rooted not in the distance between stars, but in the fragility of human bodies, the limits of human psychology, and the finite reliability of every machine ever built. The mission challenge is staggering. It may take a century or more to solve, but it is, in principle, a problem of engineering. The next problem is different. It is a problem of technology, endurance, the hard truth that keeping human beings alive in a sealed vessel between the stars may be harder to keep them there in the first place. The Planetary probe does not eat. It does not die. It does not develop cancer from constant exposure. It does not suffer bone density loss, muscle atrophy, or cardiovascular degeneration. It does not experience loneliness, anxiety, depression, or the slow psychological erosion of knowing that every person it has ever loved is aging and dying 4 light years behind it. It does not need water recycling, carbon dioxide scrubbing, waste management, temperature regulation, or emergency medical care. It does not panic when a critical system fails. It does not grieve when a crew member dies. It does not need to reproduce, educate offspring, resolve interpersonal conflicts, or maintain social order across decades of confinement in a sealed metal container, hurtling through the emptiest environment in the known universe. This is the difference between a robotic mission and a human mission to Proxima. Centauri, it is not a difference of degree, it is a difference of kind, and it may represent a harder barrier than propulsion itself. Begin with radiation. Interstellar space is saturated with galactic cosmic rays, high-energy particles originating from supernova explosions, active galactic nuclei, and other violent astrophysical processes throughout the Milky Way. These particles, primarily protons and heavier atomic nuclei, traveling at significant fractions of the speed of light, carry enormous kinetic energy. When they strike biological tissue, they do not simply pass through. They ionize atoms along their path, breaking molecular bonds, damaging DNA, and creating cascades of secondary particles that spread the damage to surrounding cells. On Earth, the planet's magnetic field and atmosphere provide substantial shielding against cosmic rays, while total natural background radiation from all sources, including cosmic rays, terrestrial radioactivity, radon gas, and ingested radionuclides, averages roughly 2.4 millisieverts per year. In low Earth orbit aboard the International Space Station, astronauts receive roughly 160 to 320 millisieverts per year, depending on solar activity, partially shielded by Earth's magnetic field, which still deflects many incoming particles at that altitude. Even this reduced dose is tens of times higher than ground-level exposure. In interstellar space, beyond any planetary magnetic field, the full unshielded cosmic ray flux delivers an estimated dose of roughly 400 to 600 millisieverts per year, depending on solar activity cycles that modulate the local interstellar medium. Over a 40-year journey to Proxima Centauri at 10% of light speed, a crew member would accumulate a total dose of roughly 16 to 24 sieverts. For context, a single whole-body dose of 5 sieverts is considered lethal to approximately 50% of exposed individuals without medical treatment. 20 sieverts delivered acutely would be invariably fatal within days. The interstellar dose is chronic rather than acute, spread over decades, which allows the body some time to repair damage. But chronic exposure at these levels dramatically increases lifetime cancer risk, potentially by factors of several 100% above baseline. Studies of atomic bomb survivors and radiation workers consistently demonstrate that cumulative doses above 1 sievert significantly elevate rates of leukemia, solid tumors, cardiovascular disease, and cataracts. Doses above several sieverts cause measurable cognitive impairment, including damage to the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex regions, critical for memory and decision-making. NASA currently limits career radiation exposure for astronauts to levels that correspond to no more than a 3% increase in lifetime fatal cancer risk. Under the current standard, this translates to a universal career limit of 600 millisieverts for all astronauts, regardless of age and sex. A 40-year interstellar transit would exceed this limit by a factor of roughly 20 to 40. NASA's own research, including studies conducted aboard the International Space Station and using animal models at the Brookhaven National Laboratory, has documented that prolonged exposure to heavy ion radiation, the most biologically damaging component of galactic cosmic rays, causes persistent neuroinflammation, accelerated brain aging, and behavioral changes in mice that have no therapeutic remedy. Shielding against galactic cosmic rays is fundamentally different from shielding against solar radiation or medical X-rays. Lower energy radiation can be stopped by relatively thin layers of dense material like lead or aluminum. Galactic cosmic rays, however, carry so much energy that when they strike dense shielding material, they produce showers of secondary particles, including neutrons and pions, that can be more biologically damaging than the original particle. This effect, called secondary particle production or spallation, means that adding conventional shielding can actually increase the dose received by crew members rather than decrease it. The optimal shielding materials for galactic cosmic rays are hydrogen-rich substances like water or polyethylene, because hydrogen nuclei absorb energy from incoming particles without producing as many dangerous secondaries. But effective shielding requires thickness. Calculations by NASA researchers estimate that reducing the interstellar cosmic ray dose by 50% would require roughly 20 to 30 centimeters of water-equivalent shielding surrounding the entire habitable volume of the spacecraft. For a crew habitat with an internal volume comparable to the pressurized modules of the International Space Station, roughly 900 cubic meters, the shielding mass alone could reach hundreds of tons. Every ton added to the spacecraft increases the fuel required to accelerate and decelerate it, compounding the propulsion problem we already examined. For a mission already pushing the limits of conceivable propulsion technology, adding hundreds of tons of radiation shielding may be physically impossible within any realistic mass budget. Some proposals suggest using electromagnetic fields to deflect charged particles, mimicking the protective function of Earth's magnetosphere. Conceptual designs for superconducting magnetic shields have been explored, but generating a field strong enough to deflect the highest energy galactic cosmic rays, particles with energies exceeding billions of electron volts, would require magnetic field strengths and coil dimensions far beyond current superconducting technology. The magnets would themselves add significant mass and demand continuous power to maintain superconducting temperatures near absolute zero for the duration of the voyage. No prototype has been built. No engineering study has demonstrated feasibility for a crewed interstellar application. The radiation problem does not have a known solution. It has speculative concepts, each carrying penalties so severe that they threaten the viability of the mission they are meant to protect. Now consider life support. The International Space Station, the most sophisticated closed habitation system ever built, supports a crew of typically 6 to 7 people in low Earth orbit. It recycles some water and oxygen, but depends critically on regular resupply missions from Earth. Typically 8 to 12 cargo deliveries per year from multiple providers carrying food, spare parts, replacement filters, clothing, scientific equipment, and other consumables. The station's environmental control and life support system has recently demonstrated the ability to recover approximately 98% of water from humidity, urine, and other sources, a milestone achieved in 2023 with the addition of a brine processor assembly. Even that 2% shortfall must be replenished from Earth. Oxygen is generated primarily by electrolysis of water, supplemented by supplies from cargo vehicles. Carbon dioxide is removed by a regenerable molecular sieve system that has experienced repeated component failures over the station's lifetime, requiring replacement hardware delivered from Earth. None of these systems operate without maintenance. Pumps fail, filters clog, seals degrade, sensors drift out of calibration. On the International Space Station, crew members spend a substantial fraction of their working hours on maintenance and repairs. They have access to a steady supply of replacement parts delivered from Earth. They can consult with ground-based engineering teams in near real time, with communication delays of only about 1 second. If a truly critical system fails beyond the crew's ability to repair, an emergency evacuation to Earth is possible within hours using a docked Soyuz or Crew Dragon capsule. An interstellar vessel has none of these safety nets. There are no resupply missions. No replacement parts arrive from Earth. Communication with mission control faces a one-way delay of years, making real-time troubleshooting impossible. A message sent from a ship halfway to Proxima Centauri would take over 2 years to reach Earth, and the response would take over 2 years to return. By the time advice arrives, the crisis that prompted the question has been resolved one way or another for 4 years. There is no evacuation capability. If the ship suffers a catastrophic failure, the crew cannot return to Earth. They cannot reach any other destination. They are alone in interstellar space with whatever they brought and whatever they can improvise from it. This demands life support systems that operate in a fully closed loop, recycling 100% of water, oxygen, and ideally food, with zero resupply for the entire mission duration. No such system has ever been built. The closest attempt was Biosphere 2, a 3.14-acre enclosed ecological system constructed in Arizona in the early 1990s. Biosphere 2 was designed to be a completely sealed, self-sustaining environment supporting 8 crew members. The experiment encountered serious problems almost immediately. Oxygen levels dropped dangerously low, eventually requiring external supplementation. Carbon dioxide fluctuated unpredictably. Many of the plant and animal species introduced into the system died. Insect populations collapsed, leading to pollination failures that reduced food production. The crew experienced significant caloric restriction and interpersonal conflict. Biosphere 2 demonstrated that creating a self-sustaining closed ecosystem, even on the surface of Earth, with unlimited external energy from the sun and the ability to abort at any time, is extraordinarily difficult. It remains the most comprehensive attempt ever made, and it failed to achieve full closure. Space-based food production adds another layer of complexity. Current experiments on the International Space Station have successfully grown small quantities of lettuce, radishes, and chili peppers in controlled growth chambers. These experiments demonstrate that plants can grow in microgravity and produce edible food. They do not come remotely close to demonstrating the ability to feed a crew. Growing enough calories to sustain even a small group of people requires substantial growing area, reliable lighting, water delivery, nutrient cycling, pest management, and harvest processing. Estimates for space-based agriculture capable of providing the majority of a crew's caloric needs suggest growing areas of several hundred to over 1,000 square meters. With continuous operation and zero crop failures over the entire mission, one bad growing season on Earth means higher prices at the grocery store. One bad growing season on an interstellar vessel means the crew begins to starve. Medical care aboard an interstellar vessel introduces problems that have no parallel in current spaceflight experience. On the International Space Station, astronauts have access to a limited medical kit, telemedical consultations with physicians on the ground in near real time, and the ability to evacuate a critically ill or injured crew member to Earth within hours. These safety margins vanish on an interstellar mission. The crew physician, if the mission carries one, must be prepared to handle every medical scenario that might arise across a population of dozens to hundreds of people over a span of 40 or more years. This includes trauma from accidents during maintenance work or equipment failures, acute surgical emergencies such as appendicitis or intestinal obstruction, cardiac events, strokes, dental emergencies that can become life-threatening infections if untreated, kidney stones, fractures, burns, and the full spectrum of chronic diseases that develop in any human population over decades, including diabetes, hypertension, autoimmune disorders, and cancer. Surgical capability in space remains rudimentary. Performing open surgery in microgravity presents immediate practical challenges. Blood does not pool in a wound. It forms floating globules that obscure the surgical field and contaminate the cabin atmosphere. Bodily fluids drift freely. Instruments must be restrained. The patient must be immobilized against a surface since there is no gravitational force keeping them on an operating table. Even if the ship generates artificial gravity through rotation, the Coriolis effects within a rotating habitat can cause nausea and disorientation that complicate delicate manual procedures. Current research into space surgery is limited to animal experiments and simulations. No human surgical procedure has ever been performed in space. The equipment required for a functioning operating theatre, sterilization systems, anesthesia delivery, blood supply and transfusion capability, post-operative recovery facilities adds further mass and complexity to the ship's medical infrastructure. Infectious disease represents a particularly insidious threat in a sealed environment. The crew inhabits a closed atmospheric loop. Every pathogen that enters the system stays in the system. On Earth, infectious outbreaks are contained partly through spatial separation, quarantine facilities, and the vast reservoir of outdoor air that dilutes airborne pathogens. On a ship with a fixed atmospheric volume shared by all inhabitants, a novel respiratory infection could spread through the entire crew within days. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which evolve readily in closed environments where antimicrobial use is concentrated, could render the ship's pharmaceutical supplies ineffective against common infections. Studies aboard the International Space Station have documented that microgravity appears to enhance the virulence of certain bacterial strains, while simultaneously suppressing aspects of human immune function. The population living for decades in a sealed vessel faces the continuous risk of an infectious event that could incapacitate a significant fraction of the crew simultaneously, with no external medical support, no evacuation, and a finite, non-renewable supply of medications. The inability to evacuate a critically ill crew member changes the calculus of medical risk entirely. On Earth, and even on the International Space Station, there is always a fallback. A patient who cannot be treated locally can be transferred to a facility with greater capability. On an interstellar vessel, the ship is the only facility. If a crew member develops a condition that exceeds onboard treatment capability, the outcome is determined entirely by what the ship carries, and the medical team can improvise. There is no helicopter, no ambulance, no hospital ship waiting over the horizon. Every limitation in the onboard medical kit becomes a potential death sentence for conditions that would be treatable on Earth. The question of crew-size compounds every life support challenge. A larger crew provides more hands for maintenance and repair, more specialized skills, greater genetic diversity for multi-generational missions, and more psychological resilience through social interaction. But a larger crew demands more food, more water, more oxygen, more living space, more medical capability, and more of every consumable and system. A smaller crew reduces resource demands but increases vulnerability. If a critical specialist, the only physician, the only engineer qualified to repair the fusion reactor, the only person who understands the navigation systems, becomes incapacitated or dies, the mission may fail regardless of how well every other system functions. Redundancy in human expertise requires larger crews. Larger crews require larger ships. Larger ships require more propulsion. The spiral compounds at every level. Mechanical reliability over interstellar timescales presents a challenge that has no precedent in human engineering. The longest continuously operating human-made systems in space are the Voyager probes, which have functioned for nearly 50 years. They are remarkably durable. They are also remarkably simple by the standards of a crew vessel. Voyager has no moving parts in its primary structure. It carries no life support. Its instruments draw tiny amounts of power from radioisotope thermoelectric generators that are slowly decaying. Several of Voyager 1's instruments have already failed. Its power output decreases by roughly 4 watts per year, and the mission team has progressively shut down systems to conserve what remains. By the mid-2030s, Voyager will likely lack sufficient power to operate any instruments at all. The crude interstellar vessel is not a passive probe drifting through space. It is a city in a bottle. It has pumps, valves, compressors, heat exchangers, electrical distribution systems, computer networks, atmospheric processors, water purification systems, food production equipment, medical facilities, communication systems, navigation sensors, structural monitoring systems, and a propulsion system that must reignite perfectly after decades of dormancy in the deceleration phase. Each of these systems contains components that wear out, corrode, fatigue, or simply degrade with time. Seals crack, bearings wear. Solder joints develop microfractures from thermal cycling. Circuit boards accumulate radiation damage that alters their electrical characteristics. Lubricants evaporate or polymerize. Nothing lasts forever, and interstellar missions ask everything to last for a very long time. Terrestrial engineering addresses component failure through maintenance, inspection, and replacement. Cars undergo regular service. Power plants schedule shutdowns for overhaul. Aircraft are inspected after every flight and undergo major structural inspections at defined intervals, with any component that exceeds its rated lifespan replaced, regardless of apparent condition. All of this depends on supply chains, manufacturing infrastructure, and a workforce trained to produce replacement parts. None of this exists aboard an interstellar vessel. Every replacement part must be carried aboard or manufactured in transit. Carrying spares for every possible failure across a 40 to 100 year mission is a mass penalty that quickly becomes prohibitive. Manufacturing replacement parts in transit requires machine tools, raw materials, and fabrication capability that adds yet more mass and complexity. Three-dimensional printing offers some promise for in-space manufacturing, but current capabilities are limited to relatively simple parts in a narrow range of materials. Printing a replacement circuit board, a precision bearing, or a high-pressure valve seal requires capabilities well beyond current additive manufacturing technology, particularly in a space environment where microgravity, limited power, and constrained raw material feedstocks impose additional constraints. Even optimistic projections for in-space manufacturing do not envision the ability to produce complex, high-reliability components equivalent to Earth-manufactured parts within the timeline relevant to interstellar mission planning. The failure of a single critical system, one for which no spare exists and no repair is possible, ends the mission. Not in the dramatic, explosive sense of science fiction, but in the slow, grinding reality of a crew watching their air scrubber degrade, or their water recycler lose efficiency, or their food production decline as grow lights fail one by one. The ship does not blow up. It slowly becomes uninhabitable. The margin between survival and death narrows with every component that cannot be replaced. And across 40 years, a great many components will reach the end of their functional lives. Human psychology in extreme isolation and confinement represents yet another barrier, one that is often dismissed as soft compared to the hard engineering challenges, but may prove equally decisive. Studies of crews in Antarctic research stations, submarine deployments, and simulated space missions such as the Mars 500 experiment, which confined 6 volunteers in a sealed facility for 520 days, consistently documents significant psychological effects from prolonged isolation. These include depression, anxiety, interpersonal conflict, sleep disruption, cognitive decline, and motivational loss. The Mars 500 experiment found that several crew members became increasingly sedentary, experienced disrupted sleep-wake cycles, and showed measurable declines in alertness and cognitive performance over the course of the simulation. And that was 520 days, under 2 years, with the knowledge that the experiment would end and normal life would resume. An interstellar mission offers no such reassurance. The crew departs knowing they will not return to Earth for decades, if they return at all. Communication with friends and family becomes increasingly abstract as light speed delays grow from minutes to hours to years. The psychological concept of an Earth connection, the knowledge that help is available, that someone is watching and cares, that a return is possible, erodes steadily as the ship moves deeper into interstellar space. After a few years of flight, the crew exists in a communicative void. Messages from Earth arrive years after they were sent, describing events and people that have changed beyond recognition of the internet. The crew cannot participate in life on Earth. They can only observe its ghostly echoes, delayed and increasingly irrelevant. Interpersonal dynamics in small, confined groups over long durations are poorly understood and inherently unpredictable. Research from Antarctic stations and submarine crews shows that even carefully selected, highly trained individuals develop friction, form cliques, and experience conflicts that can escalate to serious dysfunction. The shorter these deployments are, the more manageable the conflicts remain. Extend the duration to decades. Eliminate any possibility of crew rotation, personnel changes, or external mediation, and the psychological pressure becomes qualitatively different from anything studied. No data exists for human group dynamics in sealed environments over timescales of 10, 20, or 40 years. We are guessing, and the consequences of guessing wrong are fatal. The question of governance aboard a multi-decade interstellar mission is rarely discussed in technical literature, but may prove as consequential as any engineering challenge. Every human community requires systems of authority, decision-making, conflict resolution, and resource allocation. On Earth, These systems evolve over centuries, supported by cultural traditions, legal frameworks, enforcement mechanisms, and the implicit safety valve that dissatisfied individuals can, in principle, leave. On an interstellar vessel, no one can leave. The community is sealed, permanent, and inescapable. Whatever governance structure is established at departure must function across decades without the corrective pressures that shape terrestrial institutions. Who commands the ship? A military-style hierarchy offers clarity of authority and rapid decision-making, but risks authoritarianism over long timescales, when the oversight mechanisms of terrestrial military structures, congressional review, chain of command accountability, rotation of leadership are absent. A democratic model offers broader participation, but introduces the possibility of factional disputes, gridlock, or majority tyranny in a confined population where minority factions cannot withdraw or seek representation elsewhere. Hybrid models face the challenge of defining boundaries between technical authority and communal governance in an environment where almost every decision, from food rationing to reproductive policy to work assignments, has life or death implications. Leadership succession compounds the problem. A mission lasting 40 to 100 years will outlast any individual leader's functional career. The original commander may die, become incapacitated, or simply age beyond effectiveness. Transferring authority in a sealed, isolated community with no external arbitration is historically one of the most destabilizing events any society can face. Mutinies aboard sailing ships, power struggles in isolated colonial settlements, and succession crises in closed political systems all illustrate the risks. On an interstellar vessel, a succession crisis does not merely destabilize the community, it threatens the physical survival of every person aboard, because the ship's operation depends on coordinated technical management that governance failure can disrupt. The question of purpose is equally volatile. The founding crew departs Earth with a shared mission. They chose to go. They understand the stakes. Their commitment is voluntary and informed. But what about their children? What about the crew members who, 20 years into the voyage, begin to question whether the mission is worth the sacrifice? On Earth, people who lose faith in an institution can resign, relocate, or redirect their lives. On an interstellar ship, disillusionment has no exit. The crew member who no longer believes in the mission must continue performing their duties because the survival of everyone aboard depends on collective function. Forced labour in service of a mission one does not choose, and no longer supports raises moral questions that no amount of pre-departure screening or psychological preparation can fully resolve. The longer the mission lasts, the more likely it becomes that the original unity of purpose will fragment, and the fewer tools the community will have to manage that fragmentation without coercion. Specific failures aboard the International Space Station illustrate what an interstellar vessel would face without assistance. In 2020, a small error was detected in the Zvezda service module caused by cracks in the hull section that had been for 20 years. The crew spent months searching for the source of the leak, eventually locating and patching it with materials available on board. Had the leak been larger or in a less accessible location, the consequences could have been severe. In 2007, the station's computer systems in the Russian segment experienced a critical failure that disabled attitude control and oxygen generation simultaneously. The crew relied on backup systems and emergency procedures while ground controllers worked to diagnose and resolve the problem in several days. In late 2013, the coolant pump module failed in one of the station's external thermal control loops, requiring complex transports over the holiday period to replace the unit spare that had been delivered by a previous client. In each case, the resolution depended on some combination of ground-based expertise available in the replacement hardware delivered from Earth, or the ability to defer the problem until a resupply mission could bring the necessary components. All three of those lifelines, and each of these incidents was a potential mission-ending event. The interstellar equipment is not a station that can be gradually repaired or resupply. It is a vessel where every failure must be resolved with what is already aboard, by a crew that may not be a specialist in the specific system that fails, spare parts that may not exist, while the ground-based engineers who design the system are 400 communication years away. The concept of a generation ship attempts to address the travel time problem by accepting that no single crew will complete the journey. Instead, a self-sustaining community lives across multiple generations, with children born and raised in transit eventually arriving at the destination. This eliminates the requirement for any individual to survive the full journey, but introduces a constellation of new problems. The ship must now support not just a crew, but a society. Schools, governance, cultural continuity, genetic diversity, sufficient to maintain a healthy population across generations, and reproductive rates equally balanced against resource capacity. Demographic modeling suggests minimum viable populations for multi-generational space colonies of at least several hundred to a few thousand individuals, depending on assumptions about genetic management and social structure. A ship carrying thousands of people requires proportionally larger life support, food production, living space, and resource reserves. The mass and complexity of such a vessel dwarfs in serious engineering studies. Generations also raise profound ethical questions and answers. The crew who depart Earth, their children, born aboard the ship, choose. They are born into confinement, born into a mission they have no voice in, born into a society that exists solely to bring future generation to a destination that is see. Whether it is morally acceptable to live human lives under these conditions, lives constrained by the decisions of ancestors, lives with the possibility of ever visiting Earth or choosing a different path, is a question that philosophy has not resolved and engineering cannot address. Suspended animation and human hibernation is frequently invoked as a solution to long-duration spaceflight. Placed in a state of dramatically reduced metabolic activity for the duration of the journey, the problems of food, water, oxygen, psychological stress, and interpersonal conflict largely disappear. The crew can sleep through the transit and wake upon arrival. Slightly. This is a staple of science fiction and a genuine area of scientific interest. It is not, however, a technology that exists. No human has ever been placed in a state of suspended animation and successfully revived. Therapeutic hypothermia, used in some medical settings to reduce brain damage after cardiac arrest, lowers body temperature by only a few degrees and is maintained for hours to days, not years or decades. Some animals, particularly certain species of ground squirrels, bears, and frogs, enter states of torpor that dramatically reduce their states. Research into inducing similar states in humans has produced preliminary results in animal models, but the gap between cooling a mouse for a few hours and placing a human in suspended animation for 40 years is not a gap that current biology can bridge. The cellular damage from prolonged metabolic suppression, the challenges of maintaining hydration and nutrition during extended torpor, the risks of ice crystal formation in tissues, and the problem of muscle and bone atrophy during years of inactivity remain unsolved. Suspended animation is a hope, not a plan. It belongs in the category of technologies that might exist someday, rather than technologies that inform serious mission architecture. The cumulative weight of these challenges creates a situation that most public discussions of interstellar fail to make clearly. Sending a tiny robotic probe on a one-way flyby past the Miller's star is extraordinarily difficult. Every serious attempt so far, including a well-funded program backed by prominent scientists and billionaire investors. But it is a problem that exists within the boundaries of known physics and plausible near-future. The challenges are severe but potentially with sufficient time, investment, and technological development. Sending human beings to the nearest star throughout the journey is a problem of a fundamentally different character. It requires not just propulsion, but an entire self-sustaining world, miniaturized into a vessel that must function with absolute reliability in the most hostile environment accessible to human experience. It requires solving the radiation problem, the life support closure problem, the mechanical reliability problem, the food production problem, the medical care problem, the psychological endurance problem, and the social stability problem simultaneously, with zero margin for the kind of iterative failure and redesign that characterizes every other engineering endeavor in human history. On Earth, we build, test, fail, rebuild, and try again. Between the stars, the first failure may be the last. There is no iteration cycle when the laboratory is a field vessel 4 trillion kilometers from the Earth. The propulsion problem asks whether we can build a machine powerful enough to close the distance. The problem asks whether we can build a world durable enough to survive. These are not the same questions. Solving one cannot solve the other. And the human problem, unlike the propulsion problem, cannot be addressed by particle physics or more energetic fuels. It is constrained by biology, by the tolerance of human tissue and human minds, by the lifespan of pumps and seals and circuit boards, and by the hard reality that no closed ecosystem supporting human life has ever operated without supply for more than a few troubled years. There is one more dimension to this problem that most of us ignore. It is not enough to launch the ship, survive the transit, and arrive at the destination. The ship must also stop. And stopping, as we are about to see, may demand more of the mission than everything else before combined. Imagine the complete mission, not one piece of it, all of it. From the first bolt to the final breath. A spacecraft large enough to house a crew of perhaps 50 people, depending on mission architecture, closed-loop life support systems, production facilities, medical bays, workshops, raw material stores, shielding, navigation systems, and enough redundancy in every critical decades of component failures without resupply. This vessel must mass. Somewhere between thousands and hundreds of thousands of tons, depending on crew size, shielding requirements, and the propulsion technology employed. It must be assembled in orbit, since no rocket imaginable could lift such a structure from Earth's surface in one piece. The orbital vessel represents an engineering project larger than the space station, by orders of magnitude. A program that would consume decades of resources, that no single nation or institution would the space project. Once assembled, it will accelerate to a significant fraction of light speed. 10% of light speed, the target of optimistic fusion propulsion scenario travels at approximately 30,000 kilometers per second. Accelerating a vessel of this size requires energy quantities that stifle comprehension. The kinetic energy of a 100 spacecraft traveling at 10% of light speed is approximately 4.5 times 10 joules. For comparison, the energy consumption of all human civilization is roughly 5.8 times 10 to the 20th joule. The energy required to accelerate the ship to is equivalent to roughly 77,000 energy production. Even with the operating at theoretical peak efficiency, the energy required dwarfs the ship itself by miles. Assume for the sake of argument that this energy problem is solved. Assume a fuel source exists. Carried aboard, collected in transit, an external system that can provide ignition. The ship reaches 10% of light speed and enters its cruise phase. For approximately, give or take several years, depending on the acceleration and deceleration profiles, this vessel coasts through interstellar space. During that time, everything we just discussed must function. Life support must cycle water, oxygen, and carbon dioxide without net loss. Food production must yield sufficient calories year after year without catastrophic crop failure. Radiation shielding must protect the crew against a cumulative cosmic ray dose that exceeds the safety limit ever established. Every pump, seal, circuit, bearing must hold together far longer than the span, or must be replaced using onboard capabilities that do not currently exist. The crew must remain psychologically functional across the in an environment more isolated than any human community has ever endured. All of this must happen on the first attempt. There is no test flight for a crewed interstellar mission. Mission is the test. But arriving in the vicinity of Proxima Centauri is not the same as arriving at Proxima Centauri. And this distinction, which sounds pedantic, is actually the point where many interstellar missions collapse. A ship traveling at light speed covers approximately 100 miles per hour. At that velocity, the known planetary orbits of Proxima Centauri, spanning only a few astronomical units, would be crossed in a matter of hours. If the ship does not accelerate, it performs a flyby. A brief window, perhaps days at most, perhaps hours in the vicinity of Proxima, to observe the planet they spent 40 years. Then the system falls behind them, 30,000 kilometers every second, and they continue in stellar space with no destination to return. A flyby it is a glimpse. For a robotic probe carrying a camera and a spectrometer, a flyby is scientifically valuable. For a human to spend 4 decades crossing the void, to actually enter the Proxima, to orbit the star, to study Proxima B from close range, to potentially or interact with the planet, from 10% of light speed. That means shedding all of the kinetic energy at the acceleration phase. The deceleration process is not merely a mirror image of acceleration, it is in many respects worse. During acceleration, the ship departs from a solar system rich in infrastructure. It can be supported by ground-based arrays, assisted by solar, resupplied during the early phases, and monitored by communication with no delay. During deceleration, the ship is alone. It is approximately 4 light years later, approaching a dim red dwarf star structure, no support, no margin. Every joule of braking systems aboard the ship itself, interactions with the destination environment that are speculative at best. If the propulsion system uses onboard fuel, the ship must have carried that fuel through a 40-year cruise, adding to the mass that was in the first place. The rocket equation punishes this mercilessly. The ship must both accelerate and decelerate using onboard fuel. The required mass, the ratio of total initial mass to final dry mass, increases. A ship that needs a mass ratio of 1 flyby might need a mass ratio of 1 to accelerate and brake mission profile at exhaust velocity. Alternative concepts exist on paper. A magnetic sail, a large loop of superconducting wire generating a magnetic field that interacts with the interstellar medium or the depth of wind, could theoretically provide consuming onboard fuel. The concept is physically valid. Charged particles deflected by the magnet transfer momentum to the sail, slowing the ship. But the braking force is small, and the deceleration phase could last years, requiring the magnetic sail to operate for a prolonged period at the end of a journey. Every system aboard has already been operating. The sail must be deployed, maintained, and controlled after 40 years of cosmic ray exposure. No magnetic has been built, tested in space, scale. Another concept involves using the destination style light as a braking mechanism. For example, the sail can to reflect light from the destination pressure to decelerate. This approach works more plausibly for small light probes than crewed vessels, because the photon pressure from Proxima Centauri, a star with only about 0.16 of the sun's luminosity, is negligible against any payload massing more than a few kilograms. A crewed ship cannot rely on starlight for braking Proxima Centauri. The star is simply too dim. The physics does not scale. Consider also what the ship encounters during deceleration. At 10% of light speed, every particle of interstellar dust becomes a projectile. A grain of dust massing 1 microgram, roughly the size of a fine sand particle, carries kinetic energy equivalent to a small explosive charge at 10% of light speed. The interstellar medium contains approximately 1 atom per cubic centimeter on average, along with sparse populations of dust grains. Over a journey of 4.24 light years, the cumulative bombardment from these particles is significant. During the cruise phase, the ship's forward surfaces must withstand this continuous sandblasting. Various shielding concepts have been proposed, including sacrificial bumper shields that ablate under impact, electromagnetic deflection of charged particles, and strategic orientation of the ship to minimize cross-sectional exposure. None have been tested under realistic interstellar conditions. During deceleration, the ship must reorient to fire its engines or deploy braking systems, potentially exposing different surfaces to the particle flux, or changing the geometry of its protective systems, now layer in the operational reality. The deceleration burn, whether using fusion engines, nuclear pulse units, or some other system, must reignite and operate at full performance after sitting dormant or at reduced power for 40 years. No rocket engine in history has ever been required to restart after decades of inactivity. Turbopumps, injectors, combustion chambers, and fuel delivery systems are precision components that degrade over time, even in controlled environments. In the harsh thermal, radiation, and vacuum conditions of interstellar space, the expectation that a propulsion system will function flawlessly after 4 decades of dormancy is not conservative engineering. It is optimism verging on failure. If the deceleration system fails partially, the ship enters the Proxima Centauri system too fast to achieve orbit. If it fails completely, the crew flies through the system at interstellar velocity and continues into deep space forever. There is no second attempt. There is no rescue. The margin between mission success and mission catastrophe comes down to whether machines built by human hands, tested only under conditions available within our solar system, can perform their most critical function after the longest dormancy period ever demanded of any engineered system. Assume, against probability, that every one of these challenges is met. The ship decelerates. It enters orbit around Proxima Centauri. The crew, having survived 4 decades of cosmic radiation, closed-loop life support, mechanical attrition, and psychological isolation, arrives at the nearest star and looks upon Proxima Centauri b. What do they find? As of 2026, we do not know. Proxima Centauri b orbits within the habitable zone of its star. But habitable zone is a term defined by the possibility of liquid water, not by the presence of life or even a breathable atmosphere. Proxima Centauri is an active flare star. It regularly releases bursts of ultraviolet and X-ray radiation, powerful enough to strip an unprotected atmosphere over geological timescales. Whether Proxima b has retained an atmosphere depends on factors we cannot currently measure, including whether the planet possesses a magnetic field strong enough to deflect stellar wind particles, and whether its atmosphere was thick enough initially to survive billions of years of stellar activity. The planet is likely tidally locked, meaning one hemisphere would permanently face the star while the other faces perpetual darkness, though a Mercury-like spin-orbit resonance remains possible if the orbit is modestly eccentric. Surface conditions would vary dramatically depending on the rotation state. Whether a circulation pattern could distribute heat to sustain habitable conditions is an open question in atmospheric modeling. Proxima b might be a living world with oceans and weather. It might be a desiccated rock scoured clean by stellar radiation. It might be something in between, partially habitable in a narrow twilight zone, along the boundary between permanent day and permanent night. We do not know. And the crew that has spent 40 years reaching it will discover the answer only after every resource has been committed and every bridge has been burned. Pull back now and see the full picture. The mission requires orbital assembly infrastructure that does not exist, propulsion technology that has not been invented, energy budgets that exceed the output of civilizations, life support closure that has never been achieved, radiation shielding solutions that have not been demonstrated, mechanical reliability across timescales that no engineered system has ever approached, psychological endurance under conditions that have no precedent in human experience, deceleration systems that must work perfectly after decades of dormancy, and all of this effort, all of this expenditure, all of this risk targets a destination whose actual conditions remain unknown and may prove inhospitable to human presence. This is not a catalogue of reasons why interstellar travel is impossible. Physics does not forbid it. Nothing in the laws of nature prevents a spacecraft from traveling between stars. The speed of light is an upper limit, not a barrier at the velocities relevant to this discussion. Fusion energy is real. Nuclear reactions release the energy densities required. Materials exist that could theoretically be fashioned into the necessary structures. Biology, though fragile, is also adaptable. Human beings have survived in hostile environments before, from the frozen Arctic to the ocean floor and submarines to the vacuum of space aboard orbital stations. None of these facts are in dispute. What is in dispute, or what should be in dispute more honestly than it usually is whether the engineering gap between what physics allows and what human institutions can actually build, test, sustain, and commit to across the necessary timescales can be closed within the foreseeable future. Physics permits interstellar travel. Engineering has not achieved it, and the distance between mission and achievement is not a crack to be stepped over. It is a canyon that may take centuries to bridge. There is a useful concept in philosophy of technology called the difference between theoretical possibility and practical accessibility. A great many things are theoretically possible. It is theoretically possible to count every grain of sand on Earth. It is theoretically possible to build a tower from the surface of the planet in geostationary orbit. It is theoretically possible to disassemble Mercury and use the material to construct a Dyson swarm around the Sun. None of these things violate physics. All of them are so far beyond current capability that calling them possible without qualification is misleading. They are possible the way it is possible for you to walk from New York to Beijing. The path exists. The human body is physically capable of walking. But the ocean between you and your destination introduces practical barriers that transform a theoretical possibility into an effective impossibility for any individual standing on the shore. The nearest star is humanity's ocean. The path exists. The physics permits the crossing, but the crossing demands capabilities we do not have and cannot confidently project having within any timeline that responsible planning can address. We have not returned human beings to the surface of the moon since 1972. The Artemis program, designed to restore that capability, has faced repeated delays across more than a decade of development. We have never sent a crewed mission beyond the Earth-Moon system. We have never demonstrated closed-loop life support for more than short experimental durations. We have never operated a fusion reactor that produces net energy. We have never built a spacecraft capable of reaching even 1% of light speed. We have never tested any form of interstellar propulsion beyond small-scale laboratory demonstrations and computer simulations. Each of these represents a prerequisite for a crewed interstellar mission. None of them has been achieved. The terrifying reality is not merely that the stars are far away. Human beings have known that for centuries. The terrifying reality is that the nearest star, the closest possible destination, the one that sits at the very bottom of the distance scale, already exceeds every capability we possess by such enormous margins that even the most optimistic projections place a crewed mission centuries into the future. We are not close to reaching Proxima Centauri. We are not close to being close. We are standing at the edge of an ocean which we have begun to learn how to cross, and the other shore is so distant that we cannot yet confirm whether it is even habitable. This is not a failure of human ambition. Human ambition is extraordinary. In a single century, we went from the first powered flight to landing on the moon. In a single generation, we built telescopes to see the edge of the observable universe, discovered thousands of exoplanets, detected gravitational waves from colliding black holes, and photographed the shadow of a supermassive black hole in a galaxy 5 million light years away. We are a species that looks at the cosmos and refuses to accept that it is unreachable. That refusal is among our finest qualities, but ambition must eventually reckon with scale, and the scale of interstellar distance is not like the scale of any challenge humanity has previously faced. The gap between the longest journey any human being has taken, the Apollo missions to the moon at roughly 1.3 light seconds away, and the shortest possible interstellar journey to Proxima Centauri at 4.24 light years, is not a gap that modern rockets will casually close. It is a factor of roughly 100 million. Crossing it requires not just improvement, but civilizational transformation. New physics translated into new engineering. New engineering sustained across new timescales. New institutional commitment maintained across generations. New solutions to biological and psychological challenges that we have only begun to identify, let alone resolve. Someday, perhaps, humanity, or whatever our descendants become, will cross that gap. Perhaps fusion drives will mature. Perhaps new physics will reveal propulsion principles we have not imagined. Perhaps artificial intelligence and robotic manufacturing will solve the reliability problem by enabling ships that repair and rebuild themselves in transit. Perhaps breakthroughs in biology will allow human bodies to withstand radiation, endure hibernation, or adapt to conditions that would kill us today. None of this is ruled out. All of it lies beyond the horizon of prediction. What we can say with honesty, grounded in the physics, the engineering, and the biology as we understand them today, is this. The nearest star is 4.24 light years away. It hosts an Earth-mass planet in the habitable zone. These are confirmed observations. Every propulsion system that can possibly reach that star within a human lifetime is unbuilt and untested. It is confirmed engineering status. Keeping humans alive across the transit requires solving radiation, life support, reliability, and psychological challenges that have no demonstrated solutions. That is confirmed biological and institutional reality. Even the most modest interstellar probe concept ever seriously proposed, a ground-scale chip on a one-way flyby, is stalled after nearly a decade of effort. That is confirmed programmatic history. The stars are not unreachable, but the nearest one, the closest point in light beyond our sun, the one that every calculation starts with because it represents the minimum possible distance, remains beyond the practical capability of human spaceflight by a margin so wide that closing it will likely be measured not in years or decades, but in centuries. You can walk outside tonight and look up. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you can find the constellation Centaurus and know that somewhere in that patch of sky, a small red star too faint to see with your eyes is orbited by a world roughly the size of Earth. That world is closer to you than any other planet, orbiting any other star. It is the nearest harbour in an ocean of emptiness that stretches across 100,000 light years in every direction. And it is so far away that every machine humanity has ever built, every fuel we've ever burned, every speed we have ever achieved, falls short of reaching it by factors that make the crossing feel less like a journey and more like a physical law we have not yet been given permission to break. The terrifying part is not that the stars are distant. We have always known the stars are distant. The terrifying part is that even the closest one, the single nearest point of light in all the cosmos, may still sit beyond the practical horizon of human travel. Not because physics forbids the crossing, but because the crossing demands more than we have built. more than we can currently build, perhaps more than we will be able to build for a very long time. That is not a statement of hopelessness, it is a statement of scale. Scale, in the end, is what the universe does better than anything else.
The universe is unimaginably vast. I know that sounds cliche, but the scale really is incredible. Right now, you are living, breathing sentience, born out of a dead rock, flying around a single star in a galaxy containing some 400 billion others. 400 billion stars, each with their own planets and stories. The Milky Way is brimming with so many stars that we could never possibly explore every single one. And yet, the Milky Way is microscopic and indistinguishable when compared with the rest of the universe. Even just our local region of the universe, in fact. But why? Why is the universe like this? Why is the cosmic scale so large and incomprehensible? And of course, the biggest question of them all, how large actually is it? The observable universe is estimated to be around 93 billion light years in diameter. Contained within its expanse is thought to be as many as 2 trillion galaxies. Assuming these galaxies are similar to the ones we observe around us today, then there may be up to 1 septillion stars in the known universe. And yet, they make up only a tiny percentage of the universe's unprecedented scale, which could be hundreds, thousands, or even millions of times more voluminous. This is our universe's story. The first thing to consider is language. What do we mean when we say the universe? The universe is defined as all of space and time, all points in space at all points in its life. Space is the volume within the universe, the three-dimensional field which lies beyond Earth's atmosphere, acting as the vast backdrop to the universe's matter. Time is the constant flow of cause to effect within space, the catalyst of life, death, creation, and evolution. Space and time are fundamentally linked, and they combine to form a system of nearly unknowable complexity known as space-time, which is often referred to as four-dimensional. In this model, space constitutes 3 dimensions, and time is the 4th dimension. And any 3D cube cross-section along this axis represents the universe at a certain point in its life. Our understanding of space-time and a great many other scientific ideas can be traced back to this man, Albert Einstein. He understood space and time in a way that nobody had done prior, giving us 2 fundamental frameworks with which we model our reality today. In 1905, Einstein presented his theory of special relativity, changing the way we view light, mass, and energy. Then, in 1915, he presented his theory of general relativity, a comprehensive interpretation of gravity, space, time, and their links. These elegant theories have survived in science for more than a century, and they underpin a lot of what we know about the universe today. According to Einstein, mass is a form of condensed energy, which has a warping effect on the flat plane of space and time that lines our universe. The resulting curvature on this flat plane is felt as gravity. Gravity is the effect of objects of mass attracting one another by distorting space-time. It is the simplest yet most profound of the fundamental forces which govern our universe. We don't need anything special, like heat. All we need is mass. If you have mass, you have gravity. And as such, it dominates the behavior of the universe at all levels, from the small particle level interactions to the large-scale behavior of galaxies. Our understanding of the latter owes to this man, Edwin Hubble, an American astronomer who is not afraid to take on the biggest questions, making a number of groundbreaking discoveries. Before Hubble, it was believed that the universe was static, in that it was neither expanding nor contracting, and was populated entirely by stars and nebulae in every direction. However, in late 1924, Hubble found that one such so-called nebula was actually a separate collection of stars like the Milky Way, but much further beyond than originally thought, leading to the revelation that the Milky Way galaxy is in fact part of a larger universe of thousands or perhaps even millions of other galaxies. By the end of the decade, in 1929, Hubble then followed this up with one of the greatest discoveries of all time, that the universe itself was expanding and not static. These revelations, along with Einstein's theories and the work of some other great scientists, have all fed into our current model of cosmology, the lambda cold dark matter model, or lambda CDM. This is a well-established and documented model for cosmology, admittedly not without its shortcomings and unanswered questions, but it is still our best effort at comprehending the origins and nature of the universe nonetheless. So far, that is. Central to it all is the Big Bang Theory, the idea that the universe began as a point of extremely high density and pressure. Because we know that our universe is constantly expanding, if you trace this ongoing process back to the beginning of the universe, you come to a point where the universe is microscopic and compressed before it suddenly began to expand. We're not sure how or why, but there is good evidence that, at the very least, the universe was much smaller and hotter around 13.8 billion years ago. The time preceding crosses into the untestable realms of physics, but we believe that in the earliest nanoseconds of the universe's life, something caused it to suddenly and radically expand in an event known as cosmic inflation, bypassing the benchmarks of all known speeds and laws, changing the universe not in size, but in scale. The tiny universe as it was in that moment was enlarged, scaled up by a factor of at least 10 to the power of 78 in volume. Every nanometer of space was stretched to over 10 light years. And all of this happened in under a fraction of a second. We're not sure what the total expanse of the universe was after this inflationary epoch, but what it meant was that the universe's interior was suddenly spread apart much more sparsely, giving its primordial energy a lot more room for things to happen. After inflation, as the temperature of the universe continued to fall, the energy within condensed into a giant universal plasma, and from there decayed into the first particles, and then into subatomic particles like protons and neutrons. Fast forward almost 14 billion years, and the universe is now huge and brimming with much larger and richer structures. Atoms have collected into clouds of gas, and gas clouds have become stars. And today, most of those stars belong to enormous ancient galaxies. Most of these galaxies are gathered in large clusters and superclusters, which all connect to form a 3D path across intergalactic space, known as the cosmic web. When we talk about space, most of the time we are referring to the observable universe, or the known universe. This is a spherical, geocentric region of space that is comprised of all the galaxies and matter that can be detected from Earth, because their light emissions have had enough time to reach the solar system since they were emitted. Light travels at just under 300,000 kilometers per second. That is extremely fast, the fastest speed attainable in the universe, in fact. But even just beyond our galaxy, there is a light delay, which impairs our ability to see the universe as it appears now. That's why it helps to use light years as a unit of measurement. Proxima Centauri, our nearest star, is 4.2 light years away, meaning we see the star as it was about 4 years ago, and that's just on a stellar scale. The space between galaxies is incomparably larger. The distance between us and our nearest spiral galaxy, Andromeda, is around 2.5 million light years. So we see Andromeda as it was when humanity had only just started using stones as tools. The further away a galaxy is, the longer the light travel time, and the younger the galaxy appears to be. And so, the deeper we look, the further back we are looking in time, through the different stages of the universe's life. And nothing has allowed us to look deeper into this rich history than the magnificent Hubble Space Telescope. The Hubble Telescope is a bus-sized satellite which launched in 1990. It orbits the Earth and faces out towards space, allowing it to image the universe undeterred by atmospheric disturbances which hamper ground-based telescopes. It has a number of different instruments and filters, and has received numerous upgrades throughout the years, which have kept it at the forefront of human technology. Hubble has snapped over 1.1 million bedazzling images of the cosmos since its launch, from nearby stars and nebulae to galaxies at the very distant edge of the observable universe. Its deep camera technology allows us to look ever deeper into space, revealing a much younger universe that has been constantly changing and evolving. Nothing captures this evolution quite like the Hubble Deep Field. The Hubble Deep Field image is one of the most important images ever. It was taken in 1995 after Hubble received a servicing upgrade 2 years earlier, which dramatically broadened the telescope's ability to see the most distant galaxies. Around 1/10 of the Hubble telescope's operational time is allocated to high-ranking staff and physicists wishing to study unexpected phenomena. And so, the then director of the Space Telescope Science Institute, Robert Williams, devoted his time slot to imaging extremely faint and distant galaxies as a means to test our theories on the age and size of the universe. Unlike most of the images captured by Hubble, which usually have a luminous target, the deep field image was created by focusing the telescope's instruments on a tiny, seemingly empty patch of the night sky, where nothing can be seen from the Earth. In order for this to work, the telescope needed an area with a high enough galactic latitude that the field would not be obscured by the light from the Milky Way's core. Thus, a small area was chosen in the constellation of Ursa Major, also known as the Big Dipper or the Plough. The point chosen by Williams was tiny, an area roughly 1/12 of the diameter of the Moon in the sky, equivalent to a mere 1/24 millionth of the total night sky expanse. Over some 10 days, the telescope gathered light from the area, and 342 photographs were taken using a variety of the telescope's filters. The data was then processed and the image was compiled, revealing a majestic view of the universe's history. Contained within this tiny, pin-sized segment of the sky are over 3,000 galaxies at an array of distances, including some of the oldest and most distant that had been discovered at the time. This image isn't so much a representation of distance in the universe, rather it is a window back through time. In the shallower field, we can see rich spiral galaxies, but the further back we travel, the less luminous and structured the galaxies become. Most of the very distant galaxies in the image occupy only a few pixels and shine much less brightly because these early galaxies had not had much time for vigorous star formation, but instead had lots of early star-forming gases. The presence of many unstructured, irregular galaxies in the early universe reaffirms our belief that, after the Big Bang, matter began building from the ground up. First atoms, then stars, then clusters of stars, then torrid dwarf galaxies. And after billions of years of star birth and death, and countless galactic collisions, rich spiral galaxies like the ones we see here began to form. Compound galaxies bursting with luminous stars. If we were able to see the most distant recesses of the deep field as it is today, then we would probably see large spiral and elliptical galaxies like we do in our surrounding space. But again, light just gives us that special opportunity to step backwards through time. In the following year, a follow-up deep field image was taken to ensure that the original was truly representative of the distant universe. The results of the Hubble Deep Field South image were much the same, this time even capturing the light from a quasar in the early universe. After another servicing mission to Hubble in 2002, the telescope was able to take even deeper images still, and in 2004, they snapped the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the deepest photograph of the universe ever taken from the constellation of Fornax. This image reaches the limit of what is possible to observe through visible light in space. To see any further back, we need to use infrared radiation. A 2009 servicing mission to Hubble equipped it with new sensitive infrared detecting instruments, and Hubble re-snapped all 3 deep fields in infrared, this time revealing thousands more primordial galaxies and several of the most distant ever to be observed. And we probably won't get a better picture than this one until the James Webb Telescope finally launches. Edwin Hubble and his accompanying legacy have had a profound impact on modern day astronomy. But of his discoveries, one sticks out from the rest, underpinning everything that we observe and have spoken about today: cosmic expansion. The discovery that the universe itself is expanding. This came about after Hubble had surveyed 24 newly discovered nearby galaxies and had established a linear relationship between the radial velocity of the galaxies and their distance from Earth. Simply put, galaxies outside of our local galactic group all appear to be moving away from us, and the further away they are, the faster they appear to be receding. Everything in the universe seems to be moving away from everything else into its own pocket of space, without changing its position. Hubble's conclusion was that space itself is expanding at a consistent rate across all points, spreading the galaxies of the universe further apart from each other. When space expands, new space is created everywhere, all over the universe. Space itself stretches apart in every direction to make more space. It is like the universe is inflating rather than expanding. Because all objects are getting further away from all other objects relative to each other, there is no center. Space has no boundaries, edges, or walls that mark the end. So how do we go about visualizing this? Well, imagine that this sphere represents the universe, but rather than space being on the inside, it is mapped to the outside surface. As the sphere expands, the surface area of the space for the outside galaxies increases at the same rate, and as such, there is no center. No galaxy on this sphere's surface is any more central than any other galaxy. Of course, the sphere itself does have a center, but this doesn't represent a physical location within the universe. Rather, it represents a point in time, the Big Bang. It's an odd concept, but what this means is that even if space is finite and only occupies a certain volume, you could still roam around the universe indefinitely without meeting an edge. Much like if you were to fly an aeroplane around the Earth's equator, you would never fall off or run out of Earth to fly across. Instead, gravity would just bring you back round to the same place eventually. So, if you were able to travel considerably faster than light speed in a straight line, you would still come back to the same place eventually. We can see evidence of the universe's expansion everywhere thanks to a phenomenon known as redshift. Redshift is when electromagnetic radiation, such as visible light, undergoes an increase in wavelength. The wave is stretched out, resulting in a decrease in wave frequency and photon energy. For visible light, when analyzing a galaxy's spectral emissions, this has the effect of shifting the absorption lines of certain elements towards the red end of the spectrum, turning visible light red. Because the universe is expanding at all places at once, as the light emitted from other galaxies travels towards Earth, the space it travels through elongates, stretching out the waves and redshifting the light. The more distant the galaxy, the further across ever-expanding space the light has to travel, and so light from more distant objects is redshifted more. And we can use this to determine how much the universe has expanded since said light was emitted. The Hubble constant, a measure of the rate at which space is expanding, is thought to be around 65 kilometers per second per megaparsec. A megaparsec is equivalent to about 3.2 million light years. So, the more megaparsecs there are between us and the galaxy, the more space there is between the two that is expanding, causing the galaxy to recede away faster. For example, 100 megaparsecs away, the space is receding away from us at a rate of over 6,500 kilometers per second. Because light speed is limited to about 300,000 kilometers per second, there eventually comes a distance from the Earth at which galaxies are being pushed away from us faster than light speed. Not by breaking any laws of physics, because they themselves are not moving that fast, but because there is simply too much space between us and them for their light to be able to cross the universe in time to reach us. This constitutes the edge of our observable universe, the boundary beyond which we are unable to see any further, the cosmic horizon, or the particle horizon. Before this boundary, light from distant galaxies has had enough time to cross the expanding universe and meet our telescopes. But beyond the cosmic horizon, the light from the galaxies has either not had enough time to reach the solar system, or it is so far away that it will never be able to reach the solar system. As time passes, older and more distant light has time to pass through the solar system, and the observable universe grows, increasing our field of view. But this is entirely dependent on our position. For an observer at the cosmic horizon, space will be much the same. But relative to us, the space beyond the horizon is what's known as causally disconnected, unreachable and undetectable to us by any known means. Because our observable universe is geocentric, the same is true of any planet in the universe. Every point in space has its own arbitrary observable universe with a radius of about 46 million light years, marked by a cosmic horizon. This radius is determined not by how far away those distant objects we have seen were when their light was emitted, but rather how far those objects are estimated to be now, as the space between us and them has grown so much since that light began travelling towards Earth. The most distant galaxies of the Hubble Ultra Deep Field have now receded in excess of 40 billion light years away from the Earth, and their light would never possibly have enough time to reach us now. Beyond the cosmic horizon, light speed and the universe's age are no longer compatible, and thus we are confined to our observable universe, segmented and detached from the full scale of the cosmos. Because of this, we are unable to conclude on what could lie beyond the boundary, but given that the universe appears to be relatively isotropic on a large scale, you would expect more of the same: clusters and superclusters of galaxies. The real question is, how much of it is there? As you might expect, that is a very difficult question to answer, and the estimates we have so far depend on measurements of the universe's curvature and assumptions about its shape, which still represents a somewhat grey area in cosmology. I'm skipping over some very complicated maths and science here, but in short, the best estimate we have so far, made by physicists at Oxford University, is that the total area of the universe must be at least 250 times the radius of the observable universe. This puts the total diameter of the universe at over 23 trillion light years, which would mean that the 93 billion light year observable universe that we can see accounts for a mere 1/15 millionth of its total expanse. If our observable universe is home to 2 trillion galaxies, then the unobservable universe may house as many as 30 quintillion of them. In truth, we will probably never know the exact size of the total universe, but with the numbers considered here, it seems almost inevitable that somewhere else in space, life must be playing out on another world. The discovery of the universe's expansion is one of the most important discoveries ever, but we still didn't have the full picture. For a long time afterwards, astronomers expected that the rate of expansion would actually start slowing down as the galaxies on the inside begin to pull back against the universe's inflation. However, as scientists quested to establish a more accurate value for the Hubble constant, a startling discovery was made. Since Hubble, redshift surveying techniques have improved significantly, and we can now detect galaxies not just millions of light years away, but billions. Because redshift is indicative of the universe's expansion, we can compare the galaxy's distance with its redshift to determine how much the universe has expanded at the different stages of its evolution. But that's easier said than done, because galaxies vary in brightness so much. It becomes very difficult to estimate their distance precisely. A more suitable means to measure cosmic distances would be to take something with a known absolute magnitude, known as a standard candle, and calculate its distance by analysing the dimness of the object relative to how luminous it should be. With this in mind, two separate projects, the High-Z Supernova Search Team and the Supernova Cosmology Project, both attempted to measure the expansion of the universe over time by using distant Type 1a supernovae as standard candles. Type 1a supernovae are superluminous explosions caused by white dwarf stars in binary systems. They have a relatively consistent brightness and can outshine their entire galaxy. Using these stellar ghosts as calling cards, the two projects measured the distances of far-out objects and then compared this with each object's respective redshift values. The unlikely result was that the very distant objects seemed to be much further away than the more local objects. It's as if the universe has expanded more in the latter half of its life, or rather, its expansion is accelerating. We know that our universe has been expanding at different rates based on what it has been through in its life, and at one point it did look to be slowing down, as it was once predicted to do so. But then, around 4 billion years ago, and for a completely unknown reason, an invisible force began to hijack the universe's growth, causing its expansion to accelerate, leading to more aggressive expansion in its recent few billion years. Moving into the 21st century, we had opened the path to a new paradigm of astrophysics, the study of dark energy. Dark energy is the term given to the invisible force that is responsible for the accelerating expansion of the universe. We know barely anything about it, save for that it appears to work like an anti-gravity force. It exerts a negative, repulsive pressure that behaves inversely to gravity, which is aiding the universe's expansion rather than slowing it down. Dark energy is notoriously hard to study. It does not interact with light, so it cannot be seen or detected, and there are many hypotheses describing its nature and prevalence. But what we do know is that, around 9.8 billion years of cosmic time, this energy became the prevailing energy in the universe, marking the beginning of the dark energy-dominated era. In the early universe, radiation dominated its behavior. Then, for almost 10 billion years, matter was the dominant influence. However, as the universe was expanded, the density of matter has been falling as it has been spread more sparsely. Dark energy, on the other hand, is believed to remain consistent in its density, meaning more of it pops into existence proportionally as the universe expands. Thus, there came a tipping point around 4 billion years ago when the density of matter fell below that of dark energy, preventing gravity from slowing down the universe's expansion, and instead began speeding it up, making the oldest, most distant galaxies much further away. On a local scale, the expansion of the universe is very weak, and so gravity is able to keep objects such as galaxies held together, regardless of how big the universe becomes. However, the massive cosmic voids between galaxies and galaxy clusters are growing from within their dark interiors, gradually separating galaxies and galactic groups, like our local group, into their own isolated pockets of space. But because the expansion of the universe is accelerating thanks to dark energy, in time, space will be growing so quickly that even our nearest galaxies will recede away from us much too quickly for their light to ever be able to keep up. Gradually, galaxies at the edge of the observable universe will start disappearing from view as their light is no longer able to keep reaching the solar system, and the cosmic horizon will begin to draw inwards. This will continue until even our nearest galaxies are flung beyond the cosmic horizon, rendering even our local universe invisible. In the very distant future, every galaxy's view of the universe will start and end with its own stars, with nothing but empty darkness beyond the outer rims. We will never see another galaxy again. With galaxies separated from one another, they will not be able to merge, and will thus eventually stop producing new stars. The Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies will merge before any of this happens, but after that, the resulting elliptical galaxy will gradually burn through the last of its stars. Inevitably, the day will come when the last stars of the universe have either gone out or exploded, bringing the universe into a second, eternal dark age. Ultimately, the universe's energy will be lost through natural processes until nothing is ever able to happen again. The universe will reach its heat death, the ceasing of all heat and energy exchanges. Thereafter, the universe will be a totally homogeneous, incomprehensibly large and boundless void, eternally dominated by dark energy. A bit of a depressing ending, to be sure, but there you have it, the fate of the universe in the age of darkness.
Uranus, the second farthest planet from the Sun, and the one planet that turns every grown adult back into a gaping child. It is fine. We have all been. But what this planet is actually doing is no joke. Every world in our solar system follows the same basic rules. They spin upright. Their magnetic fields align with their rotation. They radiate left from their formation. Uranus breaks all of them. This planet is tilted 48 degrees on its side, rotating like a barrel in space. Its magnetic field points in one direction, offset from its center by its radius. It emits almost no light, despite being 14 times more massive. Every rule we built to explain how planets behave, Uranus violates. Scientists have spent decades trying to explain why. The answer is rewriting how we understand planet formation across the entire galaxy. If you enjoy journeys into the strangest corners of our solar system, do me a favor and hit that like button and subscribe. Now, get yourself comfortable. Let's begin. Before you can understand what Uranus did wrong, You have to understand what every planet is supposed to do right. There is a rule book, not a literal document sitting in a filing cabinet at NASA, but a set of physical expectations so deeply embedded in the mathematics of planetary formation that scientists treat them as inevitable consequences of how solar systems study themselves. Every planet we have studied, every moon, every exoplanet whose properties we measure, confirms these expectations with precision. The rules are not guidelines. They are predictions that emerge directly from the laws of physics applied to a collapsing cloud of gas and dust. 7 out of 8 planets in our solar system, they work beautifully. The story starts 4.5 billion years ago with a cloud of molecular hydrogen, helium, and trace amounts of heavier elements drifting through the interstellar medium of the Milky Way. Something disturbed this cloud, perhaps a shockwave from a nearby superstar, perhaps a gravitational nudge from a passing star. The cause matters less than the consequence. The region of the cloud became slightly denser than its surroundings, and gravity did the rest. Once a clump of gas is dense enough, its own gravitational pull begins drawing in the surrounding material, and the process accelerates. More mass means more gravity. More gravity means more mass pulled inward. The cloud began to collapse. This is where the first rule was written. The collapsing cloud was not perfectly still. Like virtually everything in the galaxy, it had a slight rotation, and inherited angular momentum from the larger molecular cloud complex it belonged to. As the cloud contracted, conservation of angular momentum forced it to spin faster. This is the same principle that makes a figure skater accelerate when they pull their arms tight against their body. The total angular momentum cannot change, so as the radius shrinks, the rotational speed must increase. The collapsing cloud spun faster and faster as it contracted, and that spin had a structural consequence. Material falling inward could not easily fall toward the rotational poles because the centrifugal effect pushed it outward perpendicular to the spin axis. Instead, material accumulated in the plane of rotation, spreading outward like pizza dough, flattening as it spins. Within a few 100,000 years, the collapsing cloud had transformed into a structure that would define the geometry of everything to come. A hot, dense protostar at the center, surrounded by a vast rotating disk of gas and dust extending billions of miles outward. This was the protoplanetary disk, the birthplace of every planet, moon, asteroid, and comet in our solar system. The disk was not a peaceful nursery. It was a violent, chaotic environment where temperatures near the young sun exceeded 2,000 degrees and pressures varied by orders of magnitude across its extent. Close to the protostar, only the most refractory materials could survive as solids, metals, and silicate minerals that could withstand the searing heat. Farther out, beyond a boundary called the snowline located roughly where the asteroid belt sits today, temperatures dropped below the freezing point of water. Ice grains could survive there, and beyond the snowline, ammonia ice and methane ice condensed at even greater distances. This temperature gradient across the disk determined what materials were available for planet building at each distance from the sun, a detail that would become critical for understanding the difference between gas giants and ice giants. Within this disk, the process of planet formation began with the smallest possible steps. Microscopic dust grains, each no larger than a particle of cigarette smoke, glided gently and stuck together through electrostatic forces. These fluffy aggregates grew into millimeter-sized pebbles, then centimeter-sized clumps, then meter-sized boulders. At this point, the growth process hit a notorious obstacle called the meter-size barrier. Objects of this scale are too large for electrostatic forces to hold together upon collision, but too small for gravity to bind them. Many collisions at this stage result in destruction rather than growth, shattering boulders back into rubble. How the solar system overcame this barrier remains debated, but the leading theory involves a process called streaming instability, where drag forces between gas and solid particles concentrate pebbles into dense clumps that collapse directly into kilometer-sized planetesimals under their own. Gravity, bypassing the problematic intermediate sizes entirely. However it happened, the disk eventually produced trillions of planetesimals, rocky and icy bodies ranging from kilometers to hundreds of kilometers across, each one a building block for the planet's supply. What followed was a demolition dance of evolution. Planetesimals collided constantly, sometimes gently enough to merge and grow, sometimes violently enough to shatter each other into fragments. The largest bodies had a gravitational advantage. Their stronger pull attracted more material, making them grow faster than their smaller neighbors. This runaway growth produced a handful of planetary embryos, objects roughly the size of Mars or larger, that dominated their orbital zones and swept up remaining planetesimals over millions of years. The final stage of planet formation involved collisions between these embryos themselves. Each impact a cataclysm that could melt entire worlds and reshape their compositions. This violent assembly process is important to keep in mind, because it means the early solar system was nothing like the orderly arrangement of planets we see today. For the first several hundred million years, the outer solar system was crowded with debris, crisscrossed by objects on unstable orbits, and punctuated by collisions that could alter a planet's trajectory, composition, and spin in a single event. The rules we are about to discuss describe what should emerge from this chaos once the dust settles, but the chaos itself left marks on every world that survived it. Some marks are subtle, others, as we will see, are not. The disk established the first and most fundamental rule of planetary formation. Everything orbits in the same direction. The disk rotated as a coherent structure. Every particle of dust, every grain of ice, every molecule of gas within it shared that rotational direction. When these particles began sticking together through electrostatic forces and gentle collisions, the resulting clumps inherited the disk's rotation. When those clumps grew into million-sized planetesimals through continued accumulation, they carried the same angular momentum. When the planetesimals collided and merged into protoplanets, the combined bodies preserved the overall rotational drive. The entire process, from microscopic dust grains to giant worlds, was threaded through a single shared rotational direction inherited from the original cloud. This inheritance produces a specific and sensible prediction. Planets that form from a protoplanetary disk should spin in roughly the same direction as their orbital motion around the central star, and their rotation axes should be approximately perpendicular to the plane. Small deviations are expected. The final stages of planet formation involve collisions between protoplanetary bodies, and these impacts can nudge a planet's spin axis 2 degrees in one direction or another. The baseline expectation is clear. A planet born from an orderly disk should spin mostly upright, with its axis within maybe 10 or 20 degrees of perpendicular to its orbital plane. Jupiter confirms this prediction with almost mechanical precision. The largest planet in our solar system has an axial tilt of just 3.1 degrees. It spins nearly perfectly upright, completing a full rotation in just under 10 hours, despite being over 11 times the diameter of Earth. This rapid spin is itself a relic of formation. As material from the disk fell onto the growing protoplanet, it carried angular momentum with it, spinning Jupiter faster with every accretion event. The planet's tiny tilt tells us that nothing catastrophic disrupted its orientation after it assembled. It accumulated its massive hydrogen and helium atmosphere, and it settled into a stable configuration that has persisted through the entire age of the solar system. Jupiter is the textbook example of a planet that followed every rule the disk imposed. Saturn provides a slightly more nuanced configuration. Its axial tilt of 26.7 degrees is larger than Jupiter's, but still comfortably within the range that formation models accommodate. Recent research suggests that Saturn's tilt may have increased gradually over billions of years with gravitational resonance with Neptune. As Neptune's orbit slowly evolved, it created a periodic gravitational tug on Saturn's spin axis that pumped energy into Saturn's obliquity over cosmic timescales. This process, called spin-orbit resonance, is well understood mathematically and does not require any unusual events. Saturn started with a modest tilt and gained a few extra degrees through a slow, predictable interaction with a neighbouring planet. The explanation is clean. The physics is settled. Saturn cooperated. Even Venus and Mercury, which have their own rotational oddities, do not fundamentally challenge the framework. Venus rotates backward compared to most planets, with a retrograde spin that may have resulted from atmospheric tidal interactions with the Sun or a combination of gravitational effects over billions of years. Mercury's rotation is locked into a 3-2 resonance with its orbit due to solar tidal formation. These are modifications to the baseline prediction, not violations of it. The underlying physics still applies. The outcomes are expected to be known mechanisms operating over known time. The second rule concerns magnetic fields. Understanding it requires diving beneath the planet's visible surface and the conditions of its deep interior. Giant planets generate magnetic fields through a process called a dynamo, which works on the same basic principle as a hydroelectric generator. Electrically conducting fluid moves through an existing magnetic field, which induces electrical currents in the fluid, which in turn generates a new magnetic field, which sustains the whole cycle. The key requirements are a fluid that conducts electricity and enough energy to keep that fluid moving through convection. Inside Jupiter, conditions are so extreme that they create an exotic state of matter found nowhere on Earth's surface. At depths of roughly 20,000 kilometers below the cloud tops, the pressure of the overlying atmosphere reaches millions of times Earth's sea level pressure. Under these crushing conditions, hydrogen molecules are squeezed so tightly together that their electrons attach and flow freely between atoms. The hydrogen stops behaving like a gas and starts behaving like a liquid metal. This metal hydrogen conducts electricity brilliantly. Convection currents driven by the planet's internal heat disturbs the conducting fluid in complex patterns, and the resulting dynamo generates a magnetic field so powerful it extends millions of kilometers into space. The critical prediction is about geometry. Because the planet's rotation organizes the convection currents that drive the dynamo, the resulting magnetic field should align approximately with the rotation axis. The spin determines the flow patterns. The flow patterns determine the field. Therefore, the field should point roughly in the direction as the spin. Think of it as placing a bar magnet inside a spinning globe. The magnet naturally aligns along the axis of rotation because that is the direction the internal flows are organized around. Jupiter confirms this beautifully. Its magnetic field is tilted only about 10 degrees from the rotation axis. Saturn is even more precise, with a magnetic tilt of less than 1 degree. These measurements validate the dynamo theory and establish the expectation that well-behaved giant planets should produce magnetic fields closely aligned with their spin axes. Small offsets are acceptable. They arise because the conducting fluid inside the planet is not perfectly uniform, and the convection patterns have some asymmetry. But the fundamental alignment should hold. Rotation drives the dynamo. The dynamo produces a field along the rotation axis. The magnetic poles should be near the geographic poles. Earth follows this pattern as well, with a magnetic field tilted about 11 degrees from the rotation axis, generated by convection of liquid iron in the outer core. Even Mercury, the smallest planet with an active dynamo, produces a dipole field roughly aligned with its spin. Across every planet where we have measured a magnetic field, the same pattern repeats. The field follows the spin. The dynamo obeys the rotation. The third rule is thermal, and it connects directly to how planets form. Giant planets are expected to radiate more energy than they receive from the sun, not because they generate power through nuclear fusion like stars, but because they are still cooling down from the tremendous gravitational energy released during their assembly. When a giant planet forms through the accumulation of gas and solid material over millions of years, the gravitational potential energy of organic falling matter converts to heat. The deeper the material falls into the planet's gravity well, the more energy it releases. By the time a planet like Jupiter finishes forming, its interior is scorching, tens of thousands of degrees at the core, far hotter than the surface of the sun. This primordial heat does not dissipate quickly. The planet's own mass acts as insulation. Heat from the deep interior must work its way outward through thousands of kilometers of increasingly less dense material before it can radiate into space from the cloud tops. This process takes billions of years. The planet acts like a massive thermal reservoir, slowly leaking the energy it accumulated during formation. Measurements confirm this prediction across multiple planets. Jupiter radiates approximately 2 times more energy than it absorbs from the Sun. That excess comes entirely from the slow release of internal heat accumulated during formation. After 4.5 billion years, the largest planet in the solar system is still never warm from its own birth. Saturn tells an even more dramatic version of the same story, emitting more than twice the energy it receives from the Sun. Part of Saturn's excess may come from an additional process, the gravitational separation of helium from hydrogen deep in the interior, which releases extra energy as the denser helium sinks toward the core. But the fundamental mechanism is the same. The planet formed hot and has been cooling ever since. Think of it like a pressure cooker with a valve sealed shut. You pour energy in during formation, the planet's gravity traps that energy inside, and it takes billions of years to slowly bleed out through the thick layers above. Every giant planet should have this thermal afterglow. The bigger the planet, the more energy it's stored. The thicker the insulating layers, the longer it takes to cool. 4.5 billion years is simply not enough time for a planet the size of Jupiter or Saturn to have fully released its formation heat. These fluids, upright spin, aligned magnetic fields, and ongoing heat emission form the backbone of our understanding of how giant planets work. They are not arbitrary conclusions or hopeful guesses. They are direct, calculable consequences of the physics governing gravitational waves, angular momentum conservation, hydrodynamics, and thermodynamics. Any planet that forms from a protoplanetary disk through standard accretion processes should exhibit all 3 properties. And for the gas giants Jupiter and Saturn, the agreement between prediction and observation is remarkably tight. Now comes the classification that matters most for this story. Jupiter and Saturn are gas giants. They are composed primarily of hydrogen and helium, the 2 lightest and most abundant gases in the universe, with relatively small rocky bodies buried deep beneath their enormous atmospheres. Their bulk composition closely mirrors the original protoplanetary because they formed early enough and were massive enough to capture vast quantities of the disk's dominant gases before the disk. Uranus and Neptune belong to a different category entirely. They are ice giants. The name is misleading if you picture frozen ponds and glaciers. In planetary science, the word ice refers not to temperature, but to chemical composition. It describes volatile compounds, primarily water, and methane, that condense as solid grains in the outer regions of the protoplanetary disk where temperatures dropped below their freezing points. These icy grains accumulated into the cores of the outer planets. The Uranus and Neptune never grew massive enough to capture the enormous hydrogen and helium emissions that characterize Jupiter and Saturn. The reasons for this are still debated, but both leading explanations trace back to the challenges of building a planet in the outer solar system. One explanation is timing. Uranus and Neptune may have formed later than the gas giants, assembling their cores after the protoplanetary disk had already begun losing its gas. The young sun's increasingly intense radiation and powerful stellar winds gradually stripped gas from the disk over its first few million years. Jupiter and Saturn formed quickly enough to grab massive gaseous envelopes before this gas was lost. Uranus and Neptune were slower. By the time their cores reached the critical mass needed to begin capturing large amounts of hydrogen and helium, they simply did not orbital neighborhood to capture. The second explanation involves distance. Falling farther from the Sun meant slower orbital speeds, longer orbital periods, and therefore fewer collisions between planetesimals per unit. The feeding zone of each growing protoplanet was larger in the outer solar system, but the material within it was more spread out. Accretion was a slower, more painstaking process out there. Planetesimals took longer to find each other, longer to collide, longer to merge. The ice giants ran out of time before they ran out of potential building material. Whatever the cause, the result is a planet with a fundamentally different internal structure from a gas giant. The interior of an ice giant is thought to consist of a small rocky core, perhaps a few earth masses, surrounded by a vast mantle of water, ammonia, and methane compressed to extreme densities. These compounds do not exist as recognizable ices at the pressures and temperatures found inside Uranus. They form hot, dense fluids that behave in ways laboratory chemistry is only beginning to explore. Above this icy mantle sits a relatively thin envelope of hydrogen and helium mixed with methane, which transitions into the visible atmosphere at the top. The methane absorbs red wavelengths of sunlight and reflects blue, giving both Uranus and Neptune their distinctive colors. The structural difference between gas giants and ice giants is not just a matter of degree, it is a difference in kind. Jupiter is roughly 90% hydrogen and helium by mass. Uranus is roughly 80% water, ammonia, and methane by mass. They are made of fundamentally different stuff, arranged in fundamentally different ways, with fundamentally different physical processes governing their interiors. This distinction matters because it determines everything from how the planet generates its magnetic field to how efficiently it transports heat from its core to its surface. Models built for gas giants do not automatically apply to ice giants. The physics is different because the materials are different. The crucial expectation, then, is this. Uranus and Neptune should behave like siblings. They have nearly identical masses. Uranus weighs in at 14.5 Earth masses, Neptune at 17.1. Their diameters differ by less than 4%. Their bulk compositions are believed to be broadly comparable. They formed in the same general region of the outer solar system, from the same reservoir of icy and gaseous material, subject to the same physical processes. If the rules of planetary formation apply consistently, these two worlds should be approximate twins, not identical, but close. Similar tilts, similar magnetic fields, similar thermal properties, similar atmospheric dynamics. Two variations on a single theme. Neptune, to its credit, largely cooperates. Its axial tilt of 28.3 degrees falls comfortably within the normal range for solar system planets. Its atmosphere is violently active, with the fastest sustained winds measured anywhere in the solar system exceeding 1,200 miles per hour. Dark storm systems appear, evolve, and dissipate across its vivid blue disk. Bright companion clouds of methane ice crystals form at high altitudes, casting shadows on the deeper cloud layers below. The planet looks alive, dynamic, energetically driven by processes that planetary scientists can identify and model with reasonable confidence. Its magnetic field is unusual, tilted about 47 degrees from the rotation axis, more than any gas giant. But the dynamo is recognizably active, and the field configuration can be explained by models of how conducting fluids behave in ice giant interiors. Scientists noted the tilt as interesting, perhaps hinting at the different interior structure of ice giants compared to gas giants, but not alarming. It was a variation on the theme, not a contradiction of it. Most importantly, Neptune radiates significant excess heat. It emits approximately 2.6 times more energy than it absorbs from the Sun, despite orbiting even farther from the Sun than Uranus, where solar heating is weaker and you might expect less thermal activity. Neptune glows with internal warmth. Its primordial heat is escaping exactly as thermodynamic models predict for an ice giant of its age and mass. The pressure cooker is venting. The thermal afterglow is present and measurable. Neptune is doing what the rules say it should do. Neptune is not a perfect textbook planet. Its tilted magnetic field hints at interior complexity that we do not fully understand, but it sits recognizably within the framework. It follows the rules closely enough that scientists can explain its behavior using established physics with only moderate extrapolation. Neptune is the well-behaved sibling, the one who graduated on time, got a respectable job, and calls home on the weekends. Then there is the other one. When Voyager 2 flew past Uranus on the 24th of January, 1986, It was the first, and to this day, the only spacecraft to visit the seventh planet. The encounter lasted a matter of hours. The spacecraft was traveling at roughly 42,000 miles per hour relative to Uranus, which meant the window for close-range observations was brutally short. Engineers had spent years programming the spacecraft's instruments to collect as much data as possible during the flyby, prioritizing measurements of the atmosphere, the magnetic field, the ring system, and the largest moons. The data that came back did not just surprise the planetary science community, it systematically disassembled every prediction they had made. Scientists already knew about the tilt before Voyager arrived. Ground-based observations stretching back decades had established that Uranus rotates with an axial inclination of approximately 97.8 degrees. The planet does not lean. It has fallen completely onto its side. Its rotation axis points nearly in the plane of its orbit rather than perpendicular to it. No other planet in the solar system comes close to this configuration. This alone was bizarre enough to generate decades of speculation about catastrophic impacts and unusual formation conditions. But the tilt was the anomaly everyone expected to confront. Scientists had prepared models, developed hypotheses, rehearsed explanations. What they were not prepared for was everything else. Voyager 2 measured a magnetic field tilted approximately 60 degrees from the rotation axis and offset from the planet's geometric center by roughly 1/3 of the planet's radius. It detected an atmosphere so calm and featureless that Uranus became visually the most boring planet Voyager had encountered, and it measured thermal emissions suggesting virtually no excess internal heat was escaping. Each measurement was a separate violation. Each violation contradicted a separate prediction, and the violations did not point toward a single, clean explanation. The tilt suggested a catastrophic impact, but an impact should have mixed the interior and produced vigorous heat emission. The quiet atmosphere suggested a thermally inert planet, but the extreme seasonal forcing from the tilt should have driven powerful weather systems. The tilted magnetic field suggested an unusual dynamo configuration, but the offset from the planet's center implied interior conditions that standard models could not account for. Uranus had not just broken one rule, it had broken all of them simultaneously, and the violations contradicted each other in ways that made any single explanation feel incomplete before it was even fully articulated. The scientific community was left with something it does not encounter often. A planet that appeared to be internally consistent in its own bizarre way, but externally inconsistent with every framework ever developed to explain how planets work. This was not a case of one anomalous measurement suggesting an instrument error. This was a coherent body of evidence pointing toward a world that operates under conditions we have never anticipated and still, nearly 4 decades later, cannot fully explain. The rules were clear, the data were clear, and they did not agree. What comes next is the detailed anatomy of each violation measured, documented, and compared against the precise predictions it defied. Every anomaly carries a specific, quantifiable signature. Every signature points toward the event or process that made Uranus what it is today. And every failed explanation brings us closer to a truth that extends far beyond one misfit planet in the outer solar system. Let us begin with the tilt, because the tilt is not just one anomaly. It is a cascade of consequences that ripples through every other property of the planet. We established that Uranus rotates with an axial inclination of approximately 97.8 degrees, but stating the number does not convey what this actually means for a planet trying to function as a planet. This is not a modest lean like Earth's 23-degree tilt that gives us mild seasons and long summer evenings. This is a world lying almost flat on its side relative to its orbital plane, rotating like a chicken on a rotisserie spit as it circles the sun. And the consequences for how the planet receives energy, drives weather, and experiences time itself are unlike anything else in our solar system. Consider what happens during a single orbit. Uranus takes approximately 84 Earth years to complete one trip around the Sun. At the solstice, one pole faces the Sun almost directly. That pole receives continuous sunlight for roughly 42 years without interruption. Meanwhile, the opposite pole sits in complete darkness for the same duration. No sunrise, no sunset. Just 4 decades of unbroken night. Then, as the planet moves along its orbit toward equinox, the geometry shifts. The sun crosses over the equator, and for a relatively brief period, the planet experiences something resembling a conventional daylight cycle, with the sun rising and setting at the equator roughly every 17 hours as Uranus rotates. Then the cycle reverses, and the other pole gets its turn in the light. No other planet experiences anything remotely like this. Mars has seasons similar in character to Earth's, just longer. Saturn's tilt produces familiar seasonal patterns stretched across its 29-year orbit. Even Pluto, demoted and distant, has a more conventional relationship with sunlight than Uranus does. The 7th planet exists in a seasonal regime that has no parallel, and that regime creates thermal conditions that should have dramatic, observable consequences. Here is the specific prediction. When one hemisphere absorbs solar energy continuously for 42 years, while the other hemisphere radiates heat into the vacuum of space for the same period, you get an enormous temperature gradient between the two halves of the planet. Hot air rises, cold air sinks. Temperature differences drive circulation. This is the fundamental engine behind weather on every planet with an atmosphere. The greater the temperature difference, the more powerful the circulation. Earth's relatively modest 23-degree tilt produces hurricanes, monsoons, and jet streams. Uranus's 98-degree tilt should produce atmospheric chaos on a scale that dwarfs anything in the solar system. It does not. When Voyager 2 arrived at Uranus on the 24th of January, 1986, the spacecraft's cameras captured something planetary scientists found almost impossible to reconcile with the physics. The planet looked blank. A pale blue-green sphere with virtually no visible cloud features, no banding, no storm systems, no atmospheric structure that could be resolved at the scales. Voyager's instruments were designed to detect. Jupiter has its great red spot and vivid alternating bands of colored clouds. Saturn has its hexagonal polar vortex and creamy butterscotch cloud layers. Neptune, which Voyager would visit 3 years later, turned out to be everything the textbooks predicted and more. Uranus showed almost nothing. To appreciate how wrong this looked, consider that Voyager 2 arrived during the southern summer solstice. The South Pole was aimed almost directly at the sun and had been baking in continuous sunlight for roughly 2 decades. The North Pole had been in darkness for the same duration. If any moment in the Uranian year should have produced dramatic atmospheric circulation, this was it. Maximum asymmetry, maximum thermal forcing, and the atmosphere responded with what appeared to be profound indifference. Scientists initially questioned whether the bland appearance might be an artifact of the viewing geometry. Voyager approached from the sunlit South Pole, meaning it was looking almost straight down onto the illuminated hemisphere. Perhaps the atmospheric features were there but oriented in ways that made them difficult to image from that angle. Perhaps the interesting weather was confined to the dark hemisphere where the cameras could not reach. The imaging team processed and reprocessed the data, stretching contrast levels and filtering wavelengths to extract any hidden structure. They found very little. A few faint cloud bands at southern latitudes. A handful of small, discrete features, nothing remotely approaching the atmospheric drama observed at every other giant planet. Subsequent observations addressed some of these concerns, but deepened the mystery in others. As Uranus moved through its orbit toward the northern spring equinox in 2007, Hubble Space Telescope observations began revealing increased atmospheric activity. Bright methane ice clouds appeared in the northern hemisphere as it emerged from decades of darkness into increasing sunlight. Scientists were cautiously encouraged. Perhaps the atmosphere needed seasonal transitions to become active. Perhaps the equinox, with its rapidly changing illumination geometry, was the trigger that solstice conditions could not provide. By 2014, ground-based telescopes using adaptive optic systems at the Keck Observatory in Hawaii detected surprisingly vigorous storm activity at near-infrared wavelengths. A cluster of exceptionally bright features appeared in the northern hemisphere, among the most luminous storm systems ever recorded on the planet. These storms reached altitudes high enough in the atmosphere to punch through the heavy layers that normally obscure deeper structures. For a brief period, Uranus looked almost dynamic. Atmospheric scientists were fascinated because the storms arrived years after the equinox, at a point in the seasonal cycle when models predicted declining activity rather than increasing it. The atmosphere was responding to seasonal change, and on its own schedule, out of phase with the solar forcing that should have been driving it. So the atmosphere is not entirely dead. It responds to seasonal changes, but the response is dramatically muted and strangely timed compared to what physics predicts. Neptune, with a conventional tilt and far less extreme seasonal forcing, sustains continuous atmospheric turbulence regardless of its orbital position. Its cloud features are running on timescales of days and weeks. The most violent sustained winds in the solar system belong to the planet, with less reason to be angry. Neptune's atmosphere behaves like a giant planet's atmosphere should behave. Uranus's atmosphere behaves like something is missing. Like the engine that should be driving violent circulation has been disconnected from the machine. The culprit, as we will see, connects directly to the next violation. But before we leave the tilt, there is one more consequence that matters. The extreme axial inclination does not just affect weather patterns, it defines the geometry of everything that orbits the planet. Uranus has 29 known moons and a system of thin, dark rings. Every single one of these objects orbits in the planet's equatorial plane. Because the equator is tilted 98 degrees relative to the orbital plane around the Sun, the entire satellite system appears to orbit vertically when viewed from the perspective of the solar system. The moons do not go around the equator in the conventional sense. They go over the poles relative to the Sun. This co-tilted moon system is not a minor detail. It is an enormously constraining observation for any theory that attempts to explain the tilt. If a sudden event knocked Uranus on its side after the moons had already formed in a conventional equatorial disk, those moons should have been stranded in the original orbital plane. They would not have instantly shifted to the new equatorial plane. Gravitational torques from the planet's oblate shape would eventually drag them into the new plane, but this process takes time and might not capture all the moons cleanly. Some could be lost to unstable orbits. The fact that all 29 known moons orbit neatly in the current tilted equatorial plane constrains how and when the tilting event occurred. Either it happened before the moons formed, or it happened slowly enough for the moons to follow along. Keep that constraint in your mind. It will matter when we investigate causes. Now let us go deeper. Beneath the clouds, beneath the hydrogen and helium envelope, past the point where atmospheric pressure exceeds anything found on Earth's surface by factors of hundreds of thousands, lies the region where Uranus generates its magnetic field. Or rather, where it should generate a normal magnetic field. What it actually generates is something that looked, to the scientists analyzing Voyager 2's magnetometer data, like a compass needle dropped into a blender. The expectation was straightforward and well supported by precedent. Giant planets produce magnetic fields through convective electrons, operating in electrically conducting interior fluids. The rotation of the planet organizes the convection into patterns that generate a field roughly aligned with the spin axis. Jupiter's field tilts 10 degrees from its rotation axis. Saturn's field tilts less than 1 degree. Earth's field tilts about 11 degrees. The pattern is clear and physically motivated. The dynamo respects the spin. The magnetic poles stay near the geographic poles. The magnetometer aboard Voyager 2 began detecting Uranus's magnetic field hours before closest approach. As the spacecraft entered the planet's magnetosphere, the initial readings were confusing. The field did not behave as the approach models predicted. It strengthened in unexpected directions. The polarity seemed wrong for the expected geometry. As the spacecraft flew closer and the data sharpened, the picture that emerged was unlike anything previously measured at any planet. Uranus's magnetic field is tilted approximately 59 degrees from the rotation axis. This is not a modest offset. This is a magnetic field, whose poles are located closer to the equator than to the geographic poles. If you stood on Uranus at the geographic North Pole and held a compass, the needle would not point down toward your feet the way it roughly does on Earth. It would point off at a steep angle toward the horizon, directing you toward a location far from where any theory says the magnetic pole should be. But the tilt was only half the shock. The magnetic field's center of symmetry does not coincide with the planet's geometric center. It is offset by approximately 1/3 of the planet's radius, displaced toward the southern rotational pole. A magnetic field is usually modeled as though it were generated by a dipole, essentially a bar magnet, located at the center of the planet. For Jupiter and Saturn, this approximation works well. The dipole sits near the center, the field is roughly symmetric, and the higher order components are small corrections. For Uranus, the dipole is not at the center. It is shifted dramatically to one side, producing a magnetic field that is wildly asymmetric at the surface. The field strength varies by more than a factor of 10 between different locations on the planet, far more than any other measured planetary field. The scientists who first processed these measurements at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena faced an uncomfortable situation. The data were clean, the instruments were functional correctly. Multiple independent measurements during the flyby confirmed the same bizarre geometry. Norman Ness, who led the magnetometer team, described the result as fundamentally unexpected. The field did not match any of the pre-encounter models the team had prepared. They had considered the possibility of a modestly tilted field, perhaps 15 or 20 degrees. They had not prepared for 59 degrees. Nobody had, because no physical model predicted it. The combination of extreme tilt and large offset creates a magnetosphere, a region of space controlled by the planet's magnetic field that is unlike anything else in the solar system. As Uranus rotates, its tilted offset magnetic field wobbles through space in a corkscrew pattern. The magnetosphere does not sit neatly around the planet like Jupiter's does. It tumbles, creating a constantly shifting interaction with the solar wind that produces complex and rapidly changing auroral patterns. The geometry is so unusual that modeling it requires abandoning many of the simplifying assumptions that work perfectly for every other magnetized planet. At certain rotational phases, the magnetic tail stretches out behind the planet in a configuration that is almost perfectly with the solar wind flow. A quarter rotation later, the tail is twisted into a completely different orientation. The magnetosphere of Uranus does not just differ from Jupiter's in degree, it is behind. When the Voyager team first reported this, a natural objection arose. Perhaps the put Uranus in the middle of a magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field reverses polarity every 300,000 years on average, and during the transition, it becomes chaotic, weakened, and molten. If Uranus happened to be reversing its field during the 1986 flyby, the bizarre measurements of the transitional state rather than the planet's normal operating condition. This objection was reasonable for about 3 years. Then Voyager 2 flew past Neptune in 1989 and measured a magnetic field that was similarly tilted, approximately 47 degrees from the rotation axis, and similarly offset, displaced from the planet's center by about 55% of Neptune's radius. The probability of both ice giants coincidentally undergoing magnetic reversals at the exact same time Voyager happened to fly by is vanishingly small. The far more compelling conclusion was that tilted offset magnetic fields have a normal configuration for ice giant dynamos. Something about the internal structure of these planets produces this geometry as a permanent feature, not a temporary aberration. The reversal hypothesis was effectively dead. This conclusion has profound implications for interior structure. The geometry of a magnetic field is determined by the geometry of the conducting region that generates it. In Jupiter and Saturn, the dynamo operates deep in the planet where metallic hydrogen provides a large, roughly spherical conducting volume. The deep spherical dynamo naturally produces a dipole field aligned with the rotation axis. The physics and the observations agree. In Uranus, The tilted offset field suggests the dynamo does not operate deep in the core. Instead, it may be confined to a relatively thin shell of electrically conducting fluid at intermediate depths. Water, ammonia, and methane compressed to extreme pressures become ionic conductors, fluids where dissolved molecules dissociate into charged particles that can carry electrical current. If convection is restricted to a narrow zone within this conducting layer rather than extending throughout the interior, the resulting dynamo operates in a thin shell rather than a thick sphere. Shell dynamos produce inherently more complex fields with larger tilts and offsets because the geometry of the generating region is fundamentally different. A thin shell cannot sustain the same organized flow patterns that a deep spherical volume can. The convection is more chaotic, the field more disordered, and the resulting dipole component ends up tilted far from the rotation axis. Computer simulations confirm that thin shell dynamos can reproduce the magnetic field configurations observed at both Uranus and Neptune with reasonable accuracy, but this explanation immediately raises the question of why convection would be confined to a thin shell. In a well-mixed interior where heat flows freely from the core to the surface, convection should extend through the entire conducting region. Something must be blocking the convection from reaching the deep interior. Something must be creating a barrier that confines the dynamo to a shallow layer, and that barrier connects directly to the most thermally puzzling observation in the entire solar system. Uranus emits almost no excess internal heat. This is the third violation, and in many ways it is the most difficult to explain because it contradicts one of the most robust predictions in planetary physics. Giant planets form hot. Gravitational contraction converts potential energy to thermal energy, heating the interior to tens of thousands of degrees. That heat must escape eventually, but the timescale for a planet the size of Uranus to fully cool is far longer than the current age of the solar system. 4.5 billion years is simply not enough time. The planet should still be warm, the heat should still be leaking out. We have already seen that Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune all radiate far more heat than the Sun delivers to them. Neptune glows with internal warmth, exactly as thermodynamic models predict for an ice giant of its age and mass. Uranus emits at most 1.06 times the energy it receives from the Sun. Some measurements are consistent with an excess of exactly 0. The planet appears to be in near perfect thermal equilibrium with its environment, radiating away almost precisely what the Sun puts in, and nothing more. For a 14.5 Earth mass world that formed through gravitational collapse 4.5 billion years ago, this is not just unexpected. It borders on physically implausible unless something specific is preventing the heat from escaping. The contrast with Neptune demolishes any attempt to explain this through normal cooling. Neptune is only 17% more massive than Uranus. They are believed to share broadly similar compositions and formation histories. If normal thermal evolution applied equally to both planets, their heat outputs should be comparable. They are not. Neptune radiates vigorous excess heat. Uranus radiates essentially nothing. Whatever silenced the thermal emission of the seventh planet did not touch the eighth. Two near-twin worlds, one glowing, one dark, same size, same materials, same age, completely different thermal behavior. That contrast alone tells scientists that something specific happened to Uranus, something that did not happen to Neptune, that fundamentally altered how heat moves through its interior. The most compelling explanation is interior stratification. Imagine the planet's interior is not well mixed, but instead organized into layers of different composition and density. The dense layer sitting beneath a lighter layer creates a stable configuration that resists convective overturning. Hot material at the bottom cannot rise through the denser layer above. Cold material at the top cannot sink through the lighter layer below. Convection, the most efficient mechanism for transporting heat from a planet's interior to its surface, is effectively shut down across the boundary. Heat trapped below this compositional barrier can only escape through thermal conduction, which is orders of magnitude slower than convection. Think of it like a thermos flask with the lid screwed on too tight. The heat is inside, the insulation is working. The contents stay warm for far longer than they would in an open container. Uranus's interior may still be scorching hot at depth, retaining most of its primordial formation energy behind a compositional wall that prevents it from reaching the surface. The planet is not cold, it is insulated. The heat is there, it simply cannot get out. This model elegantly connects two of the violations. The stably stratified interior explains both the missing heat and the shell dynamo. Convection is confined to a thin layer above the compositional boundary, producing the tilted offset magnetic field. Heat below the boundary escapes slowly through conduction, producing the near-zero thermal excess measured at the surface. Two apparently separate anomalies turn out to be different symptoms of the same underlying condition, but it also connects to the muted atmosphere. If very little internal heat reaches the upper atmosphere, the energy available to drive atmospheric circulation is drastically reduced compared to a planet like Neptune, where internal heat flows freely to the surface. The atmospheric engine is starved of fuel. Weather systems that should be vigorous and visually spectacular become sluggish and subdued. The bland, featureless disk that Voyager 2 photographed is not evidence of a boring planet. It is evidence of a planet whose internal plumbing has been fundamentally altered, cutting off the energy supply that should power visible atmospheric dynamics. There is a fourth element that compounds the puzzle. Spectroscopic observations of Uranus's atmosphere reveal that its composition is broadly similar to Neptune's at the level of bulk chemistry. Both planets have hydrogen-helium atmospheres enriched with methane at concentrations of roughly 2 to 3%. Both owe their blue colors to that methane. But despite this chemical similarity, the two planets look strikingly different. Neptune appears as a vivid, deep blue world with visible cloud bands, discrete storm features, and an atmosphere that changes noticeably over timescales of days. Uranus appears as a washed-out, pale blue-green sphere with a hazy, featureless quality that makes it look almost airbrushed. The difference is not chemical composition, but vertical atmospheric structure. Uranus has a significantly thicker haze layer in its upper atmosphere compared to Neptune. This photochemical smog, produced by ultraviolet sunlight breaking apart methane molecules into more complex hydrocarbons, forms a semi-opaque blanket that obscures deeper cloud features from view. Why Uranus produces a thicker haze than Neptune is not fully understood, but it likely connects to the thermal profile of the atmosphere. Without significant internal heat warming the atmosphere from below, Uranus's temperature structure is different from Neptune's. The tropopause, the boundary between the lower and upper atmosphere, sits at a different altitude and temperature. This affects where hazes form, how quickly they settle, and how thick they accumulate. The missing internal heat does not just reduce atmospheric vigor, it changes the chemistry of what we can see, wrapping the planet in a translucent veil that makes it appear calm, even if dynamic processes are occurring at deeper, hidden levels. Recent observations support this interpretation. When astronomers observe Uranus at near-infrared wavelengths that penetrate below the upper haze layers, they find more atmospheric structure than visible light images reveal. Discrete cloud features, bright methane ice storms, and even hints of banded structure appear at wavelengths where the haze becomes more transparent. The atmosphere is not as dead as Voyager's visible light cameras suggested. It is partially alive, but hidden beneath a fog of its own making. A fog that exists because the interior heat that should keep the atmosphere energetically active is locked away behind a compositional barrier deep below. Every violation reinforces the others. The tilt creates extreme seasonal forcing. The missing heat removes the internal energy that should amplify atmospheric response to that forcing. The stratified interior that traps the heat also confines the dynamo to a thin shell, producing the tilted offset magnetic field. The reduced heat flux alters the atmospheric temperature profile, producing thicker hazes that obscure whatever weather does exist. The co-tilted moon system constrains the timeline and mechanism of whatever event created this configuration. These are not 5 separate mysteries. They are 5 manifestations of one mystery. Something happened to Uranus, probably early in the solar system's history, that restructured its interior in a way that differs fundamentally from what happened to Neptune or any other planet. That single event or process set in motion a chain of consequences that affected the planet's rotation, its magnetic field, its thermal evolution, its atmospheric dynamics, and its satellite system simultaneously. The question of what that event was has consumed planetary scientists for nearly 4 decades. The leading hypotheses differ dramatically in their assumptions, their predictions, and their implications for how common Uranus-like planets might be throughout the galaxy. Each hypothesis explains some of the violations convincingly, while struggling with others. None of them, as of today, explains everything. But the fact that the violations are interconnected is itself a powerful constraint. Any successful theory must account for all 5 simultaneously. You cannot explain the tilt without addressing the heat. You cannot address the heat without explaining the magnetic field. You cannot explain the magnetic field without understanding the interior structure. And you cannot understand the interior structure without knowing what event created it. The investigation into what broke Uranus is not a collection of separate research programs running in parallel. It is a single, unified puzzle where every piece constrains every other piece. What follows is an examination of the leading theories, one by one, testing each against the full weight of observational evidence to see which ones survive and which ones collapse under the burden of a planet that refuses to be explained by any simple answer. Something happened to Uranus. We have established what the damage looks like. A planet on its side, a magnetic field pointing the wrong way, an interior hoarding heat it should have released billions of years ago, an atmosphere too quiet for the extreme seasonal punishment it endures, a moon system that tilted along with the planet. 5 connected violations, 5 symptoms of a single underlying event. Now comes the harder question. What event could produce all of this simultaneously? The investigation has been running for nearly 4 decades, and it has generated 3 major families of hypotheses. Each one starts from a different physical mechanism. Each one explains some of the evidence convincingly, and each one struggles with at least one piece of evidence that refuses to cooperate. This is the current state of the science, not a solved case with a neat conclusion, but an active investigation with multiple suspects, partial alibis, and no confession. Let us start with the most dramatic hypothesis, because it was proposed first and remains the most widely discussed: a giant impact. Early in the solar system's history, during the violent final stages of planetary assembly, a massive object slammed into the young Uranus and knocked it onto its side. The impactor was not a small asteroid or a stray comet. It was a protoplanetary body, a partially formed world, with a mass estimated between 1 and 3 times the mass of Earth. An object that large colliding with Uranus at orbital velocities would deliver enough angular momentum to tip the planet's rotation axis from a modest initial tilt to the 98 degrees we observe today. This hypothesis has strong historical precedent. Giant impacts are not exotic or speculative events. They are a confirmed and expected feature of the late stages of solar system formation. The leading theory for the origin of Earth's moon involves a Mars-sized body striking the young Earth and ejecting a cloud of debris that coalesced into our lunar companion. Mercury's anomalously large iron core may reflect a giant impact that stripped away much of its rocky mantle. Venus's slow retrograde rotation might also trace back to a massive collision early in its history. Giant impacts shaped the early solar system repeatedly, violently, and without regard for the neat geometries that the original protoplanetary disk tried to impose. Invoking one to explain Uranus is not a stretch. It is almost conservative. Computer simulations of the impact scenario have grown increasingly sophisticated over the decades. Researchers model the collision using smoothed particle hydrodynamics, a computational technique that represents both the planet and the impactor as collections of thousands to millions of individual particles, each carrying properties like mass, temperature, density, and composition. The simulation tracks what happens when these particle collections collide at various angles and speeds, following the debris, energy transfer, and angular momentum redistribution in 3 dimensions over hours to days of simulated time. The parameter space is large. You can vary the impactor's mass, its composition, its velocity, the angle at which it strikes, and the initial conditions of the young Uranus before impact. Researchers have explored hundreds of combinations searching for scenarios that reproduce the observed tilt while keeping the planet intact. The results consistently identify a sweet spot. A grazing impact works far better than a head-on collision. Think of a snooker ball clipping another at speed rather than striking it dead center. The grazing blow transfers angular momentum efficiently because the impactor's velocity has a large component tangent to the planet's surface. It tips the planet without delivering so much energy to the core that the entire world is disrupted or, in extreme cases, partially destroyed. The best fit scenarios use an impactor of roughly 1 to 2 Earth masses striking at an angle between 45 and 75 degrees relative to the planet's surface. These collisions successfully reproduce the 98-degree tilt in a single event. They also generate a disk of debris around the newly tilted planet, material blown off from both the impactor and Uranus's outer layers that settles into orbit in the new equatorial plane. This debris disk could, over thousands to millions of years, coalesce into the regular satellite system we observe today. The moons would form in the tilted plane because the disk itself would damp into that plane through mutual collisions and gravitational interactions. The rings might represent debris that remain too close to the planet to accrete into larger bodies, held apart by tidal forces that prevent consolidation. So far, so good. The single giant impact explains the tilt and provides a natural mechanism for the co-tilted moons. But the moment you ask what happens to the planet's interior, the model runs into trouble. A collision energetic enough to tilt a 14.5 Earth mass planet by 98 degrees deposits an enormous amount of thermal energy into the interior. The impact heats the outer layers to thousands of degrees. Shockwaves propagate through the planet, stirring and mixing material that was previously stratified. The interior should end up thoroughly homogenized, a well-mixed soup of rock, ice, and gas with no sharp compositional boundaries, and a well-mixed interior convects freely. Heat from the deep core travels efficiently to the surface. The planet should glow with thermal energy for billions of years afterward. This is precisely what we do not observe. But as we have seen, the planet's thermal output tells a completely different story. The interior appears to be stably stratified, with suppressed convection trapping heat at depth. A single catastrophic impact that mixed the interior should have produced the opposite outcome. More heat escaping, not less. Stronger convection, not weaker. A deep dynamo producing an aligned magnetic field, not a shell dynamo producing a tilted offset one. Let us put this in the form of a scoreboard. The single giant impact hypothesis scores a clear win on the tilt. It scores a plausible win on the co-tilted moons through the debris disk mechanism. It scores a clear loss on the missing heat, and it scores a likely loss on the magnetic field, because a well-mixed interior should produce a deep dynamo rather than a shell dynamo. 2 wins, 2 losses, not good enough to close the case. This contradiction drove researchers toward a modified version of the hypothesis. What if the impact did not fully mix the interior? Recent high-resolution simulations, run with far more particles and better treatment of material properties than earlier work, suggest this is possible under specific conditions. A grazing impact deposits most of its energy into the outer layers of the planet while leaving the deep interior relatively undisturbed. The impactor itself, if it had a different composition from Uranus's core, could contribute material that settles into a boundary layer at intermediate depths. This compositional boundary would resist convective overturning, creating exactly the kind of stable stratification needed to explain the trapped heat in the shell dynamo. The scenario works like this. Before the impact, young Uranus has a partially differentiated interior with a rocky core, an icy mantle, and a hydrogen-helium envelope. The impactor strikes at a grazing angle, heating and disrupting the outer envelope and the upper portion of the icy mantle. Material from the impactor, which may be richer in rock and iron than the surrounding ice, mixes into the upper mantle and settles into a dense transitional layer. Below this layer, the original deep interior remains largely intact, still hot from formation, but now insulated by a compositional barrier it cannot convect through. Above the barrier, a thinner layer of conducting ice-rich fluid convects normally, producing the shell dynamo responsible for the tilted magnetic field. The revised scoreboard for this modified impact model looks better. The tilt is still explained. The moons are still explained. The missing heat is now explained through the stratification created by impact materials settling into a boundary layer. The magnetic field geometry is explained by the resulting shell dynamo. 4 potential winds. But every wind comes with an asterisk. The angle must be grazing enough to avoid fully mixing the interior. The impactor's composition must differ from Uranus's bulk composition in a way that creates a stable density gradient. The energy deposition must be concentrated in the outer layers while sparing the deep core. These requirements narrow the window of acceptable collisions significantly. The hypothesis works, but only if nature hit a fairly specific bullseye. The multiple impact hypothesis relaxes some of these constraints at the cost of introducing others. Instead of one massive collision, perhaps Uranus was tipped by a series of smaller impacts spread over millions of years during the late stages of accretion. 2 or 3 bodies, each a fraction of an Earth mass, striking at different times and from different directions, could cumulatively build up the tilt to 98 degrees in any single event, delivering enough energy to fully homogenize the interior. Each impact would heat and mix a portion of the planet, but the intervals between impacts would allow partial cooling and restratification. The final configuration would be a planet with a large tilt and a partially stratified interior, both achieved incrementally. Simulations of the multiple impact scenario are computationally expensive because each collision must be modeled separately, and the planet must be allowed to thermally and dynamically relax between events. Early results suggest the approach is viable. Multiple moderate impacts can reproduce the observed tilt while preserving more internal stratification than a single large impact. However, there is a statistical problem. For the cumulative tilt to reach 98 degrees, the successive impacts need to push the axis predominantly in the same direction. Random impacts from random directions would tend to cancel each other out, sometimes tilting the planet further and sometimes tilting it back. Getting a net tilt of 98 degrees from multiple random collisions requires either a fortunate alignment of impact geometries or a larger number of impacts. To ensure the random walk in tilt space reaches the observed value, this is not impossible, but it is less probable than a single well-aimed blow. Each additional impact adds a free parameter to the model, making it more flexible but also more difficult to constrain observationally. Some researchers view the flexibility as an advantage because it allows the model to accommodate a wider range of interior outcomes. Others view it as a weakness because a model that can explain almost anything predicts almost nothing. The second family of hypotheses does not involve impacts at all. It proposes that Uranus was tilted gradually through gravitational interactions during the early solar system's orbital reshuffling. This requires some context about what the early solar system looked like, because it was dramatically different from what we see today. The standard model of early solar system evolution, often called the Nice model, after the French city where it was developed, proposes that the 4 giant planets formed in a much more compact configuration than their current orbits. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune all orbited closer to the Sun and closer to each other, with orbital spacings far tighter than the vast gulfs that separate them now. Beyond the outermost planet lay a massive disk of icy planetesimals, leftover building material containing perhaps 35 Earth masses of rock and ice that had not been incorporated into any planet during the accretion phase. For hundreds of millions of years, this configuration remained roughly stable. The planets interacted gravitationally with the planetesimal disk, slowly exchanging angular momentum. Neptune drifted outward into the disk, scattering planetesimals inward, where they encountered Uranus, then Saturn, then Jupiter. Jupiter, being the most massive, flung most of these small bodies outward, transferring orbital energy to the outer planets and causing them to migrate further from the Sun. This slow migration proceeded gradually until a critical threshold was crossed. Jupiter and Saturn drifted into a mutual orbital resonance, a configuration where Jupiter completed exactly 2 orbits for every 1 orbit of Saturn. This resonance amplified their gravitational interactions explosively, destabilizing the entire outer solar system in a period of chaos lasting perhaps 50 to 100 million years. During this instability, everything moved. Uranus and Neptune were scattered onto highly eccentric, inclined orbits. In many simulations, the 2 ice giants passed close enough to each other to exchange positions entirely. Neptune, currently the outermost planet, may have originally formed closer to the Sun than Uranus. The gravitational encounters during this period were violent enough to fling both planets onto wild trajectories before friction from the remaining planetesimal disk gradually circularized their orbits into the nearly circular paths we observe today. If you picture the planet's orbits as furniture in a room, the Nice model instability was the event where someone rearranged everything while you were out. Nothing ended up where it started, and some of it got knocked around badly in the process. Migration alone does not produce the extreme tilt of Uranus. Gravitational scattering between planets can change orbital parameters dramatically, but typically does not alter spin axes by more than a few tens of degrees. However, migration changes the orbital architecture, which changes the gravitational torques acting on each planet's spin axis. If Uranus passed through a spin-orbit resonance during migration, its tilt could have been amplified gradually over millions of years. A spin-orbit resonance occurs when the rate at which a planet's spin axis precesses, the slow wobble of the axis around a reference direction, matches the rate at which its orbit precesses due to gravitational perturbations from other planets. When these 2 frequencies match, energy is transferred resonantly into the planet's obliquity, pumping up the tilt in the same way that pushing a child on a swing at just the right frequency builds up larger and larger oscillations. Under the right conditions, a spin-orbit resonance can drive a planet's tilt from modest values to extreme ones over timescales of millions of years. Recent theoretical work has identified specific scenarios where this mechanism could tilt Uranus to 98 degrees. The key ingredient is a large circumplanetary disk around the young Uranus, a disk of gas and debris left over from the planet's formation that had not yet dissipated or accreted onto the planet. This disk changes the planet's precession rate, potentially bringing it into resonance with an orbital frequency driven by interactions with other migrating planets. As the disk slowly disperses over millions of years, the resonance sweeps through different frequencies, and if the timing is right, it can capture and amplify the tilt before releasing it at a high value. The gradual tilting mechanism has an appealing feature that the impact hypothesis struggles with. Because the tilt increases slowly over millions of years, the planet's moons have time to track the changing equatorial plane through tidal interactions with the planet's oblateness. The moons are not stranded in an old orbital plane by a sudden violent event. They are dragged along gently, maintaining their equatorial orbits as the equator itself shifts. This naturally explains the co-tilted satellite system without requiring the moons to reform from an impact-generated debris disk. Running the scoreboard on the resonant tilting hypothesis gives a different pattern. Tilt explained, yes. Co-tilted moons explained, arguably better than the impact model. Missing heat, no explanation offered. Magnetic field geometry, no explanation offered. Atmospheric quiescence, no explanation offered. 2 wins, 3 blanks. The hypothesis does not contradict the interior anomalies, but it does not address them either. They become orphaned mysteries requiring their own separate solutions, which reduces the elegance of the overall explanation considerably. Some researchers have proposed hybrid models where a gradual resonant tilt is supplemented by one or more moderate impacts that restructure the interior without fully determining the final tilt. The resonance does the heavy lifting on obliquity while the impact handles the interior stratification. This approach is physically plausible but introduces additional complexity and free parameters. The more mechanisms you combine, the harder it becomes to test the model against observations because the predictions become less specific. The third investigative thread turns inward, literally, To the question of what Uranus is made of at depths no instrument has ever directly sampled. Our understanding of ice giant interiors is built almost entirely on indirect evidence. Mass and radius measurements constrain the bulk density. Gravitational field measurements from Voyager 2's flyby constrain the distribution of mass at coarse resolution. Magnetic field measurements constrain where electrically conducting fluids exist. Atmospheric spectroscopy constrains the composition of the outermost layers. Everything deeper than the cloud tops is modelled, not measured. The standard three-layer picture we established earlier, the rocky core beneath a compressed icy mantle beneath the hydrogen-helium envelope, is almost certainly an oversimplification. The real interior probably involves gradual compositional transitions rather than sharp boundaries, and the behavior of materials under the relevant pressures and temperatures is only beginning to be explored in laboratory settings. This is where the science gets genuinely strange, and where experiments conducted on Earth start to feel like science fiction. Laboratory physicists have developed techniques for recreating the pressures and temperatures found deep inside ice giants, not in large volumes, but in microscopic samples squeezed between the tips of two gem-quality diamonds. These diamond anvil cells compress tiny samples of water, ammonia, and methane, pressures exceeding millions of atmospheres, while high-powered lasers simultaneously heat them to thousands of degrees. The samples are smaller than a grain of sand and survive in these extreme states for only fractions of a second. But that is long enough for X-ray diffraction instruments to determine what the material's atomic structure looks like under those conditions. It is like squeezing a walnut until it cracks and discovering something completely unexpected inside. What these experiments revealed about water under ice giant interior conditions shocked the materials science community. At pressures exceeding roughly 200,000 atmospheres and temperatures of several thousand degrees, water enters a phase called superionic ice. In this state, the oxygen atom is locked into a rigid crystalline lattice, forming a solid crystal. Meanwhile, the hydrogen atoms, stripped of their electrons by the extreme conditions, flow freely through this lattice like a liquid. The material is simultaneously solid and liquid depending on which atomic species you are tracking. The oxygen scaffold is frozen in place. The hydrogen flows through enough water through a pipe. This dual nature gives superionic water extraordinary properties. It conducts electricity efficiently because the mobile hydrogen ions carry charge through the lattice. But its thermal transport properties differ dramatically from those of a normal convecting fluid. The rigid oxygen lattice resists the bulk fluid motions that characterize convection. Heat cannot be carried upward by rising plumes of hot material because the solid framework prevents large-scale overturn. Instead, heat must conduct through the lattice atom process, a process that is orders of magnitude slower. Superionic water was confirmed experimentally in 2018 by a team using the National Radiation Facility's laser system at Lawrence Livermore. The researchers compressed a thin layer of water between diamond anvils to pressures matching those expected roughly halfway between Uranus's surface and its core, and then used powerful laser pulses to heat the sample while simultaneously probing its structure with X-ray diffraction. The results were unambiguous. Water at those conditions formed a superionic phase with the predicted crystal structure. The exotic state of matter that theorists had speculated about for decades was real, and it existed at precisely the conditions found inside ice giant planets. If a layer of superionic ice exists at intermediate depths inside Uranus, it could act as a physical barrier to convection. Heat would be forced to travel through this layer by conduction rather than convection, dramatically slowing the rate at which primordial energy escapes from the interior to the surface. The conducting fluid above the superionic layer would be the only region free to convect. Fines are done to exactly the kind of thin shell that reproduces the Voyager measurements. One physical mechanism linked to the fundamental behavior of water under extreme compression would simultaneously explain both the trapped heat and the magnetic fluid geometry. The scoreboard for the superionic ice hypothesis looks different again. Tilt, no explanation offered. co-tilted moons, no explanation. Missing heat, strongly explained. Magnetic field geometry, strongly explained. Atmospheric quiescence, explained as a downstream consequence of the heat trap. 2 blanks but 3 wins, and the wins address the anomalies that the impact and resonance models struggle with most. However, the superionic ice hypothesis raises its own critical question. If the layer forms naturally based on pressure and temperature conditions, why does Neptune not have the same barrier? Neptune is slightly more massive, meaning pressures at comparable depths are slightly higher. The superionic phase should exist in Neptune's interior as well. Yet Neptune convects vigorously and radiates strong internal heat, suggesting either the superionic layer does not form there, or it does not suppress convection. One possible resolution involves temperature. Neptune's interior may be hotter than Uranus's at the depths where the superionic transition occurs. If the temperature exceeds the stability range of the superionic crystalline phase, the water remains in a fully fluid harmonic state that convects normally. The temperature difference between the 2 planets at a specific critical depth could determine whether a convective barrier forms or not. And that temperature difference might trace back to a difference in formation history, accretion rate, or an ancient impact that deposited extra heat in one planet but not the other. The investigation circles back on itself. The impact hypothesis uses material stratification to explain the trapped heat, but struggles to preserve stratification through a violent collision. The superionic ice hypothesis provides a natural stratification mechanism that cannot explain why it operates in Uranus and not Neptune, without invoking some difference in thermal history that might itself require an impact. The resonant tilting hypothesis explains the obliquity of moons gracefully but has nothing to say about the interior. No single hypothesis provides contact with all the evidence. The giant impact explains the tilt and can, under carefully chosen conditions, produce the right kind of interior stratification, but it requires specific collision parameters that reduce its probability. The resonant mechanism explains the tilt and the moons without violence, but leaves the interior mysteries orphaned. The superionic ice barrier explains the heat trapping and the magnetic field, but needs a reason to operate differently from Neptune, which loops back to requiring some distinguishing event in Uranus's past. The honest conclusion is that we are probably looking at a combination, an impact that occurred within the context of planetary migration, depositing energy and material that altered the thermal profile at the exact depth where superionic water transitions determine whether a convective barrier forms or not. The tilt might have been partially established by the impact and partially amplified by a subsequent spin-orbit resonance. The interior stratification might be partially primordial and partially impact enhanced. The truth is likely messier than any single clean narrative, which is uncomfortable for scientists who prefer elegant, unified explanations, but entirely consistent with how nature actually operates. What we need, more than anything, is data. The entire investigation has been built on 6 hours of Voyager, 2 observations from 1986, supplemented by ground-based and space telescope observations that can only sample the atmosphere and outermost layers. The gravitational field has been measured at low resolution on a single flyby trajectory. The magnetic field has been sampled along one path through the magnetosphere. The interior remains almost entirely unconstrained by direct observation. Every competing hypothesis makes specific, testable predictions about what a dedicated orbital mission would find. The impact model predicts specific signatures in the gravitational harmonics that reveal the depth and sharpness of compositional boundaries. The resonant model predicts a smoother interior without the sharp layering that impact models produce. The superionic ice model predicts a specific relationship between the magnetic field geometry and the depth at which the conducting shell operates. These predictions differ in measurable ways. They can be distinguished by the right instruments, but only with the kind of sustained, high-precision measurements that an orbiter can provide and a flyby cannot. The investigation is not stalled because scientists have run out of ideas. It is stalled because they have run out of data. The hypotheses are ready. The simulations are waiting. The laboratory experiments have revealed the exotic physics that might govern conditions deep inside the planet. What remains is the single most important step in the entire scientific process. Going there, measuring what is actually happening, and letting the planet itself settle the argument. That mission has been endorsed as the highest priority in planetary science. Its scientific case is built on everything this investigation has uncovered, and its implications extend far beyond one tilted, firmly silent, magnetically confused world in the outer reaches of our solar system. Because understanding what happened to Uranus is not just about solving a local mystery, it is about decoding the common type of planet in the galaxy. Everything we have discussed so far, the violations, the hypotheses, the exotic material physics, might sound like an interesting and relatively local problem. One strange planet in our own backyard behaving badly. Fascinating for specialists, perhaps, but not the kind of discovery that reshapes how we understand the universe. This is where that assumption collapses completely, because the single most important fact about Uranus has nothing to do with its tilt, its magnetic field, or its missing heat. It has to do with what is orbiting on the star. When the Kepler Space Telescope completed its primary mission in 2013, it had identified thousands of confirmed and exoplanets by detecting the tiny dips in starlight caused when a planet crosses the face of its host star. The statistical analysis of this dataset produced one of the most consequential results in modern astronomy. The most common type of planet in our galaxy is not a gas giant like Jupiter. It is not a rocky world like Earth. It is a planet with a radius between approximately 2 and 4 times Earth's radius. A size range that maps directly onto the ice giant category occupied by Uranus and Neptune. These worlds are heavily. They orbit roughly 1 in 3 sun-like stars, extrapolate across the estimated 400 billion stars in the Milky Way, and you arrive at a staggering conclusion. There may be over 100 billion ice giant-sized planets in our galaxy alone. They outnumber gas giants by a wide margin. They outnumber Earth-sized rocky planets in many stellar environments. They are, by a considerable measure, the default outcome of planet formation. The universe makes ice giants more readily realized than us, and we do not understand them. We have exactly 2 ice giants available for detailed study, Uranus and Neptune. One of them is so anomalous that it breaks every model we build. The other has been visited by a single spacecraft for a few hours and observed at distance ever since. Our entire understanding of the most common type of planet in the galaxy rests on 2 data points, one of which is an outlier. Trying to understand the population of ice giant exoplanets from this foundation is like trying to understand how cars work when the only 2 you're ever of are both broken in different ways. You can identify parts, you can guess at function, but you cannot fail to understand the engineering. This knowledge deficit is not abstract. It has immediate practical consequences for how we interpret real observations of real exoplanets being made by real telescopes right now. Consider some of the worlds we have already. GJ3470b orbits the Dwarf star roughly 12.5 light years from Earth. It has a mass of approximately 13 Earth masses and a radius suggesting it falls squarely in the sub-Neptune category. Its density indicates a composition that likely includes a significant fraction of water and other volatile ices beneath a hydrogen-rich atmosphere. In many respects, it looks like a smaller Uranus, but we have no way to determine whether its interior is well stratified. We cannot measure whether its magnetic field is bipolar or chaotically multipolar. We do not know whether it radiates its internal heat or traps it behind a compositional boundary. Every structural inference we make about this world depends on material models calibrated against Uranus and Neptune, the very models that Uranus personalities call into question. Happy 11b is a Neptune-like planet orbiting a star roughly 120 miles away. The Hubble Space Telescope detected water vapor in its atmosphere, making it one of the first sub-Neptunians with a confirmed atmospheric detection. Scientists used interior structure models to estimate how much of the planet is atmospheric hydrogen versus deep water and rock. Those estimates depend on assumptions about how water behaves under extreme pressure ice giants. If superionic ice phases are common at certain depths, the relationship between bulk water content and atmospheric properties changes. The water vapor Hubble detector might represent a different fraction of the planet's total water content than current models predict. K2-13b made headlines in 2019 when researchers detected water vapor in the atmosphere of a planet orbiting within the star's habitable zone. The planet has approximately 8.5 times Earth's mass, placing it in the sub-Neptune zone. Some scientists proposed it could be a habitable ocean world with liquid water beneath the hydrogen atmosphere. Others argued it was more likely a mini Neptune with no solid surface, where the water vapor exists in a deep, hot atmospheric layer associated with life. The disagreement comes down to interior structure. Is the planet's interior well mixed with fluid water layer, or is there a sharp boundary between the hydrogen envelope and the water-rich interior, with the possibility of a liquid ocean at the interface? These are exactly the kinds of structural questions that Uranus's anomalous answer. If stable stratification is common in ice giant interiors, the sharp boundary scenario is plausible. If well-mixed interiors are removed, the ocean hypothesis fades. Each of these worlds is being interpreted through models built on foundations we know are shaky. It is like building a house on ground you have never inspected and hoping the foundations hold. That Uranus is the giant crack in the basement telling you that the geology is not what you assumed. When astronomers measure the mass and radius of a sub-Neptune exoplanet, those two numbers are often all they have. Mass comes from radial velocity measurements and transit time variations. Radius comes from the gravitational dip. From these two values, scientists calculate the planet's bulk density and then attempt to infer its internal composition. Is it a rocky world with a thick hydrogen atmosphere, a water world with a steam envelope, an ice giant with a mixed interior of compressed volatiles? The answer depends entirely on material structure models, and those models are calibrated against the only outcomes we study in detail. If our models of Uranus's interior are wrong, every inference we draw about sub-Neptune exoplanets inherits that error. When a researcher concludes that a distant planet with a density of 1.5 grams per cubic centimeter must have a hydrogen envelope comprising 15% of its the conclusion flows from assumptions about hydrogen, water, ammonia, and methane inside a planet of that size. Those assumptions come from experience built on our understanding of Uranus and Neptune. With stable stratification, superonic ice barriers, and confined convection zones are common features of ice giant interiors rather than the quirks of one anomalous planet, then the density to composition ratio we currently use will be systematically wrong for billions of years. The magnetic field problem carries equal implications. Planetary magnetic fields are not just for magnetometry enthusiasts, they are shields. A strong, coherent magnetic field deflects the charged particles streaming across the host star. Particles that would otherwise strip away atmospheric gases through a process called sputtering. Over billions of years, a planet without magnetic protection can lose a significant fraction of its atmosphere, potentially transforming the world that could have supported life into a barren rock. When scientists evaluate whether an exoplanet can retain a thick atmosphere over geological timescales, they often assume that planets above a certain threshold will generate protective dipolar magnetic fields through effective dynamos. The assumption is reasonable based on our experience with Jupiter, Saturn, and Earth. Bigger planets have deeper conductive regions, stronger convection, and more powerful dynamos. The logic scales smoothly upward with mass. Uranus is the validation of this assumption. Here is a planet of 14.5 million solidly above any reasonable threshold for degeneration, producing a magnetic field that is weak, multipolar, and offset from the planet's center by a third of its radius. The magnetosphere it generates is not a stable shield. It wobbles and tumbles as the planet rotates, creating gaps in magnetic protection that the solar wind cannot. solar wind particles that would be cleanly deflected by a Jupiter-style dipole and penetrate deep into the magnetosphere when the field geometry twists into unfavorable configurations during the planet's 17-hour rotation. If this magnetic configuration is typical of other planets rather than unique to Uranus, then the atmospheric retention calculations for billions of exoplanets need fundamental change. Worlds we currently classify as likely to retain thick atmospheres might be far more vulnerable to atmospheric erosion than our models predict. A sub-Neptune orbital zone of a magnetically active red dwarf star would face intense bombardment. If its magnetic shield wobbles and tumbles like Uranus's, the cumulative atmospheric loss over billions of years would be devastating. A world that looked habitable on paper might be slowly stripped bare in reality. We would never know from mass and radius measurements alone. We would need to understand how ice giant dynamos actually work, and right now we do not. The thermal evolution issue extends these concerns further. Planetary cooling models predict how quickly a world transitions from a hot, recently formed state to a cooler, more stable configuration over billions of years. These models inform our estimates of when an exoplanet's surface or atmosphere might become suitable to chemistry and potentially to life. A planet that cools quickly becomes geologically dormant sooner, using the volcanic activity and atmospheric recycling that may be necessary for long-term habitability. A planet that retains heat longer stays geologically active longer, potentially maintaining surface conditions favourable to biological chemistry for extended periods. Uranus-like heat trapping is a common feature of ice giant interiors. The thermal evolution timelines we apply to exoplanets are billions of years. A planet that our models say should have cooled and gone dormant 3 billion years ago might still harbour a hot, active interior locked behind a compositional band or a superionic ice layer. The surface implications will be profound. Volcanic outgassing, tectonic activity, magnetic field generation, and atmospheric renewal could persist far longer than current models predict. Conversely, if the trapped heat eventually escapes catastrophically through some delayed convective overturn, the planet will experience sudden, violent resurfacing events that would reset habitability calculations entirely. We do not know which scenario is more likely because we do not understand the long-term stability of interior stratification in ice giants. That understanding can only come from studying the one stratified ice giant we can actually reach. Every one of these uncertainties traces back to the same root cause. We do not understand ice giant interiors well enough to make confident predictions about how they behave. And we do not understand ice giant interiors because we have only studied the 2 examples sitting in our own solar system. This is why the planetary science community has placed a dedicated Uranus mission on its priority list. The 2023 to 2032 Planetary Science and Astrobiology Decadal Survey, the document that sets the scientific agenda and funding priorities for NASA's planetary exploration program, identified a Uranus orbiter and probe as the single highest priority flagship mission for the coming decade. This was not a narrow decision driven by a small group of Uranus specialists. It was a community-wide consensus reflecting the recognition that our ignorance of ice giant physics represents the single largest gap in our understanding of how planets work. The proposed mission would place a spacecraft in orbit around Uranus for a minimum of several years. Unlike Voyager 2's 6-hour flyby, an orbiter would map the planet's gravitational field, magnetic field, atmospheric structure, and thermal emissions globally and repeatedly. It would observe how these properties change with the planet's 17-hour rotation period, with seasonal progression, and with varying solar wind conditions. It would image the atmosphere at multiple wavelengths over extended periods, tracking weather systems and cloud features through their full life cycles rather than catching a single snapshot during the solstice. The gravitational measurements alone would transform the investigation. By tracking the spacecraft's orbital trajectory with millimeter-level precision using radio signals exchanged with Earth, scientists can detect tiny variations in the gravitational pull exerted by different regions of the planet. These variations encode information about how mass is distributed inside the planet at a level of detail that a single flight cannot approach. The gravitational map with sufficient resolution will reveal whether sharp compositional boundaries exist at specific depths, whether the interior is smoothly stratified or contains abrupt transitions, and whether the mass distribution matches the predictions of impact models, supraionic ice models, or something nobody has thought of yet. The magnetic field mapping will be equally decisive. Voyager 2 sampled the magnetic field along one trajectory through one part of the magnetosphere during one brief encounter. An orbiter would map the field from multiple orbital geometries over years, building a three-dimensional model of the dynamo's output. This model would reveal whether the field is genuinely dipolar and tilted intersect, or whether it contains significant higher-order multipolar components that Voyager could not detect. The distinction matters because it constrains the depth, thickness, and conductivity of the shell producing the dynamo. Different interior structure models predict different multipolar signatures. The magnetic field map would directly test which models survive. An atmospheric probe, released from the orbiter to descend into the upper cloud layer, would provide ground truth measurements that no remote observation can make. The probe would directly sample the composition of the atmosphere measuring the ratios of hydrogen, helium, methane, water, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and noble gases with precisions far exceeding what spectroscopy from orbital from Earth can achieve. The water abundance is the single most important measurement the probe will make. Water is the dominant oxygen carrier in the solar system, and the amount of water in Uranus's atmosphere constrains the total oxygen inventory of the planet. This inventory, in turn, constrains where and how Uranus formed. The planet accreted most of its ices beyond the water ice line to the outer protoplanetary disk. Its oxygen to hydrogen ratio should be significantly enriched relative to solar composition. If it formed closer to the sun and migrated outwards, the enrichment pattern would differ. The water measurement is a direct tracer of formation location, which is one of the most hotly debated questions in ice giant science. Noble gas abundances provide a complementary constraint. Noble gases like argon, krypton, and xenon do not participate in chemical reactions. Their abundances in the planet's atmosphere reflect the conditions under which the planet acquired its gaseous envelope, unadulterated by subsequent chemistry. Comparing noble gas ratios in Uranus to those in Jupiter, which were measured by the Galileo atmospheric probe in 1995, would reveal whether the two planets sampled similar or different regions of the protoplanetary disk. If the ratios differ in specific ways, it would support models where Uranus formed in a different location than its current orbit and migrated to its present position. Temperature and pressure profiles measured during the probe's descent would constrain the atmospheric thermal structure with a precision that remote observation cannot match. These profiles would reveal where cloud depths form, where hazes condense, and how the temperature gradient transitions from the upper atmosphere to the deeper levels where the internal heat deficit becomes apparent. The probe would measure, for the first time, whether the atmosphere at depth is as thermally stagnant as surface measurements suggest, or whether hidden circulation occurs through low haze layers that obscure our view from outside. Every one of these measurements addresses a specific open question. Together, they would transform our understanding of Uranus from a collection of anomalies and competing hypotheses into a coherent physical picture of how the planet actually works. And that picture would become the calibration standard for interpreting every sub-Neptune exoplanet discovered by current and future surveys. The timing is significant. The James Webb Space Telescope is currently characterizing exoplanet atmospheres at unprecedented detail, measuring molecular absorption features in the spectra of worlds orbiting distant stars. Future missions, including the proposed Habitable Worlds Observatory, aim to directly image Earth-sized planets around nearby stars and search for biosignature gases in their atmospheres. These ambitious programs will generate data about thousands of worlds, everything in this giant size range. Without a calibrated understanding of how ice giant atmospheres, interiors, and magnetic fields actually work, the interpretation of that data will rest on models built from insufficient foundations. The Uranus mission does not just study one planet. It provides the physical framework for interpreting an entire category of worlds. Every dollar spent characterizing Uranus pays dividends across every exoplanet survey that follows, because the models used to analyze those surveys will be built on what the Uranus mission discovers. The investment is not to understand the world, it is in our ability to understand the outcome of planet formation throughout the galaxy. A launch window consideration that adds urgency. The planet will be moving toward equinox through the 2030s. A mission arriving during this period would observe the planet's different seasonal illumination Voyager 2 encountered during solstice, providing complementary data about how the atmosphere responds to changing solar input. Additionally, the gravity assist trajectory using Jupiter, which is the most efficient way to reach Uranus, requires specific planetary alignments that occur in the early to mid-2030s. Missing this window would delay arrival by over a decade, pushing the mission further from the optimal seasonal configuration and extending the already decades-long gap in ice giant exploration. The scientific case is built, the technological capability exists, the community consensus is established. The history of planetary exploration shows that the flagship mission, from Voyager to Cassini to Juno, has returned scientific value far exceeding its often in ways that were not anticipated when the mission was designed. Voyager 2's Uranus flyby was originally considered a secondary objective, the bonus encounter on a mission designed primarily for Jupiter and Saturn. Yet that 6-hour visit to the anomalies that have driven 4 decades of research ultimately led to the recognition that ice giants represent an important unexplored frontier in planetary science. The dedicated orbiter and probe mission would be to ice giant science what Cassini was science. A transformative leap from fragmentary knowledge to comprehensive understanding. Cassini spent 40 years at Saturn, discovering ocean worlds on Enceladus, methane seas on Titan, and complex ring dynamics. Every year of the mission produced surprises that would be shaping our understanding not just of Saturn, but of planetary science as a whole. The Uranus orbiter operating for even a few years will certainly produce comparable revelations about ice giant physics, with implications that extend to the most common type of planet. And this is where the story moves beyond missions into something more fundamental. Uranus forces us to confront a truth about science that is easy to forget when the textbooks are so complete and the models seem so robust. Our understanding of science is built on a sample size of 8. 8 worlds orbiting one star in one corner of one galaxy. We have studied those 8 worlds with extraordinary ingenuity and dedication. Sending spacecraft to every one, mapping their surfaces, sampling their atmospheres, measuring their fields and particles. The achievements of planetary exploration are the greatest accomplishments of human civilization. 8 is a tiny number. And when one of those 8 defies every model we have built from the other 7, the correct response is not to treat it as an inconvenient exception. The correct response is to ask whether our models were ever as generated as we. Uranus did not break the rules of quantum physics. It revealed that the rules we wrote were based on an incomplete sample, biased by the accidents which happened to orbit our particular star. Jupiter and Saturn knew how gas giants work. They were excellent teachers. Their lessons apply broadly across the galaxy. Exoplanetary gas giants behave in ways that our Jupiter and Saturn-derived models do reasonably well. But ice giants are different. They are built from different materials, structured differently, apparently capable of evolving along pathways that gas giant models anticipated. We assume the lessons from Jupiter and Saturn go downward to their smaller cousins. Uranus showed us that assumption was wrong. This is not a failure of science. It is science working exactly as it should. Prediction was made, and contradicted it. Now the models must be revised. The only failure would be to ignore the contradiction, to treat Uranus as a curiosity rather than a signal, to continue applying gas giant-derived models to ice giant-sized exoplanets, while knowing that our one accessible ice giant violates principles in every measurable way. The galaxy is full of Uranuses, not exact copies, but worlds of similar size, similar composition, and potentially similar histories of impacts, migration, and exotic interior physics. Some of them may be tilted on their sides. Some may have magnetic fields that tumble chaotically through space. Some may hoard their primordial heat behind barriers of supraionic ice while presenting cold, featureless faces to their parent stars. Some may harbor oceans of compressed
Oh, hello. What time is it? Oh, it's 9. No, that's good. That was my solicitors.